learned that you can say has helped you to become who you are now?
I like to say that I had quite a good parentage, and they were children of farmers and local people. So there were some lessons they taught us very, very early. So my parents used to engage us in conversation and allow us to express ourselves. So hard work, discipline, high moral standards, and getting the benefits of competition. You got results for your effort. So no cutting corners. We're a very Christian family. Although we grew up initially as Anglicans, went to a Catholic school, but church was regular. Prayers were daily in the house. Not to say that we were not a bit naughty in those days because of lack of knowledge. So we played the field, but the fear of God was part of our upbringing. Okay? Humility. Even though at that time they would consider us slightly privileged in terms of background, but we were told that everybody was equal. So you had to abase and abound. You are not allowed to look down on anybody. You are not allowed to be a spoiled child. So from youth, we were doing housework. We had house helps, but we had to respect them. Okay? So we're taught humility, simplicity, hard work. Nobody's going to beg anybody for you. If you fail, you repeat. If you pass, you move on to the next class, and so on and so forth. And of course, we're taught to be independent from a very early age.
You mentioned in an interview that you think young people are slightly disadvantaged because we don't have too many good examples to follow in leadership. But then our generation now, being a kind of outspoken generation, we tend to question a lot of things, we tend to challenge a lot of things. We're even termed the Sorosuke generation. So do you think there is hope for positive, substantial change in leadership for us, like our generation? Do you think there's a hope that we can bring such change?
I think what you mean is that, is there hope that you will turn out to be good leaders when your time comes? Because your time will come. It's a natural progression. I think there's hope for you, especially those also who are a bit in the diaspora, and a few who have been well brought up in Nigeria and have gone to good institutions. What you have to do is to fight to make sure that you are the ones in leadership and not just anyhow people who have not been well brought up. That's the mistake my generation made, that we allowed a few people who really were not qualified for leadership to take leadership. And it wasn't entirely our fault. We were brought up in the military era, and the military took decisions on a line system. And with all due respect to the military, most people who went into the military in a certain generation went into the military as a second choice. Okay, a few of them went in there positively, but most of them went in there as a second choice. First choice was law, medicine, economics, civil service, lecturing, and things like that. So the military second choice should never have become our leaders. You can quote me anywhere. I have a lot of friends in the military, with all due respect, but they were not trained for political leadership. They were trained line command to take instructions from a political president or commander-in-chief of the armed forces. They were not trained to weigh matters. They were not trained to look at economics, look at politics, look at education, look at leadership. They were trained to obey instructions, to strategize as to how to defeat the enemy, and how to keep the country safe. So you cannot give what you do not have. So if you now are trained to be a tailor and you find yourself being an engineer or a mechanic, it's going to be difficult for you to use tailoring techniques to run an engineering workshop. By the time the military changed, they purged the civil service, they wiped away a cadre of experienced people who knew what to do in a civil service. And then corruption and fear and anxiety entered the civil service. But by the time they purged the civil service and sacked many people overnight, anybody who remained now obeyed whatever the military commander said. And that more or less destroyed, as it were, the productive part of Nigeria. So your generation now has to reinstate it, has to put it back, has to redevelop Nigeria. Nigeria is blessed. It's one of the best pieces of geography that God created. Not only that, it's one of the best pieces of human competence that God created. I read that in Howard University in the United States, they graduated 97 doctors. In Howard University, 46 out of the 97 were Nigerians. Howard University is the leading black university in the US. It was formed largely for people of dark skin. So it's an old university, it's a very good university. 97 people graduated from medicine. 46 were Nigerians. So in terms of intellectual competence, Nigerians are there. In terms of business acumen, please note that in 1971, when the war ended, every single Igbo man had only 20 pounds in his account. Every single Igbo man. Because that's how they ended the war. Their currency wiped out. They gave them 20 pounds. A few of them could go back to some of their assets. Till today, some are still looking for their assets up and down. But those people started from 20 pounds and they have become extremely wealthy today because of their system of growing and developing wealth. Somebody said during the Civil War, the Igbos were manufacturing guns, tankers, they were refining oil. There was so much technology that they were forced to build on to survive. After the war, everybody forgot about that. So we've done ourselves a lot of disservice in Nigeria by not having very, very, very visionary leadership along the line. Determined leadership, ethical leadership, focused leadership, rewarding hard work. This is what has caused what pain people are feeling in Nigeria today. Well, we can readdress it. If you took Nigerians out of the British medical service, it will collapse. If you took Nigerians out of American medicals and universities, they will almost collapse because of the capacity of Nigerians. They're the largest and most successful non-American indigenous group in America, where the competition is fierce. Same thing in Europe, same thing in England. So, Nigeria is blessed. Natural resource, almost bar none. Human capacity, in terms of personal, individualistic capacity, almost bar none. What is missing is that the wrong sets of people were at the helm of affairs. The Bible says, if the blind lead the blind, they fall into the ditch. So we need to really, really address and readdress the situation of who is in charge in Nigeria.
Setting your mistakes aside, what are the things you feel your generations did that the present generations now are failing to do?
My generation, we're just playing up and down, enjoying life, drinking beer, partying, and all that. We're not close to God as we should have. But eventually the Pentecostal movement started and forced a lot of us to look for God, when suddenly we realized that we were not in control. That there's a God that is controls the affairs of men. So people must be close to God. You know, it is only God that can really direct your path and navigate your way. You know, success in life is 70% God or 80%. Then 20 or 30% your efforts. 70% of your success in life is due, in fact, almost 90. Your part is only about 10, but that 10 is important. God, left to him, has charted a course for you to follow. Your job is to know what that path is and to follow it. But the problem with a lot of human beings is that they don't want to follow the path because it looks narrow, it looks boring, it looks restricted. The things you want to enjoy, that path is not allowing you to enjoy it. But narrow is the way that leads to eternal life. So we didn't understand that. So we're just zigzagging. So a lot of us wasted time. If you can hear God and have him lead you, even if you are in trouble, you'll just be smiling because you know that it is God taking you through the valley of the shadow of death to bring you out on the other side. That's why a man called Joseph, because he loved God and he heard God and he knew a rough idea that God was directing him, he wasn't too bothered about his present predicament. He makes all things work together for good. So that's something we missed on. That's something your generation is missing on too. Because a lot of you are pushing God aside. Some of you are making money from tech. Some of you are doing your hair upside down. The society now is barraging you with all sorts of information, telling you that human rights, this and that. Which one of you can control the way you breathe? But those decisions you make, whether to live a holy life or an unholy life, whether to drink champagne or to drink water, whether to smoke or not to smoke, whether to take grass or to avoid taking grass, whether to commit adultery or to avoid committing adultery, whether to commit fornication or to avoid committing fornication, whether to go to church and pray or go to the disco and play. Those choices are critical. And God will allow you to take your choice. He will nudge you. It's called conscience. It's called people speaking to you. It's called the Bible. He will nudge you. That disco you are going on, you shouldn't go. That girl you are chasing, that sex you want to have, that cigarette you want to smoke, Why? There's nobody who wants to do something that is inappropriate, that does not know deep down that this thing is not quite right.
So, what's your advice for us during our low points?
There will always be low points and high points. But the important thing is the closeness to God and understanding what God is saying and learning from the lives of others. David didn't write the Psalms out of creative ability. He wrote the Psalms out of experience and pain.
So, sir, in several cases, we've realized that achievements and legacies built by parents or the older generation are not surpassed by their children or the current generation. What do you believe are the reasons for this, and what steps can be taken to ensure that the youth build on and surpass the legacies of their predecessors?
Your job is not necessarily to surpass anybody, but to pursue your own path. And that's what I encourage parents to do. Let your children pursue their own path. So you achieve your own. And if you are following that path, it will surpass others in their own. So the issue of you competing with your parents or wanting to surpass them doesn't even arise.
So, sir, speaking about what you said earlier, you were raised by civil servant parents. My father is a civil servant. And although he doesn't complain, I'm the firstborn. I see the challenges he goes through every day, even to pay all our school fees. And we are 3 boys and a girl. 3 of us went through King's College. After looking at his challenges every day, I don't feel the present economy of Nigeria is doing the occupation justice. What do you feel they are lacking that if they should put in it, is going to improve it by far?
So I feel your father's pain. His salary has been static. Maybe he's earning 250,000, 750,000 a month. Maximum as a civil servant. A car is 100 million. Who does that? They punished our economy. Why is a car 100 million? We're not exporting enough. And there's too much corruption. That's the only reason. Nigeria, grow what you eat what you grow. If we stopped importing food, we will save about $1 billion in foreign exchange. The next thing we import is education. But if you brought the schools here, you will save another foreign exchange. The third is healthcare. Corruption is killing our economy from 3 ways. Number one naira that you should use to do a road becomes 10 naira. You lose 9 naira. The 9 naira goes to people who either hide the money under their chairs or take the money outside. So you lose by the cost of the road, and you lose by the money being misapplied to the wrong things and building up other economies. If they even stole the money and spent it in Nigeria, it will create jobs. But they steal the money, hide it under their bags, or send it abroad because they cannot spend it here.
Well, do you think people that are in the seat right now are not aware of all these things they are saying, but because of it's beneficial to them, they choose to hide it away from us?
So we have to reorientate the African mind by making Nigeria beautiful. You see, Nigeria was beautiful. That's why the British came. They came looking for resource and money. Now we despise our own country. That's what your generation has to correct. Make Nigeria beautiful. It is what you make of a place that it becomes. If Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Brazil stop selling cocoa, there will be no more chocolate in the world. But those people buy our cocoa at their own price.
why don't we make chocolate factories here of a very good quality? Then if they want chocolate, let them come here. You know what that does? It multiplies your economy by 400%. So instead of getting $1,000 for a bag of cocoa, you get $400,000 for finished chocolate. And it will create jobs. So instead of those people in Switzerland, 100 workers in the chocolate factory, the 100 workers will be here.
Okay, the Bible says to not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. And I read that in an interview you have a rich array of friends, for instance, tyrants, opinions, drug addicts.
People of different faiths.
Yes, interesting.
Some of them are my best friends.
Yes, exactly. So for us youth, it might be hard to manage those friendships, peer pressure, and all that. So can you tell us about some of the interesting friendships you have and give us some advice on how to manage them while staying true to ourselves?
You just had friends from everywhere. Prostitutes.
Yeah.
Mary Magdalene, demon possessed. Matthew, tax collector. They even said he used to hang about with drunkards and all manners of bad people. They were all his friends. And they all had access to him. The lady, Mary, the sister of Martha, that wiped his feet. What were the disciples saying?
That she is expensive for a white sheep. It's expensive to wipe the feet of Jesus.
If this man really was a man of God, he will know that this girl is a bad girl.
Okay.
That this girl is trying to seduce him. He's going to fall. And Jesus says, don't leave her. She's bad, but she will become good. And not only that, God is using her to do something prophetic. Zacchaeus was a corrupt government official. And Jesus stood and says, come down, this corrupt man. I'm coming to eat dinner in your house. And what happened to Zacchaeus? He became born again. So that's the basis of my friendship with a lot of my friends. To be their friend, not to be judgmental. So I go there to learn. I go there to be their friend, not to judge them. I go there to lead them to Christ, if they will agree to follow me. I go to be an example to them. And I love them. Yoking. You know the history of what they mean yoke. A yoke is when you put two animals side by side, you tie a yoke to their necks and force them to walk together. If one animal is bigger than the other, the smaller animal will tilt the bigger animal. They won't be able to produce. If one animal is different from the other and they are not balanced, you won't be able to use them properly. So there's a slight difference between walking together in a certain direction and friendship. So when the Bible talks about yoking, it's not just spiritual yoking. It's saying that people of similar strengths, backgrounds, associations should work together to be productive. And it is difficult to produce with people whose understanding and acceptance of things is slightly different from your own. Marriage, business associates, and things like that. It is different from associations to influence one another. and temporary benefits from one another.
Thank you.
Are you with me? Slightly different. But even then, doesn't mean you cannot do business with certain people. So, for example, if I'm going to do a hospital tomorrow, I'm going to look for the best doctor. That is his yoke, his medical qualification. Not whether he's a Muslim, a Christian, a Buddhist, or an atheist. I'm not looking for this thing. I'm looking for his professional skill. I add to it my intellectual capacity and mental ability. We form our rules. We run a hospital. I run the risk, though, that his fornication and adultery may spiritually affect my hospital. So I have to mitigate against that. Or enter a different arrangement with him. You are not part owner. I employ you. Use your skill. Exactly. Are you hearing what I'm saying? When you enter Emirates tomorrow, are you born again or not? You won't go to Dubai. But you'll find that that pilot in Emirates is flying almost according to the principles of God. He's not allowed to drink. He's had 8 hours good sleep. Hopefully he has not committed fornication or adultery during the night. Or even if he has slept it off. He has done mental test, eye test. He sits in the cockpit, gets there at 7, does his checks, everything okay before he flies. Same thing with your Dubai doctor or Russian doctor or Indian doctor. Are you hearing what I'm saying? But I love people. I love my friends. I associate with them. I sit with them. I talk with them. I help them. I've learned from them, and a lot of them have learned from me.
We're not as strong-willed. I won't say we're strong-willed as you guys were in your time. So, for instance, a low point in your life after your departure from RCCG, a ministry you had served with all your heart. Yes. So during that period, how were you able to manage grief at that point? Because I know that for us, there's a lot of depression in the world right now. We look to drugs, alcohol. So how are you able to manage? What's your advice for us during our low point?
That is why the closeness to God is critical. That's the only way you can manage a low point. Because there will be low points. There will be low points. 1, too much evil and wickedness in the land. 2, there are seasons of life. Summer and winter. Heat and cold. 3, there's some people who don't wish you well. And they could even be members of your family. There will always be low points and high points. But the important thing is the closeness to God and understanding what God is saying and learning from the lives of others. David didn't write the Psalms out of creative ability. He wrote the Psalms out of experience and pain. Experience and pain. Psalm 121. I will lift up my eyes from the Lord, from whence cometh my help. It was a psalm for somebody who was looking for help. Where am I going to find help from? I'm in trouble. Saul is coming after me. Psalm 51. Create in me a clean heart, O God. Renew a right spirit in me. It was a psalm from somebody who had committed a terrible sin, who knew that God had shifted him. Psalm 91. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. It was a psalm of somebody looking for protection. Anything, good or bad, that you want to go through in life, any emotion, good or bad, you want to go through, David went through it. Many are the afflictions of the righteous. Afflictions of the, not the wicked. Forget about the wicked now. But the Lord eventually will what? Coming to your specific question as to my low point in the RCC. Believe me, I was low. Low, because number one, I had done nothing wrong. Or nothing that the church did not know about. And had told me to go ahead. Number two, I was working hard with things to show for it. I had given up on a lot. Number three, I was shocked. Number four was like the world had fallen apart. I didn't know where to turn to next. Because all my life, I had put in this. I'd had a few low points in my life. One was when I was doing business with a friend. We quarreled. I had no money. I had to start business all over again. I spent 2 weeks at home doing nothing. Because like this one, I had put in everything I had into that business. He and I quarreled. We were using his father's house, chased me out of the father's house. I had to go to the little apartment I had rented, and I was down. So when this one came, I remembered that one. So I knew I was coming out of this one also. So sometimes when you go through things, God is preparing you for something else. So I was used to it. Another time was when I had a terrible accident with my brother's new car. I just borrowed the car. I had no car because I had lost the car that I had in this old business. Went out drinking, carrying girls up and down. Had a terrible accident. I'm even lucky I didn't lose my life. Again, I was depressed. So I'd had cycles of depression here and there. So I said, okay, no problem. But this one was one of the worst. So I rested. And thankfully, I had my profession, my day job. If I hadn't had that one, I don't know what I would have done. So I just continued going to my day job. But it was like I was paralyzed. Christ Church was my life, my prayer life, my spiritual life, my this, my that. I was invested in the lives of so many people. All that cut off overnight. But I moved on with my accounting practice. I started listening to hear what God would say. What compounded the thing also was that my late wife was so down. She felt that it was her fault. She went into depression. Or it fueled her anxiety, which she'd been having since university. So for a long time I was managing a very anxious wife. A lot of people will never know what we both went through in that period. So I had to be managing her also. I won't say more than that. It was a very, very tough time because she felt it was her fault. That they said because I remarried, I should leave the church. She never quite got out of it till she died. It was a very tough time for us. She was in and out of hospital for different things.
I was watching a comedy session, and the comedian said that back then, we were the ones that used to have all the resources, and the white people had all the Bibles. But now, we have all the Bibles, and they have all the resources. So now I'm asking you this as a pastor. What do you have to say about all these underdeveloped communities that are still able to contribute money to build more churches and even expanding the ones they have, rather than investing in the community themselves so that they can become better?
European economy was built on the Bible. A lot of people don't realize that. So we needed the Bible first before we can build our economy. The part of the pain we're feeling is that the churches and the Bible have not really done what they're supposed to. Every form of technology, revolution, development in the world today was built on the principles of the Bible. So you need the Bible first to teach the principles and to open up the minds of people. Then creativity comes. The power of God flows. What does a man have? Didn't come from above. So it was after Christianity started gaining ground. People started learning right from wrong, good from bad, evil from wickedness, principles, that God began to open people's minds to make agricultural implements, to make industrial revolution, to make printing presses. The first printing press that was made to print the Bible. The Wright brothers who made the aeroplane were sons of reverend fathers. Most of the technology was done in the monastery by monks. Your study of the sun, the moon, and the stars, Christianity. The first person to say that the world was round was the Bible. It says God stands in the center of the earth. When you go to hospitals, you see something like a snake. The most hospital symbols. Where do you think it came from? The Bible. That snake is called Nehushtan. When I lift up the serpent in the wilderness, then the people will be healed. That's Jesus Christ. That's the serpent that Moses lifted up. The person who learned how to perform operations learned it from Genesis chapter 2. In those days, a man is sick. They want to operate. They need to change. They can't do it. They are tearing, cutting him. He's jumping, this and that. In the midst of it, they kill him. Then the guy read the Bible. Says, when God wanted to make Eve, he put Adam to sleep. That's the only way he could perform that operation. So that's how anesthesia came about. And they found that cocaine, coca, morphine pump the person. The person will fall asleep. Doesn't even know what's going on. You perform your operation, remove the tooth. Most technology, science, education came from studying the Bible. That's why the Israelis are so advanced, because they're full of the Old Testament. And most technology came from Israel. Out of Nobel Prize winners, 130 something, 80 something are Israelis. Albert Einstein, Israeli. Because they studied the Bible, understood what God was trying to say. It says the secret things belong to God. Treasures of darkness, hidden riches of secret places. So you need the Bible first, then technology. It's just that the British Europeans, they brought both at the same time. So we're just confused up and down here. Idol worship keeps you at the level of idols. Subsistence living. God and the mind of Christ transforms your mind. Be ye transformed by the renewal of your mind. Your mind is your biggest weapon. That's what education is. All education is based from the Word of God. The British Constitution that you follow, the laws of Britain, America, and Nigeria, and Europe, based on the Bible. Who said thou shalt not kill? It was God. Thou shalt not steal. God. No adultery. God. No fornication. God. These are the laws we follow till tomorrow. Nigeria is a land begging to be developed and to take her place in the history of the world. We have history that we...
With everything you said here now, how do you see the future of the various businesses and organizations you are evolving in the present situation of Nigeria? And how do you feel like these businesses and organizations can help we youth and also impact Nigeria too in the near future?
We've partially succeeded with our accounting practice, SIO. 3 of us founding partners. We are transiting to another generation of managers and part owners of the firm so that the firm can outlive us. So I'm in partial retirement from accounting, just managing the transition process and making sure that they're okay and then helping them to find business. So I don't do day-to-day accounting anymore. Enough is enough. There's a time to say goodbye. I'm doing the same with all my businesses, including the church that I pastor. Looking for leaders. You handle this, you handle this, you handle this. I sit. I make sure everything is going right. I don't have to preach every Sunday. I don't have to preach every Wednesday. The organization must continue in your absence. You know, people run one-man businesses, one man this, one man that. They're afraid to share their this and that. No. You must get other people involved in your business so that they can outlive you. Sustainability. Very, very important. And that's how you must think when you are setting up your own businesses. There's initiation, entrepreneurship, organization, succession, sustainability. Am I free?
Yes, sir.
You're welcome to Youth Engagement.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So good to see you guys. Yes.
It's nice to see you too, Mom.
Yes.
There's this phrase that says that the youth are the future leaders. And this phrase has generated a little dispute among us youths, and where some agree and some just tend to disagree.
Frankly, the youths are not just the leaders of the future. They are today's leaders. You've got to start leading today in order to more effectively lead tomorrow. I was brought up by parents that basically enabled us to learn leadership right there in the home. And so I am born as the first child of my parents. The kind of responsibility that they gave to me. In fact, I used to say to my mom, "Are you really sure I'm your daughter?" You know, because I felt that the people who lived with us got away with a lot, whereas I didn't. But what my mom was doing then was she was preparing me for leadership. You know, and what our dad always said to us is that leadership is service. You know, you cannot, he used to say to us, I serve, therefore I lead. You can't lead without serving. So for the youths that kind of think, you know, we're not leading now, neither are we leading in the future, they're missing it. every day that you are in your parents' home, every day that you're in the school system, every day that you're in your social networks with your friends, leadership is being exercised. It is your ability to understand that will then begin to shape you and improve your skills over time. I said to people that our home was like the laboratory where I learned how to sit at the boardroom, or to sit in cabinet and be able to hold my ground and convince people on my viewpoint. It starts right from the home. And so the young ones must understand that every day they wake up, as they make personal choices, as they determine their viewpoints in life, they are leading. Even if you're not leading any other person, you should be able to lead yourself. So what you lead yourself to be today would determine what you're going to be tomorrow.
Thank you very much, ma. One thing I took away from that is that for every moment I must understand that at that same moment I am empowered to lead, and I'm
totally. Absolutely. You couldn't have put it better. Because, I see sometimes that our children are assuming that leadership means having a position. No. A position doesn't mean being a leader. Having authority doesn't even mean being a leader. Yeah. Being a leader is having the capacity to influence others toward a particular direction. So we see you could have a grandmom who didn't even go to school, who doesn't read the newspapers in Nigeria. But in your village, she's so influential. She can get all the people in the village toward a particular perspective. Why? Because she's a leader. She's demonstrating the capacity to influence positively, sometimes negatively, and then the capacity to persuade people to a point of view where there is a unified sense of purpose.
I'm sure along the lines of your career, there were different points that you got to that you said, okay, at this point I know that I'm in accordance to what I pictured myself to be and the picture I had of myself. So what I want to ask is that what are those career milestones that you had that when you got there that you said that, okay, you are on the right path?
Career milestones. I wasn't thinking career. I was more thinking impact. I was thinking assignment. I wasn't sort of this person who was sitting around plotting how to get to this position. No, I didn't have time for that. I was one, based on the fact that training that our dad gave to us about service, I always sort of wanted to be able to be of service to in any situation I found myself. So, one major thing was that I hated anything that spoke of poor governance. Because as a child growing up, I'd watch the television, the black and white television. Oh, that was a big thing. Of course. Once they were able to buy television, we joined a new league. You guys, you're in a different world where you take a lot of things for granted. Oh, the day we bought a white and black television, we climbed to a new league. So we would, watching that television and seeing that there were some countries that were absolutely more beautiful than my country. And as a child, I would say, why is that so? So I asked those questions. And in asking those questions, my dad would say, give a number of reasons. But a principal reason was always that, we were not being governed properly. So as a child, I was already being told about governance. So I picked up an interest on the matter of good governance and poor governance, and it followed me into adulthood. By the time I was now working, the next set of things that happened was my strong presence within civil society. You know, so I became one of the leaders of concerned professionals, which by that time I was advocating the end to military rule, and you know, especially when the June 12th elections were cancelled, were annulled. You know, those elections were annulled. So I was one of the leaders that said, no, the military had no right to annul the elections, whereas citizens had expressed their constitutional authority and the mandate that the right that the Constitution gives. And so before that, I was already one of the co-founders of Transparency International, because in those days I used to write in the papers about these matters of good governance and the fact that, you know, without good governance, we were not going to become a great country. So that passion for good governance followed me, and it just led me from one level of activities to another level of activities. With those growth in activities came what you call milestones, but I wasn't even counting them. I just kept moving as service required me to move. So I have a sense of assignment, not a sense of job. Career is job. Assignment is purpose. Do you get that?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't bother about career. Bother about purpose. You know, every time I see a young person who you know, I mentor quite a number of them, and they say, Auntie Oby, if there's just one advice that you want to give me, what would it be? I would say, find purpose. Yeah, there is a reason you're here, and you need to find it. Besides all that we've been talking about, your generation is a generation of intellectual capital. The old economies of this world became great by virtue of knowledge, but it's become even much more possible to become greater by virtue of knowledge. It is not by mistake that when you look at the economic league table of the world, the countries at the top are not the ones that have gold, diamond, oil, gas. They're not the ones at the top. It is the ones that have invested in their human beings, that have invested in converting just a human being into human capital. So that your generation is the generation that can look at Nigeria and say, being oil rich has done us enough damage. We are going to be the people who, regardless of oil money or no oil money, we have the capacity, the intellectual ability, we have the skills. We're going to invest ourselves in the knowledge so that we can be innovative, we can be creative, we can be so competitive that the rest of the world will look at Nigeria and have nothing but respect for us. Because when you have that kind of a strategic mindset anchored on the values that we've been talking about, the only place you're going is to the top of the economic league table. You know, the benefit of our diversity has not been enjoyed. The reason is that our diversity has actually been used as a tool of division by a generation that has been much more comfortable with the easy money that comes from oil. So all of their competition has not been a competition to be the best. It has been a competition to collect as much as each person can from the common pool. But your generation must be people who are saying, that which I have not intellectually generated, I don't want to enjoy. Oil money is like winning kalo kalo. It's like, God gives you like free money. So people are not imaginative to say, how do we become the great nation that God has put us all together? And unfortunately, because we've not asked those questions, we now look at ourselves from the lenses of ethnicity, language, religion, and all these other primordial things. And they begin to deepen and widen our fault lines. Meanwhile, other societies looked at all those things and said, wow, this is beauty in diversity. So it means that when we want to solve a problem, we are not monolithic in our view. So it gives us opportunity to have variated viewpoints. And that leads us to efficient solutions and new ways, new thoughts, new ideals. And we can basically create more through our diversity. When your generation drives this process in the society, where you simply say, okay, it's all right that we have oil. The only thing that oil should do for us is that we should manage the revenue well and make sure that we use the revenue to build critical infrastructure that we need in order to have an environment that is good to do anything you need to do. We must invest some of that money in our education so we build the skills that are relevant to economic growth. We need the money to ensure that our institutions are strong and vibrant and that they are underpinned by a sense of the supremacy of the rule of law. So when you think that way, and then you say, ours is to be the generation that beats the rest of the world because of what's here, not because of what's under the soil. Wow, can you just imagine? Maybe by then, people like me would have been gone, but but where I am, hopefully by God's grace at the bosom of the Lord, I would be saying, that's what I hope would happen.
You've given us a brief history of your activism and all that. I'm sure you faced challenges, you faced problems, you have failed in life. How are you able to pick yourself back to become this strong person that everybody now looks up to, everybody wants to be like?
You want me to start crying on this program? We all fail, we all falter, we all get depressed. But when I said to myself that you are only entitled to 24 hours of depression. Anything beyond that, you're on your own. So that has helped a lot. So no matter what the failure may be, no matter what the faltering may be, because none of us is omnipotent. Even the scripture says that God knows our failures. He knows that we're mere mortals. So he knows all of that. And so at the times that I have found myself, not very proud of any of what I have been through, what the outcome has been, what my choices or my decisions have been, I've always, sort of remembered that the Almighty that created me actually does not kill me because I made a mistake. He's ever so merciful and ever so ready to give me another opportunity. So I understood failure to be the same thing, that if God himself can forgive me for stumbling, then it means that when I fail, that's a stumble, I must forgive myself and quickly pick myself up and keep moving. So that meant, I say to people that the mindset is where it all begins. if you've got a mindset that says to you that once you failed, it's something to be so ashamed of that you would never even bother trying, that mindset is going to kill you. But if you have a mindset that would say, so I failed, okay, I'm going to try and understand why I failed. You know, the worst thing that can happen to you is where you are not accountable. You know, so you just live this pretentious life. The failure is staring you in the face. You're pretending it doesn't exist just because you don't want to confront it. No, you must confront it. You must confront the failure. You must accept that you failed in that particular thing. And then you must say, you know what? God helping me, I can succeed at something. You know? And please always find people who can, you know, people who can encourage you in those moments of failure.
All right, Ma. So thank you very much for that word of advice, Ma. It's important that in the face of failure we hold on to hope. Ma, I know that mentorship is very important, as you have said that there were a lot of major influences in your life, and a lot of young people, we want mentors, we look out for people that can mentor us in the path or the assignment that we have to serve our nation. And so I want to ask that, what do mentors look out for in their proteges? For example, I know you have a lot of mentees and proteges, said you have a lot of them. So what do you look out for? When you see somebody and say, I want to mentor this person, what is it that you look out for in the person?
Character. You can buy competence and you can buy capacity, but you can buy character. Character is so integral to the person that you are and the choices that you make. So when I see young people who are able to have that sense of dignity and purpose and an unwillingness to negotiate their values for a mess of pottage, I know there's something in this one. I love to see young people who have this will of the wisp, where they're basically saying, I don't care about the limitations of my circumstances of birth. I can pull myself by the bootstrap, and I can, you know, with the help of God, just walk myself up this ladder. I love to see that determination. There's this level of stoicism that a young person shows, you know, and I see it in the passion. You know, I mean, like a lot of my mentees have this passion and drive, you know. So even if I've never met them and they send me an email, as I read the email, I can tell. You know, what a person says to me in those few lines that they write to me can give me, it's a window into the mental mindset of the person that's saying to me, I want you to be my mentor.
Thank you once again very much. A lot of youths nowadays have doubts about their futures. I mean, I want to become a medical doctor, and every time I bring it up, people look at me like I should go for something that would take much less time. I'm meant to be a mother someday. I should do something and just get into my home already. Then I want to ask if you had doubts growing up about your future and how you did overcome them.
For me, my doubts weren't so strong as to overcome my desire to distinguish myself through education. The reason that my doubts did not swallow me up were many, but the most important of the reasons is that my father validated me so much. My father made me feel, you know, you can conquer the world. And my mom supported her. I supported him in that. So my mom would say, there are no barriers. And my dad would say, you can be anything you choose to be. And so that empowered me. So intrinsically, I got a sense that the two most important people in my life were telling me, no barriers. So it helped to douse my doubt. So, and that's what I normally say to fathers. The most important person in the life of a daughter is a father. The most important person in the life of sons, their mothers. When a mom says to her son, you can rule the world, the son says, my mom has that kind of confidence, because it's the Oedipus complex, right? So it's the girl to the father, the boy to the mom. So it helps a lot. So that helped to douse any doubts that I had. And then I understood that I needed to really apply myself. My father emphasized effort, hard work. He always said that nobody has a right to enjoy anything that they have not earned. You must work to earn what you're enjoying. Otherwise, he says it is ignoble. It's not noble. It's not noble to lay around and then to live off other people and their sweat, and then to just meander through life, just being a loafer. It's not worth it. Now, to the other side of your question, you want to be a medical doctor. Absolutely nothing should stop you from wanting to be a medical doctor. The number of years that you need for your medical studies may be longer than the average number of years that other studies take. But ultimately, the kind of impact that you would have on society, especially if, as a matter of fact, your desire to be a medical doctor is born out of a sense of purpose. For some, they want to be medical doctors because they love the title. She's a medical doctor. But that's nonsense. By the time you get the title, then what? But when you really desire to make a great positive impact, maybe you're looking at what we're saying. Women are dying needlessly in hospitals. Why should that be so? Children are dying between the ages of 1 and 5. Why should that happen? Or you're looking at some of the preventable diseases, becoming endemic. And you're saying, no, this shouldn't be so. As you're thinking those kinds of thoughts, there's a passion in you that's driving you. Don't let any doubt stop you. Just go for it.
Thank you very
much. Dr.
Chamaka. Thank you.
I've even learned, it's even challenged me to even be a very good father to my kids who I'm not even thinking about yet, because I'm not. But it's really challenged me to even want to have so much impact in my children's lives. You've spoken so much about your parents, which means they must have a great influence on you.
Yes.
Are there any other people across the line, a long time, who have helped you become who you are today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Recently, we lost Mr. Gamaliel Onosode. Gamaliel Onosode was very huge for me. You guys wouldn't have known anything of him. But when I was a young professional, he was known as the guru in the boardrooms. Very smart man. His English impeccable. His dress sense just so dapper, debonair, and he had such a commanding presence, and he was known as a person of character. And then, so I got the privilege of living close enough to him in Surulere. So I would, on Saturdays, I would leave our home, and on days that my time was available, and I would leave our home and I would go sit with him to have the Saturday chat with Uncle Gamaliel, and so he influenced me. He reminded me very much of my dad, because I lost my dad just about a year plus after my wedding, and I was pregnant with my twin sons, and then my dad died, but Gamaliel was an important father figure in many ways, and professionally he helped me. I understood that it was absolutely nothing to be apologetic about, that I had my point of view. So I didn't have to negotiate my values because I wanted other people to like me. No. It was okay to stand on my conviction and, defend it. He was just like my father in that respect. So he was one person that was a very positive influence. There were a number of, women along the ways that, that affected me. There was a Mrs. Shodayinde in those days when I was younger. In fact, she used to give me her clothes to wear, and she was a staff of the central bank. And she was a member of the same church as we were. And each time I looked at her, she just personified grace and professionalism. I loved that. I had a school teacher, Mrs. Kuforiji. I loved the way she took her strides. And as a young woman in secondary school, I just watched Mrs. Kuforiji and say, she was so she was just so in possession of her being, so that was very helpful. So she was like an important figure. As I grew further in the professions, and one of the persons that has a very, very interesting, leadership. There are elements of him that when you see his leadership ability, you cannot but say this part of his person is just outstanding. My former boss when I was in government, President Obasanjo is somebody who forbs every knowledge that, so he doesn't know this thing. But the minute you start talking about it, he just listens, gets it like a sponge. The next time he's talking about it, you're saying, I told you about this. So that ability to be able to pick everybody's knowledge and synthesize and then have a point of view, that was something very, very interesting to learn as I sat as a part of his cabinet. And then, of course, I have quite a number of people globally who have influenced me in one way or the other. I think that for us, as especially for you, as you grow, what you must do is first to say to yourself, who am I? Because you don't want to be so influenced by other people that you lose the essence of your being. You can't be another person. There is this authenticity that is very important for us as human beings. I like to say to people, just be real, be authentic. I don't need to play to your gallery because your gallery really doesn't matter. My accountability is my accountability, and ultimately it is to the Almighty.
Thank you very much, Ma. I've heard lots of things about you, and I've read lots of things, and I can tell you're a very busy woman, and I find it intriguing, and I'm sure some people do too. And you're a lot of things. You're a mother, you're a pastor, you're a doctor, you're a wife, you're a youth advocate, you're everything, and I want to know how you manage and balance these parts of your life.
I don't know that I balance. I'm working on it. Wow. It's a daily struggle, but you must have a mindset to not allow one part of you dominate all the other parts of you that are equally important. So one of the things that helped me very early on was to understand how to define my many realities. So I normally say to women that a woman has at least 5 major realities. Number one, her reality as a human being, equal to any other human being created by God. So your uniqueness in being a human being, there's no other Chiamaka. As I said, I'm a mother of twins, and they're identical, but they're not the same persons. Chinemelome is not Chinwuba. They have their own personalities, and any attempt to make one be the other would be a mistake. So your authenticity as a person, it is in that capacity of you, as a person, that you can be anything you want to be in life. You can be anything. You want to be a doctor, you want to be a lawyer, you want to be a teacher, you want to be whatever you choose to be, you can be. Then the reality as the daughter of 2 people, your parents gave birth to you, and you're a daughter. And in that, your reality as a daughter, you carry a lot of history that's coming down from your parents. So that they are your connection, they are your link to history. If you should never remember anything, you must always remember that. Because the proverb says that if you don't know where the rain began to beat you, that's dangerous, right? You know, so having that concept of your reality as a daughter is what enables you to leverage on everything that your dad can offer you, everything that your mom can offer you. And as you've heard me say, it was about my background. Then your reality as a sibling. You know, we just talked about leadership, and I told you that I learned a lot of my leadership skills right there in the home. So who do you think were the ones that were that were giving me the greatest? My siblings, right? Siblings, you know, siblings. You're saying, this is what we should do. And this one says, why should we do it? The other one says, I really don't think you should be telling us what to do. So then you begin to learn how to persuade them, how to get everybody. Or maybe you need to get something from dad. You immediately figure out who is in the good book of dad at that point in time. He has to be the one that must speak. So your sibling, your reality as a sibling means that your sisters, your brothers, if you don't have sisters and brothers, your cousins, they are a network that will teach you some of the things that you need in the real life as you go outside of the family. And then your reality, ultimately, for those who get to become married, your reality as a wife. I love being a wife. I love the fact that I am married to Pastor Ituah Ighodalo. You know, I mean, in my reality as a wife, there's nothing, there's no title to my name. You know, in my reality as a wife, I am simply the wife of my husband. And I love it. And that partnership, that sense that there is this other person who just sees the all that is that I am, and they are comfortable with it. They know the things that are not wonderful about me. They know the things that are excellent about me. They put it all together, and they're able to look at me and say, I love you. You know, so that's a beautiful reality. It doesn't mean that you don't have your challenges. You do, but you have figured out that your togetherness is better than your separation. So my reality as a wife is important. In my reality as a wife, I learn collaboration. So I learn how to collaborate with other people, because suddenly I found myself, you know, loving this man that I never knew before in my life. And now I can hit anybody who wants to, you know, who wants to do anything to my husband, because I'm saying, excuse me, who do you think you want to do that to? And he can do the same for me, right? So that's an important reality. Then my reality as a mom. In my reality as a mom, I nurture the next generation. In my reality as a mom, I help society to organize sets of values that would shape society now and beyond. So if I failed in my reality as a mom, I do a disservice to society. So with these 5 realities, how then do I balance? The way I balance is to say, right now, Oby Ezekwesilli, which aspect of your reality are you failing at? Adjust. So I ask myself that question. So if I looked at this last month, which aspect of my reality suffered? So I'm going to say, no. I see that I didn't do as much in my reality as a sibling. So what it means is I'm going to be looking for my brothers and my sisters. How are you guys doing? What can you say? Is there any problem? You know, are there issues? Are there things that we should be, you know, so you do it. Or my reality as a human being. Maybe I'm failing in my professional capacity. I need to do something. So that kind of a framework, so that you don't just, you know, I've woken up, I'm going to eat, then I'm going to sleep. You know, some people, that's what life becomes. You can't let life be that. So that is how you are analytical in terms of all that you could achieve, you will not always do well at it. There are times when I fail in one reality or the other, but my ability to recognize that failure today doesn't have to be failure continuously. So I reposition and I get the balance again. And then sometimes it goes off again and I realign again. You know, so it's a constant battle, but you can do it. You can.
Thank you very much.
You seem like a very strong woman. You walked in here and it's like you resonated around us. And thank you very much.
Can I ask you guys my own question?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think Nigeria can be great?
I know Nigeria can be great.
I think Nigeria can be great. Of course Nigeria can be great.
Nigeria can be great.
I think you can. We have the potentials. We can.
I know Nigeria will be great. And I know that it will take you and the rest of your peers to make Nigeria great. Nobody else has the patent. The patent has been given to you. And if you don't work it, then it will not happen. But I have this conviction that some of you would ignore all the pain and the cost and say to yourselves, if some people made certain countries great, I am prepared to stand out and to stand up and to keep standing until Nigeria becomes great.
You've worked with leaders across sectors. So we'd like to know, what qualities do you believe truly defines a transformational leader?
I think the first thing that a transformational leader must have is the ability to see a different possibility from the current reality that they're experiencing. So if things are a particular way, a transformational leader must be able to see a different reality as being possible. You know, so when I look at Nigeria, I don't see Nigeria the way Nigeria is. I see Nigeria the way Nigeria can be. I see Nigeria, you know, when I was driving through Mushin one day, when then there was this law around everybody must paint their houses as long as you're on the highway. Otherwise, they didn't say exactly what was going to happen. This thing came out in 2009. And when I was driving through Mushin, I could see all of these houses that were unpainted, that were dead, you know, that particular day. But whilst I was driving, I could see those houses painted. See, once you can see a different possibility, that's what is called a vision. A vision is a picture of a better possibility than the current reality. Transformational leaders have to have a transformational vision, a vision of what is completely different, of course better than what it is today. But the second thing that transformational leaders must then do once they can see it is they must have the ability to articulate it. They must have the ability to tell people what it is that they see. And this must come from a heart of belief. Because if you don't believe it, nobody else is going to believe it. You know, belief is contagious. So you have to see it, you have to feel it, and you have to say it, and then be ready to do it. And most times recognizing that when you start doing it, nothing is going to change at first, because nothing became the way it is by accident. Nigeria didn't get where it is today. So if we're going to change Nigeria, we're going to put in effort, and at some point in time, like when a farmer plants a seed, nothing seems to be coming out of the ground. But the farmer believes and still stays there and comes and is watering it, and nothing. Comes back the next day, waters. It seems like nothing. Because let me help you understand, progress is not always visible. Real progress, right? Sometimes you are growing and nobody else knows you are growing. We are making progress as a nation, but we don't know it sometimes because it's not yet come to the place of perfection. But a transformational leader respects progress and the process that will deliver the transformation, right? Beyond that, there are four things that, so I said you must see it, you must feel it, you must say it, and then you must be ready to do it, hoping that over time it will transform. But now let me tell you the things. I also think I call it ABCD. Every transformational leader must be willing to accept responsibility for the outcomes that they see. Every transformational leader must believe in their capacity and the capacity of the people who will go with them to make it happen. Every transformational leader must be willing to commit something, their time, their energy, their resources. Change comes at a cost, and most importantly, it will be the first personal cost of the person who chooses to lead that change.
So what are the misconceptions about leadership skills that are with the youths, that are amongst the youths, and what are the realistic steps that we can take to correct these misconceptions?
Okay, so let me tell you a story that will help me to answer that question. For many years, I used to be like everybody else, who was always looking for who will solve the problem, who is not solving the problem, the people in government. We even came up with one. Anybody remember? Oh God, at the top. Until 2005, when I watched a video that changed my life. For as many people as want to check it out on YouTube, it's called True Leader. It's best ever video, True Leader. It's a 2-minute video that shows a tree in the middle of an Indian street, some road in India. And it had caused traffic. And whilst people were there in traffic, getting angry, getting upset, all of a sudden, it starts to rain. So people are running helter-skelter, getting cover. And yet there was this little boy, must have been about 6 years old, 7 years old, who had come out of the bus that was taking him to wherever his destination was. And he had come out just trying to figure out what's going on here. Nobody's moving. And everybody has run away. And this little boy looks at this tree in the rain, takes off his bag, and starts to try to push this tree that is falling on its side, is almost his height. And so everybody's looking at this boy and thinking, is this boy crazy? The boy keeps pushing at the tree, even though the tree is not moving. But at one point in time, some of the children, now he was in school uniform, all the other children were not even in school uniform, so they weren't going to school. But then they saw this little boy trying to push. Maybe they thought it was a joke. So they came and they started trying to push the tree. The tree did not move. But the little children didn't leave the tree. So at some point in time, the older ones were thinking, we are here. These children are trying to push this tree. Come on. So some of the guys begin to motion to each other. Come on, let's go. And so the older guys get there, including a man who had only one hand. And the end of the story is that they all together lifted a tree together that no one of them could have lifted. Now the question you asked was, who was the leader in that story that I just told? The child. I remembered learning more about what leadership was not than even what leadership was. Because the first thing I got to figure out is that leadership is not about a position. That boy was not elected into a position. He was not given a tree mover of, nothing. There was no election. There was no appointment. The second thing was that leadership was not about age. That there is nobody who is old or too young to lead. The other thing that you realize that it's not about strength. That most of the time leadership is not about the strength of the leader. It's about the capacity to build the strength of a people that can solve the problem. But what I realized the most about leadership from that video was that leadership is not about the ability to solve the problem, it's the ability to start the solution. That if you can start the process of solving the problem, you will ignite the beliefs in other people. And so a lot of times, people think that leadership is about a position, but it's not. That's why they're waiting for the people in position to fix it. I mean, then people think that leadership is about money, that you have the money to be a leader. No. I tell people on my journey, from the day we had our first meeting within the political space to the day after the elections, most people have never heard this before. We spent 78 million naira total on my campaign. So people are saying, huh? Sorry, what did you say? What did Fela just say? So we spent 78 million and we accounted for every single dime. Some people had 400 billions to spend. Now, I didn't say the campaign cost 78 million. I said that is the total campaign funds that were raised, was 78 million. Were there times when we would be going on a street and I would see a big signage? I don't know who put it there. Fela Durotoye. Were there times when I would see people buying their T-shirts? We didn't buy them. The people who believed did. Why? Because, listen to this, politics is moved by money, but nation building is moved by faith. It's moved by belief. It's moved by sacrifice. There were everywhere that we went to, guess what? People were volunteering their cars. We didn't have to pay for them. We didn't have to pay to fill them. We never bribed anybody to come for a... What I'm just trying to say to you is that don't think that you can't lead if you don't have money. Don't think that. Money is not what makes a leader. Position is not what makes a leader. What makes a true leader is the ability to see a better tomorrow than it is today. The ability to believe that it is possible for that better tomorrow to happen. The ability to convince other people that it is possible and that when we do it, we all will be better off. That's what makes a leader. And so that thought about, that it is another very interesting concept that people have very wrong is thinking that the opposite of leadership is followership. I'm sure you've heard it before. Followership is not the opposite of leadership. Followership is all the people who believe, empower, who support the vision to actualize it. Each one of the people who put their hands on the tree after that boy were followers. But they were the ones that moved the tree. The opposite of leadership is rulership. A leader is someone who believes in the people. The ruler is somebody who says the people must believe in me. The ruler is the person who tries to suppress the people. The leader is the one who tries to support the people. The ruler intimidates the people, his subjects. The leader inspires the followers. Do you understand? The ruler emasculates the subjects. The leader emancipates the people. So you realize that a leader is not trying to be better than the followers. A leader is trying to make the followers better because of what they're trying to do. What happens with every ruler in the end is that the rulers leave the people bitter, but the leader leaves people better. So if you want to know whether this person is a ruler or a leader, it doesn't matter what the name that is called. Just look at the experiences of the people. Is the experience better or bitter? It tells you who you have.
During one of our episodes with Dr. Oby Ezekwesilli, she said for you to be an efficient leader, an effective leader in the future, you have to lead today. But for we, the youth, and the platform hasn't been there, and it's now beginning to look like politics and youth as the leader of tomorrow is nothing but an illusion. So how can the young ones stay engaged and remain hopeful for a better future?
So I'm going to tie your question with hers, because it's an illusion for you to think that there is no opportunity for you to lead today. First of all, you always have an opportunity every day that the sun wakes up. As the sun wakes up before you, or if you wake up without first, you have an opportunity every day to lead yourself, to become a better version of you than the you that woke up in the morning. That is your first act of leadership, making yourself a better person, making yourself better informed, treating people better than the way that you treated them yesterday, making a better effort at whatever it is that you did yesterday and you're doing today. Studying. If you're a student, you can lead in studying. Don't wait until somebody tells you that there's going to be a test tomorrow, right? That is leadership. Leadership is the ability to bring out the best in yourself and others. That's what leadership is. So every time we are still thinking that leadership is about, they have not given us a chance, that's an illusion of leadership. That's an illusion. That's what you were talking about. That's an illusion of leadership. Leadership, you have the opportunity to lead every day to bring out the best in you and bring out the best in others, to solve problems that you find in your way, whether you are the one that created the problem or not. I gave you an example of that boy. He was not the one that felled the tree, but he was the one that led the process to take the tree out. Let me tell you, every time leaders see problems, they see opportunity. And Nigeria is blessed with problems all over. So we have an ample opportunity to lead. The only thing is that we are only looking at the most lucrative, juicy, the ones that come with official car, the ones that come with official house, the one that comes with police coming to clear the road for you. That's not leadership, that's rulership. So I would say to every young person, every day you meet somebody on the bus, that's an opportunity to lead. Every day you hold something in your hand, you have the choice of leadership. Should I create a problem for somebody else to come and pick up that thing, or do I hold on to it until I can get to a dustbin? And if I see one on the road, if I pick it up, that is leadership. And nobody has to ask me to do that. The way I drive on a daily basis is about leadership. Do I choose to go against one-way traffic? If I have been on the back of an Okada, and before I was going to ride, I told him, if you are going to go past a red light, let me know now so that you can go. I will wait until I can get an Okada that will not go past red light. Okada! The guy said, oh guy, I no go cut the light. I had just led. I changed his behavior because I was on his bike. Okada, how can an Okada man be deciding that how can I be on the back of an Okada and he will go past the red light? How? It's not possible. Because I wouldn't if I was the one riding. But I have the capacity to influence him. And I use that capacity. Do you understand what I'm saying? When I was working in Phillips Consulting many years ago. And in those days, I used to take the bus from Falomo to Marina. And I was always one of the first people to get to the first bus that would leave. Because I was almost always the first to get there, I almost, would always have a first seat in front. And then the bus would be full. On this particular day, I was running a few minutes late. So when I finally got there, the bus was almost about to leave. And then the conductor told him, stop. Oga Fela, they come. So I ran and then got the bus just as it was about to go onto Awolowo Road at that time. What was surprising to me was that the front seat was still vacant. So I got in. As we were going on Awolowo Road, one guy from the back started to holler. You see, the problem with this country, I wanted to sit in front. This bus driver told me I cannot sit in front. This man had not even come. He did, and he was. So why you keep that seat for that man? Don't forget, I don't know what was going on. So I'm in shock. I don't know what to say. All of a sudden, the bus driver parked and told the guy, if you want to get down, get down. Do you know what I have been benefiting from this man every time he has been sitting in front? This man, for the last 2 years, has been teaching me business. Every morning. He said, because of him, I have 2 more buses. The guy just calmed down. Even I did not know that every day I was in the bus, I was running business class. I didn't know. I didn't know. I was just gisting. It's my nature that if I come across anybody, one of my core values is make a positive impact on everyone you meet and everywhere you go. That's one of my core values. There are 10 of them. You guys want to hear it? Yes. So the first one is, will you say it with me? Yes, make a positive impact on everyone I meet and everywhere I go. That's my first one. The second one is be a solution provider. Be a solution provider. And not a part of the problem to be solved. And not a part of the problem to be solved. Are you still tired? You want to go for it? Yes. Be a role model. Be a role model. Worthy of emulation. Worthy of emulation. Number 4, be my best. Be my best. In all that I do. In all that I do. Particularly the things I'm naturally good at. The things I'm naturally good at. The 5th one, do the right thing, at all times, regardless of who is doing the wrong thing. The sixth one, value time, and make the best use of it. The seventh one, care and show respect to all through my words and my actions. The eighth one, consciously build a great legacy, starting now, today, and every day. The ninth one, live a life of integrity and honor. The 10th one, make my family, my nation, and my God proud. I've been repeating these values at least once a day since 2005, 2006. All my children learned these values by the time they were 3 years old. They could repeat it. I've got 3 boys. About 3 years ago, we got an award from one of the private schools in Nigeria, but gave my wife and I an award, and they said for the first time in 46 years, one family produced 3 head boys. They asked my last son, what is it that your parents are doing? He said, well, I know one thing. Every morning and every night, my parents will get us to repeat those values. I'm not the only one. I went to run a retreat for an organization in Abuja, and they had all their people come from all across the country. And when I gave this example of how the values had impacted my children, one woman raised her hand and she said, please, I have to tell my story. She said, I'm a single mother raising 2 children. Fela Durotoye came to Port Harcourt in 2009 and shared these values that he's been training his own children on. So I started training my children on them. He said, my first son became a head boy. His junior sister became a head girl. He said, for sure, this thing works. So my point is that your values are the things that will guide you every time you are in a situation, a dilemma. What should I do? Should I do this or should I do that? Your values are the North Star. Now imagine if everybody in Nigeria, forget everybody, let's just say if 1 million people in Nigeria decide that they will make a positive impact on everyone they meet and everywhere they go. So that means if they go into a bus, they will leave the bus driver better. If they meet somebody at the back of the bus, they will say something that will make that person say thank you. If 1 million Nigerians decided to be solution providers and not be problems, if 1 million Nigerians decided to be the role model Nigerians that other people can emulate, if 1 million Nigerians decided to be the best Nigerians that they could be in everything that they did, they gave their best to it, they didn't do something that was just all right. If 1 million Nigerians decided to do the right thing, regardless of how many other people were doing the wrong thing. If 1 million Nigerians decided to value time and be never late, if they tell you they'll be there at 10 o'clock, they'll be there at 10 o'clock. You guys, I have to commend you. You were supposed to come at 12. You guys arrived at my home at 10. That is valuing time. That's valuing time. This is the Nigeria of our dreams. Do you understand what I'm saying? If 1 million Nigerians cared and showed respect to all, if 1 million Nigerians were conscious about the legacy that they were not going to only hand to their children but their grandchildren, the name that they will give, the country they will give, the inheritance if 1 million Nigerians decided to be people of integrity and honor and make their nation, their God proud, what do you think will happen to our nation? Now begin to scale that up. 2 million, 3 million. So we're about to do a program called Values Infusion Project. And it's going to be a Guinness Book World Record breaker to get the greatest number of people who are going to sign a scroll that has these 10 values as values champions. And our goal is to be able to get 1 million signatures on a scroll. You're going to find it very exciting. Watch this space. Somebody is saying that I'm ready to sign now. How many of you guys are going to sign? Okay. Yeah. The current record is being held in Abu Dhabi by the Abu Dhabi police, and they have I think maybe about 76,000 signatures on a scroll. We are going to show the world. Yeah. But guys, once we get our values right, you realize that each and every one of us has the capacity to become the best Nigerian to live with. Because we will become the best parents, best husbands, best wives, best siblings, best children, we become the best neighbors to live with. And as more people become the best people to live with, guess what? Nigeria becomes the best place or nation to live in. As we take these values and drive it through, the professional ethics and ethos of career professionals and all of that, students, what do you think is going to happen? They will become the best people to work with. True? And therefore, Nigerians will become the best place to work in. They will become the best people to do business with. And Nigeria will become the best place to do business in. And then they will become the best people to raise the next generation because of the values that they have. And therefore, Nigeria will become the best nation to raise the next generation in. Excellent Nigerians will build an excellent Nigeria. They just need to be committed to a life of excellence and be committed to a life of leadership, using every opportunity to not only influence themselves, but influence others. Building a nation is not as hard. Building a nation is not that hard. It's just that the good people must decide to get involved. And they must decide to get involved together. Because that's the only thing that the bad people have. They are few and they are weak, but their strength is in the illusion of their numbers. But their greater strength is in the illusion of the weakness of the majority of people who really want good things to happen.
Looking at Nigeria now, especially these days, when it comes to politics, if you don't have power or influence, you're near impossible to win. So what is your say on that? Do you think like ethical leadership, that you always talk about is good? Do you think there's hope for that in Nigeria?
Oh, well, it depends on the number of people who have ethical values who are willing to make a choice. Let me give you an example. In the year that I ran for office, there were 84 million registered voters. And yet, only 28 million votes, not voters, votes were cast. Let me explain to you why I said not voters. There are 4 kinds of votes. I'm going to quickly run you through them. This is Politics 101. There is what you call the mobilized vote. A mobilized vote is a vote that has a voter who maybe believes in the party, believes in the candidate, but they believe in something, and that is why they vote. The second one is called monetized vote. A monetized vote is a voter and a vote. But the intention of the voter is it's a transaction, right? You pay me, and so they don't care who they vote for, they only care that they collected something. So that's monetized. But that's where it gets interesting. Now, the third one is something called manufactured vote. Manufactured vote is the one where one person will sit down, take a thumb point, and start printing. There is votes, but no voters. Do you see it? Only one person, but the person can print 200 ballot papers. So there are ballot papers to be counted, but no individuals to be counted. But the fourth one is called manipulated votes. Manipulated votes are where they actually just change numbers. There are no voters, sometimes no votes, right? But they are just number changing. Now, so when you hear that 28 million votes were cast, understand, that's not 28 million voters. That includes, let's do it together, it includes monetized, manipulated, mobilized, and manufactured votes. So now, let us even assume for simplicity that every vote was a voter. So from 84 million votes to 84 million registered voters to 28 million votes. What happened to the over 50-something million people that were registered to vote but did not vote? Those are usually the ethical people who did not collect money. It wasn't that there was no money to collect. It was that they didn't collect money to vote. They just didn't vote. The day those people begin to believe that their votes will count, that's the day that they will begin to have a voice. Until then,
do you blame those people actually? Because, okay, consider yourself like in the shoes.
Blaming is not a leadership skill.
No, leadership
so I
skill.
don't care.
Yeah.
I don't blame nobody. I don't blame nobody, not for where we are. I don't blame anybody for what they didn't do. All I know is to get what we want, these people have to change their mind. Whatever needs to change their mind, that's what is going to have to happen. It doesn't matter who to blame. Have you ever blamed anybody that you changed look, let's say, if you fall down, let's say, and you cut your foot, and you say it was this guy that made me fall, does it change the pain in your leg? Blaming doesn't change anything. It's an illusion, a waste of time. It's a distraction. Focus on what needs to be done to get what you want. What do I want? I want a nation where the best and the brightest of us are getting involved in everything that pertains to this nation, accepting responsibility to decide to build our nation. That is what I want. Okay, so in a sense, let me help you understand it. My sojourn into politics was essentially to get people, good people, to do 5 things. Number 1, good people to go and get their voters' card so that they can vote for good people. Right? Number 2 was to get good people to run for office so that they can emerge into people that can be voted for, candidates. Number 3 was to get good people to support them on their journey in terms of their campaign and all of those things. Number 4 was to get good people to go into the political parties so that they can put their good structures that will get good people to emerge. And then number 5 was to get good people to get into the Independent National Electoral Commission. And that, for me, I think was my mandate. So when people say to me, Fela ran for office, I always laugh. I ran for a new Nigeria. I said it throughout the time I was campaigning. I ran for a new Nigeria, and I had a 5-part mandate: get good people involved. And just so you know, indeed, 17 million new voters' cards or new registered voters emerged when we ran for office. Go and look at the numbers. Between 1999 and 2003, only 3 million people, new voters' cards. Between 2003 and 2007, maybe another 3 or 4 million. But look at it, between when we ran, 17 million new people. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. So if anybody likes it and they say, oh, yeah, he failed, it doesn't matter. And you have to remember that if you're ever going to accomplish anything great in life, you have to be careful, because faith comes by hearing. So you have to know how to be deaf and to be able to. People are going to talk. And there are people who don't know what you are doing, and people who are too busy looking at what you are doing for them to face on what they are doing.
What if you're scared of field efforts?
Oh, well, that's the point. Fear is not a problem. Fear is not the problem of the leader, because courage can deal with that. Courage deals with fear. What is courage? The ability to step forward in the face of fear. Guess what? Confidence is the reward that fear will give to you for daring. So you most of the time, you won't have the confidence when you go forward. You only take a step of courage, even when you're scared. But as you now take the step forward, you now realize, do you know how many people told me, they will kill you if you go into politics? I went around Nigeria, and I've been going around Nigeria for years with no intent around raising people. But in the time that I went around this country, between 2017 and 2019, I have never been shown so much love all across Nigeria. One of the things I tell people is that it has nothing to do with whether you are Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. People know when you love and what you're trying to do is good. When it's about them, they can see it. Doesn't mean they will always believe it. But it answers your fear.
Your last political run is more of symbolic than strategic.
Oh, it was strategic for me, not symbolic. Strategic in the sense that my job is to build nation builders. My job is to get people who will believe in Nigeria, who will be a part of the process of building good governance. And good governance will start from them being, standing up, getting, their own voters' card, without which they can do nothing, right? That it is your voters' card that empowers your voice. Without a voters' card, you don't have a voice. You have an opinion, but you don't have a voice, right? Your voice, whether it will be heard or not, is a different point, but you have a voice. The point that I'm making is that it was strategic. My journey is to see how we can raise nation builders who will build Nigeria. And so it wasn't symbolic at all. I wasn't doing it for sure. Why would anybody live their own life for sure? It doesn't make sense.
you have an advice for youths that are always involved in political apathy? What is it?
Well, the first thing I would tell youth is that let me crack a joke. I hope that somebody finds it funny. I always say that every election cycle, the winning party is apathy. Apathy. That's how I say it. And what that means very simply is that if you go and look at the number of registered voters and you look at the number of votes that were cast, you realize that there were more people who registered to vote who didn't vote. Meaning they voted for anybody. They actually cast a vote, but they didn't realize that they were casting the vote. What they were saying was, let the people who vote choose our voters for us, or our elected officials for us. So if you would rather the area boys choose the elected officials for you, that's fine. Then you get whoever but you shouldn't complain. You shouldn't. I think that the hypocrisy is the fact that I don't take action and then I am complaining about the action that other people took. I think that is the height of hypocrisy for me. I find that completely unacceptable. Right? So anybody that cries who didn't vote, it's like you're saying, why are you doing that? Why would you not? You say, well, but I don't want to waste my vote. Okay, use it the day after election now. Can you use your vote the day after election? You can't. Right? Oh, but fella, they already know who it is that they're going to elect. Well, okay. So I would ask people, will you buy a television that you know will not show? They say no. I say, would you buy a wristwatch that will never tell the time? They say no. I say, so why do politicians buy votes if they know that votes don't count? What is it that politicians know about votes that you are refusing to vote don't know? Obviously, votes count. But we have been told and we have said to ourselves many times, our mass numbers don't make a difference. That's why more people are registered to vote and yet they don't vote. That's why I said apathy is the biggest party. So it is a choice that we have. As long as we don't take action, we will always be looking for who to blame. But in 20 years, don't forget, your children will not ask you how we got here. If they ask that, it's out of kindness and courtesy. And you can have any wonderful stories. You can blame this person, blame that person, blame this person. Just get ready for the next question. The next question is the real question. What did you do? And at that point in time, there is no way you can use any figment of the mind. You're either going to tell the truth or you're going to tell a lie. You're going to, I didn't vote. Yes, stop there. What? And your children, these children of now, these ones that are coming, I'm not talking about you guys. You guys are already sharp-mouthed. The next ones that are coming, they will call you to question. They will go and look at all your posts and your comments and say, is this what, with all the brain God gave you, is this the kind of comment you could have come up with? Is this the kind of post you could have happened? You are going to, you are going to account for every post and every comment. The internet does not forget. It is going to be there. Yeah, you think you are young, eh? Okay, wait, in 20 years, when you have become supposedly more responsible, then you will be responsible for the things you did in the time of your irresponsibility. So my point is to say, listen, you're young, but you're not a youth. You're a leader. Let your conversations be about how can we build what we've been gifted. No generation will ever be judged by what it gives, what it inherited from its parents, but every generation will be judged by what it gives to the next generation. Nigeria has been, we have not done well to, and I say we, because I'm 50-something now, I'm already now part of the older generation. I used to be the ones that were, when I started this Nigeria matter, we were the ones that were fighting, our parents didn't. Now I'm becoming the parents now. My child is 22 years old, so now who am I going to point to? My grandparents, their own grandparents? Forget that rubbish. We are the ones that have to hold ourselves to account. And you guys are already getting there. In 10 years, I'm sure I'll be carrying your children now. So don't start thinking to yourself that you are really that young.
Do you think we have more leaders or rulers in Nigeria now?
I would ask your opinion first. What do you think? Right? It is clear. We have leaders who have refused to lead. And we have rulers who have taken advantage of the fact that the leaders are not leading. Because the leaders are hiding. And the rulers are having a full day. You remember in the scriptures, Ecclesiastes? It says, this is another evil I have seen under the sun. It says, I've seen princes walking on foot, and I have seen fools on the back of the horses. What happens? Nature abhors vacuum, boys. If the good people will not get in, the bad people will have a field day. It's just that simple. Don't blame the bad people for doing bad in office. Ask the good people, what did you do when it was time to make a choice? But one of the things I also realized was that, every great nation has only become great by reason of good governance. I didn't say good government. Government is one of the things that makes governance. There are 5 pillars or 5 sectors that make governance. There is what you call the politics or political sector. There's the policy sector. There's the public sector. There's the private sector. And then there's the people sector. Right? Now, for me, I realized that you can't have a great nation without good governance, which means that, especially in a democratic setting, you need people who are good, have the right values, right intent, right vision, to want to choose who their leaders will be. So there must be good people getting their voters card, ready to vote. There must be good people running for office, of which good people will emerge as candidates, and then good people will emerge through the electoral process as into offices, right? It is those good people that will, in a sense, appoint good people as political appointees, who will then, hopefully, if we have good people in the bureaucracy, will have the public sector, ministries, departments, and agents that are creating, with the policies of those people, the environment for good people in the private sector, for profit and not for profit, to be able to execute on those policies, right? So you realize that in every great nation, it's not really just the people sitting down waiting for government to do it for us. Henry Ford was not from the Ministry of Transportation. The Wright brothers were not from Ministry of Aviation. All right? Vanderbilt was not Ministry of Rail. The guys who built America, who built great countries and great nations, they were not in government. They were people who accepted responsibility for their nation, who believed in their capacity to make it happen, who committed their time, their energy, their money, their lifetime, all of their resources, and they were determined, dogged, and they delivered the future of the nation. I think the greatest challenge that we have today is that we have 220 million leaders waiting for a leader to help them. If you look around the corner here, I hope that maybe when they do the still shots, you'll see it. There's a map of Nigeria on my wall. That map was given to me by Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo in 2005, so 20 years now, right? And one of the things I say to people is, every time somebody comes to me and wants to tell me about the problem of Nigeria, I say, come, let me show you where the problem is. They say, you know where the problem is? I say, come, I tell you. And I take them in front of the mirror and they say, Fela. I said, no, wait. Just before you get disappointed, can I also tell you where the solution is? The solution is right there in the mirror. Everyone who is listening today who has a heart for Nigeria is the solution to Nigeria's problems. Don't be distracted by what other people are doing. I mean, these days when young people are so glued to their phone and they've turned commentary into a profession. Yeah, I haven't seen, one of the things I always ask people is, this is the way I was raised. That you pass in front of somebody's house does not mean you are invited in. That you see a post from Fela Durotoye does not invite you to comment. If I'm not following you, and you are not following me, waka pass now. Waka pass. It's not everything that you see that you must comment on. It's not every post is not asking for your opinion. If it is asked, if it is sought for, give it. If it is not sought for, walk past. In the time that I was raising people to come into the democratic setting, to go and get their voters card, I wasn't going to the banks my clients, I wasn't running my trainings, I wasn't running the retreats that I used to earn money. For 2.5 years, I was running for Nigeria, right? I didn't complain. It's part of that's what leadership is, right? You go to places. You need that before, if I send something, put something out, it could go viral, no negative comments. All of a sudden, people are attacking you, not for what you said, but for what you believe. Just because you believe that there will be, and then there are people who think of you now, and now they can say, you are running for office, therefore I'm your enemy. How now? Is it not that all of us want Nigeria to be better? How is it? It's a political thinking that somebody is your enemy. In nation building, we are all running for the same cause. Whether you win or I win, doesn't matter. As long as it is for the people and the people's lives will get better. If you run and you win and Nigeria becomes better, am I not going to be a better, it's going to be better for me too. So you've got to be able to accept, believe, commit, and then be dogged enough. There is no transformational leader that is scared. You can't be scared of being abused. You can't be scared of failure. You can't be scared of trying and failing. You can't be scared of what's going to happen to you on the journey. You've got to be so focused on the thing that it is that you see, that you have accepted a responsibility to deliver. And that, I think, is very important. Now, let's be clear. That is a transformational leader at any level. But we are... Some people, young people, are going to hear me now and go to the comment section and write, you see, you have did it, because they are looking for who to blame. Unfortunately, blaming is not a leadership skill. And you know what the problem is that most people think that they are youth because they are young. When God was speaking to Jeremiah, Jeremiah was a 16-year-old boy. He said, Lord, I cannot speak, for I'm a youth. The first thing God said to him, be quiet. Don't ever call yourself a youth again. Why? Because it's an illusion. Youth is a state of mind. It's a state of mind. And it's a state of mind of somebody who's not ready to accept responsibility for who they are to become. So I would say to people, you can be young, but don't be a youth. What I mean by that, you are a leader emerging. You are a leader becoming. You are a leader. You are a billionaire becoming. You are a CEO becoming. You are a professor becoming. You are the time of your youth is the time of your preparation for who you are revealing to the world. So don't think that because yesterday looks like today, and today looks like possibly what tomorrow will be, that you think that, no, don't worry, I have time. You don't have time. Time is flying. 20 years ago, I remember was at best like 3 years ago. I remember where I was. I remember how I felt. I felt the same way. 20 years ago, I was 33 years old. I look back and I say, where did the last 20 years go? And all of a sudden now I'm looking at the fact that 20 years from now I'll be 73. And that scares me. That scares me. So I don't know how old you are now, but add 20 years to your life and I can promise you that's tomorrow. It's going to happen so much faster than you can think. So don't think you're a youth. You're not a youth. You may be young, but you're a leader. You're a father. You don't have kids, yes, that's true. But God called Abraham a father of nations before he ever had a child. So you are already who you are, and you're just becoming. Don't think about your age in defining who you are. Just think that where you are today is just a stage in your life. The question is, who are you really? Who are you? What is your dream? Because that's what it always starts with. What do you want? What is going to become better because you exist? What is going to become better because you are here? What is going to become better because you breathe in the morning, because you woke up? That is what should drive you. You were born to make a difference, not just to complain, not just to be cynical, not just to be critical. You were born to contribute. So remember that there is a solution somewhere in you, and there is a problem somewhere around you that is asking for the solution in you to come and create value. Every time you create that value, the world will celebrate you, the world will reward you. So don't complain about problems. You were created to solve them. So I want you to find what it is that drives you, but make sure that whatever you do, please serve that solution with integrity and excellence. There are many ways in which I can describe myself. I can define myself from who I am as a person. I can define myself as through what I do as a person and professionally. But if you say to me to take it from my family background, I would say, well, I am the third child of lecturers. There is a very interesting story around my birth. I was born in 1971 on the 12th of May, but I was conceived in 1970 in Toronto, Canada. My parents were lecturers in the University of Toronto at that time. And there is a story around the fact that when my mom was very heavily pregnant, my father had a dream, and in that, whatever he saw in the dream, he decided that they had to bring this one home. And so my mom, in fact, intelligent woman. My father was the youngest professor in Nigeria in 1975 at the age of 36. My mother became the first female professor of geology in Nigeria and the only female professor of quaternary geology in Africa. So very smart people. I was like, how could you be that smart and then you guys would not have known, you know? And anyway, long story cut short, I was conceived in Toronto, Canada. I was received in Oluyole, Ibadan. That was where I was born in 1971. And a year later, my parents moved to the University of Ife, now known as the Obafemi Awolowo University. And so I grew up in OAU. In fact, we lived in the same house from 1972 until my mother passed away in 2006. So I grew up on a university campus, very secure, loving. Everybody is your auntie, everybody is your friend. Every of your friends are like cousins. It's a community. So I grew up on that kind of community. I went to the staff school in Ife. I went to the secondary staff school, which is the Moremi High School in Ife. And then I did my bachelor's degree in computer science, and then came back and did a master's degree and even an MPhil. So I am a thoroughbred Ife. I am Ife through and through in all that, but more importantly, I also then had the opportunity to have some executive education in Harvard, did courses in Yale, and all around the world. But I think that all of those things literally were just things that prepared me to be able to be the person that I am today. Yeah. And the person I am today is an executive coach, a leadership expert, and leadership trainer. I am an advisor to high-impact leaders. I'm a mentor to many people, young and old. But all that drives me the most is a passion for my nation. And so I say, beyond all the other things that I can do, I can be, I am a nation builder at the core of my soul. I believe that, in a sense, everyone was created to leave their country or their nation better than it was when they were born. And I'm hoping that that's one of the things that we can do, especially with a nation like Nigeria that has so much great potential. It's such a blessed nation. The only reason why Nigeria cannot be the greatest nation on earth will not be because of God. It will be because of us. We are the only thing that can stop Nigeria from being the greatest country on earth. And so I think that we need to just decide that we would build the nation that we desire to see. And that, for me, it summarizes the context of who I am. Beyond that, I am the loving husband of an amazing wife. My wife's name is Tara, Fela Durotoye. Everybody knows Tara. She's the celebrity in our home. And I think the most grateful father for 3 amazing sons. They think I'm a superhero. I think that they are the superheroes because then they really have a combination of the gifts of my wife and I in them, and they're really amazing. They constantly amaze me.
Would you say it made it easier for you in your own path, or was the pressure more on you having to like fill up their legacy?
Well, great question. I don't know that I had any particular pressure. There are certain things that, they talk about who we are as creatures of nature and nurture. There are certain things that if you're growing up in a particular environment, you actually just adapt your worldview from that environment. So, for instance, it's more common that a child of a professor will think of attaining the highest level of academic excellence or performance as norm. When you're the child of a professor and you have a B, they will say you didn't do well at all. How could you have missed? And over time, you get used to stuff like that. So academic excellence, for instance, just becomes one of the standard. It's no longer pressure because you're used to it. Now, the second thing that I think also happens is that you tend to be given the right to ask questions because your parents don't become professors without asking questions. So to them, they encourage you to ask questions. One of the things that I remember used to happen when I was growing up was that between about 3:30, 4, and maybe 5, when you're allowed to go out and play, till about 6, my mom will insist that you read the first 4 pages of the newspaper and you look for a word that you did not know the meaning, that you have to go and check it in the dictionary. Now, 2 things are important there. Number 1 is that it constantly exposed me to learning, to looking for, and then secondly, it helped me to recognize that every time I came to the ignorance of something, it was only an invitation for me to search. So I'm never intimidated by what I don't know. I'm always intrigued by it. I'm constantly looking for what I don't know. That's something that I got from my mom, just asking me. But a few years ago, I was running a media leadership training program for media houses across Nigeria. And I was telling them that story. And I said to them at that time, my mother entrusted me into the hands of a newspaper editor that she didn't know. She trusted that the newspaper editor will not only teach or write properly, that they would write things, because I was picking up grammar from that. I was picking up correct spelling from that. I was picking up context from that. These were things that newspaper editors at that time were sensitive to, that a child could be reading this. How do we make this, and I like to say it this way, future sensitive? That if a child read this article, the child will not want to run out of Nigeria. That even if there was a bad article, there was a good angle that you could take out of it. There were lessons. So my mother never feared to give a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old child a Nigerian newspaper to read. I don't know how many people today will be comfortable to do that, right? And so it's a challenge that we have, especially to our media, to say, look, hey, how do we come up with media excellence in a way that is, all our writings are future sensitive? And I think that that's something that a story from my life, I hope helps do.
Businesses did you have before going into politics, and what informed your career path into politics?
Okay, so first of all, I like to say I'm not a politician. I've never been, I never will be. I'm a nation builder. And as a nation builder, I have explored every different pathway to see how to be able to get people to come together to decide to build our nation, which we all know can be the greatest nation in the world, based on how blessed we are in terms of our mineral resources, natural resources, human resources, and all the capacity. Nigeria, if you look at the map of the world, right, and you look at the inhabitable parts of the world, and I'm not looking at just edge to edge or, Nigeria is right in the center of the world. Ghana is supposedly in the center if you look at the bandwidth of the world. But if you look at the inhabitable parts, it limits it. Then the center moves. So it means that whatever it is that we produce in Nigeria will get to almost anywhere faster than if you produce it anywhere else in the world. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nigeria is more densely populated than China. Fela, what do you mean by that? Well, no, think about it this way. China has 9.7 million square kilometers of land mass. Nigeria has 927,000, right? Meanwhile, that means that China is more than 10 times the size of Nigeria. But meanwhile, China has 1.3 billion people, and Nigeria has 220 million, which means China is not even up to 10 times Nigeria. So do you see where I said this? So when you look at land mass and the non-population, Nigeria is more densely populated per square kilometer than China. We are an amazing people. God has given us everything, and God is only asking that we should do that. Now, I took that from helping you understand that God blessed the land, but we must build the nation. And that's why nations are built by men, blessed by God, but built by men. And so my journey has never been as a politician or into politics. All I know is we have to build our nation. End of story. And I started that from when I've been running leadership training programs as a leadership trainer, helping people build their businesses, right, as a consultant, building and mentoring people, going onto campuses, raising leaders for our nation. And at one point in time, I realized that regardless of all of the things that we did, I set up a Gemstone Nation Builders Foundation in 2013. In 2009, I mobilized over 2,000 people to go and paint Mushin. It was called Mushin Makeover. All of those things were my acts to get people to get involved in nation building, like we can do this thing, guys. Can't you see? We can do it.
At some point, you served as the special assistant to Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but early last year you resigned. Was your resignation due to the fact that you were not satisfied with the administration, or you had personal reasons?
Well, my reasons were quite personal. If you finish your work and you finish it on time, you get it done, you move. Positions are not things that you are supposed to carry like a badge of you're wearing a face, if I wear a cloth, I must, do that till the end of. No, I was invited to write a plan. I wrote a plan, right? The next thing is, why am I sitting in Abuja waiting? Really? So my question is, if there was something they can do with the plan, fantastic. If they need me, they would call me. But I'm a very busy man. I've always been. And if you want you to write a plan, you write a plan, you submit it, you finish your work. Well done. You move on. And I've moved on.
So there was this controversial moment. I remember I was in my room. I was lying on my bed and I saw that this man said that he wasn't getting paid. In this current administration, he worked as the special advisor.
Senior special assistant.
Yes. And he wasn't getting paid. He didn't take car. He did not take. I was like, who is this man? So I didn't even know that, okay, I'll get the opportunity to actually ask you in person. So you made a statement during that fellowship conference with Pastor Pochu, that a statement that stood with me, that you should hold your values, you should build your values.
Value your values.
Yes, to the point where no matter what offer is made, it will not be compromised. I want to know, how did you go about building values?
Okay, I love that question, because I think that values, you build values until your values have built you. When your values have built you, that you can say that you can stand, right? But my journey to becoming who I am didn't start with me. I always like to tell the story of the fact that, integrity is not something that I'm trying to. First of all, integrity is not funky in this time, when everybody thinks that corruption is the order of the day. So nobody boasts in integrity. So for those who think that Fela is trying to be holier than thou, that's not. I was just telling the story. But integrity is not something that is a first line value in my time. My grandfather Chief Michael David Afolabi Durotoye, was the chairman, Western Region Scholarship Board. If anybody was going to travel out of Nigeria on a Western Region scholarship in those days, meaning my grandfather would probably have interviewed you and he would personally sign for you to get your scholarship. My father graduated first class from physiology in University of Ibadan. My grandfather did not do anything about my father getting a scholarship to travel because of the illusion that it would have that this one was using his office, even though his son graduated with a first-class degree. But just so that nobody will say he used his office for personal, my father did not get a scholarship. My grandfather was the chairman of the board that allocated every plot of land in the old Bodija. By his handwriting and his signature, not only would you get a plot of land in Bodija, which is the GRA in Ibadan at that time, you would also get the mortgage to build, especially if you're a government official. My grandfather allocated every plot of land in Bodija, did not allocate one for himself. The only thing he got from Bodija is a street named after him, Chief Michael David Afolabi Durotoye Street. I can imagine the comment section being filled. Mugu, he did it. Well, you know what? Again, it tells you that you can have values. My grandparents never went hungry one day. They raised children that became the greatest of their time. Now they're raising grandchildren whose those values are also. So when you hear the Durotoye name is a name that has been associated with integrity for generations. It's a name that I carry with the sense of responsibility and obligation to protect that name, regardless of whatever disguises as opportunity. So when people are looking, I'm not the first Durotoye to have integrity. It's been in that lineage, and thankfully nobody can ever look at me and say this one is hungry. So I want people to know. I always say to people, I've never given a bribe in my life, ever, even before I became a Christian. My first offer to be bribed was as the head of IT for a company that I served in when I did my youth service, and some guys, contractors, wanted to supply us printers and toners and things like that, and it just happened that this young youth copper was the one who was buying those things. And then the guys came and said, okay, how much is it? We did and then I said, okay, so the guy looks at me and said, okay, so how much should I write? And I was trying to figure out, as in words. No, the guy was like, no, now. I mean, he was looking at me like, young guy, you seem funky, you're a gayo, you're enough now, come on. You should know what's up. And the guy was really looking at me like, no, I'm asking how much is yours? And I looked at him with fire in my eyes. And I said, you will never, ever get anything out of this organization ever again if you ask me that question one more time. This guy was older than me by at least maybe 10, 15 years. He had never seen a young man look at him, and he apologized. Said to me, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really am very sorry. You know what? Many years later, I still saw that gentleman, and he said to me, says, you know, fella, you changed my life. He said, I went home that day. He said, I got into my car. I wept like a baby. That how is it that a young boy is the one that would tell me that I should stand right for business? I was not even a Christian at that time. I mean, I was a nominal Christian just growing up. I wasn't born again. But I was carrying the values that I don't even know. Do you understand? Because like it wasn't like any one time somebody said, don't steal, don't collect bribe, go. It just was something that I knew to be wrong. If something is wrong, it's wrong. So if I would not do that at that time, how many stories do I want to tell you? My wife was one day going to Benin with a 1-year-old child and a 1-month-old baby. 1-month-old baby. And they got to Ore and police stopped them and asked for the papers of the car. And the papers, because the day before I had made sure the papers and everything was fine, but I asked my driver to pass the papers to me whilst I was sitting at the back. And when I finished checking the papers, I put the papers in the, you know how the back seat of the front that has that compartment, and I put it there. So I didn't give it back to the driver. So when they were looking for the papers, they couldn't find it. And after about 2 hours on Ore, the policeman called the driver and said, "What's wrong with you? Give them something and go." The guy said, "You don't know my Oga. I'm talking about 2003. He went to go and meet my wife. Madam, settle and go." My wife said, "I cannot do it. It's not possible." He said, "Okay, madam, you will stay here." My wife took with a baby, 1-month-old baby, and a 1-year-old child, and nanny. She was going to do somebody's makeup in Benin. My wife came out of a C-class, entered into public transport to go to Benin. So don't think that integrity is a political strategy. There are people of integrity in this nation. I still met one of them today. You know, I wouldn't mention his name because I don't have his permission to. Who had the opportunity to do a program for 25 million naira, and they were asking him to come to that. Look, we've allocated 2.5 billion, and the man did not do it. There are people, listen, integrity, there are people of integrity everywhere. If you are not a person of integrity, what we are saying can sound strange to you, but there are, listen, just like in politics, there are fewer people who are trying to make things wrong. But those people have the voice of a crowd. They have the illusion of a mass. The regular people who want Nigeria to work, who are people of integrity, who don't steal, who will not give bribe, who will not take bribe, they are more than those people that take bribe. But because they feel like they are the ones in the minority, because nobody speaks out. Who speaks loudly on behalf of integrity? Nobody does. Because they think, don't. Nigeria has great people, and I believe that it is those great people that will inspire us as a generation and as a people to come together and build the Nigeria we want.
Okay, so you are married to an icon, a trailblazer, literally, pioneer, founder, CEO of House of Tara. I need to ask, what leadership qualities do you think you have gotten from her, being married to her?
My wife is the greatest executor. She has exceptional capacity to execute. She is daring once she believes. Once she believes.
You think she's daring?
I know she's daring.
No, I mean like you. I believe you're like quite daring.
Oh yeah, I mean, so my job is inspirator, instigator sometimes, but beyond that, whatever my wife believes, she just knows that nothing will stop her. And I pray that, you know, my being there and believing in her makes her believe more that she can. Because she knows that even if anything goes wrong, there's somebody who believes me, who believes in me.
We would like to know what your childhood was like, where you grew up, places you visited, what happened. Can we get to know who Mrs. Funke Osibodu is?
Before Mrs. Osibodu, my childhood was Funke Davis. Funke Iyabo Davis. And born in Lagos, I'm in Lagosian, Central Lagos. I went to Holy Child as a secondary school. Earlier I told you I went to Antioch Preparatory School as my primary, nursery and primary school. That's in Obalinde. So from Obalinde, the two were in Obalinde, and we were living in central Lagos, around Tinubu area, Layeni. It was fun days. We take buses to school, take buses back home, and sometimes, as part of the prank, we take our money that we're supposed to use to take bus, use it to eat, and several of us will walk home, enjoying ourselves. So early days was fun time. And so that's my primary school, secondary school. And from there, I went to University of Ife, Great Ife. I read economics, graduated, and then I started NYSC. My NYSC was one of the most instructive period of my life. And I'm saying it deliberately because we are all from various universities. You graduate. Nowadays, most people don't take NYSC serious, but that's a very formative year. For my NYSC, I was working in a secondary school, Methodist Boys High School, no longer here on Broad Street, but he used to be there. And I was teaching the HSC class. So you see a lot of senior boys. And me, I was very, very skinny. None of you were as skinny as me at that time. So you see this skinny, thin girl teaching tall boys and everything. Yeah. They used to make fun of me. So you had to have the strength to withstand all the jesting. That's one of the critical aspects of growing up. But subsequently, I went to continue my NYSC in a bank, investment banking. Now it was called Nigerian Acceptances Limited, now called Merchant Bank. It no longer exists now. It's been merged with other institutions. But the important bit is, by going in there, it made me love banking. And that's how my career in banking started. So you can see how NYSC is the one what made me who I am in terms of banking career. But while I was in Methodist Boys, the teachers had a second school they were all making extra money from, which is the evening school in Methodist Boys High School. And now we don't have evening schools. In those days, people who didn't have the opportunity to go to secondary school, grown-ups, 30-something, 40-something, even 50, that says, I want to now finish and go to university. They come to the adult education evening school. It was in the same Methodist Boys High School that was taking place. So the teachers that teach in the morning, some of them teach in the evening. And they introduced me to, do I want to earn extra money? Me use copper, of course. Extra money I will take. So they introduced me to the evening school. That was the best thing that ever happened to me. Why? Daytime, you see all these unserious students. Nighttime, you see all these very serious adults, because they know why they are in school. If you talk, they will say, excuse me, ma, please stop. Repeat again. I want to write. And that told me at my very early stage that life should not be taken for granted when you have privileges. Yes, ma'am. Because you may find out that what you have assumed later in life, you have to spend serious time and money to get it, when it was being given to you in platter of gold. The other side of it was that When these adult people see me on the road, you see all of them prostrating. My teacher, my teacher. Never mind that I'm a small girl. Meanwhile, in the morning, those boys, they will bring mirror to come and be doing all sorts of pranks.
Yes.
But the adults respected you. From then till now, I still teach.
Wow.
So you can see the impact of NYSC
Yes, ma'am.
on me. So please don't play with your NYSC. And that's my early childhood.
So, Ma, speaking about your background and family, we all know that you were raised by a very, very hardworking mother. And should I say, a playboy of a father?
All that is on the internet. Hey.
Will you say how did that affect you while growing up?
Okay. My mom was my role model in the sense that you see hard work, and I'm sure for some of you, you've seen it also in your parents. Hard work, not because she had to do it, because she wasn't doing it for herself, but she was doing it to make sure that we, the children, there were 3 of us. That's one of them sitting there, the last. And that all of us get good education the way she wanted it. She was a Sierra Leonean, Saru woman. Her father from Sierra Leone, her mother from Calabar, and my own father's side were Lagosian. So you see, I'm a true Nigerian. And if you dig into our name, we're from even Ijebu-Jesha, not Lagos. You know, a lot of people migrate to Lagos. And we have some Brazilian blood in us. So and I'm an international citizen, so to say. But Sierra Leoneans are known to be very prim and proper and thick, Aguda. They call them Aguda. So, and very, very strict.
Yes.
So she was strict on us. Go and read your book. Do this. Oh yeah, come and do this. On weekends, sometimes we even, on Saturdays, we eat fufu. Sometimes you go and even help grind pepper. And when it is Good Friday, Frejon, we don't like it, we eat it and we like it, but we have to do the work. Grind the beans, make sure the beans are grind, make sure the coconut is grinded, boil and boil overnight, make sure everything works, sift and all that. So she works hard, she got us to work hard. She got us to know how to cook, how to do so many things. But when we saw her the way she was working in the morning, in the evening to help us out, it made a lot of difference in saying hard work doesn't kill you. If anything, you will get result from it, and providence will help you through it. So it made a lot of difference to my life.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, ma'am, we've been able to understand that you are willing to put the work to be able to maintain your career life and your life as a wife. So, in our generation of today, the Gen Z marriages, we have a lot of career marriages where the man, they're in career path and the woman's also in a career path. We have marriages like that failing, and this is because no one of them is willing to compromise. How can they go about issues like this? What step can they take to combat problems like this?
First of all, it's not just those who are career people that have marriage problems. Everybody, whether you are career or non-career, the key thing is when you understand that, let's assume you get married, the girl gets married at the age of 24. I got married at the age of 24. And the boy gets married at the age of 27. That's my husband. I've led 24 years of a different life. He has led 27 years of a different life. You now come together and you assume everything will work fine. That's an utopia. Even your brother or sister that is with you, you fight. Abi? Yes. That you grew up together. So the first is to understand that you all have different background. My husband came from a polygamous family. There were 36 children.
Wow. Wow.
Me, I came from a family where me, my mother, and my sisters were 3 children. 3 versus 36. So imagine, first of all, everybody running in different directions. But if the two of you, you and your husband, have an understanding, first of all, the two of you have to be patient with each other, not assume everything will work. So sometimes you have situations where what you expect is not what was you listen. For instance, you like your shoes neatly arranged. He just scatters the thing everywhere. Why is your shoe here? Why is your socks here now? It's irritating. Meanwhile, you on the other side, when you want to sleep, you plastered your face with all sorts of things so that your face will be fine the next morning. And you are saying, don't touch me. You are disturbing me on my bed and everything. What is all this rubbish you are pushing on your face? Am I not your husband? You get? Different this thing. Both of you need to start listening to each other. We are now. Let's work together to manage this. Me too, my face. Okay, once in a while I won't put that thing on, etc. So you start compromising or being thoughtful. I don't like the word compromise of the other person, and knowing that the other person is a human being like you. The ones that are not a big deal, you don't take it a big deal. The ones that are a big deal, you take it a big deal. Once you think of your brother or sister that whether I like it or not, I cannot divorce you as a brother. I cannot divorce you as a sister. I tell people, marry your friend first. Your friend, you will fight, you will still come back together. But if it is only love, and not friendship also tying you together, when you start fighting as lovers, what happens? Because you don't have friendship. So create the friendship. Try to understand his job, how you can help him. He will try to understand yours also, how you can help him. But more importantly, women we have one strength that we all don't realize. Perception, intuition. Men don't have it. Until they see it, they don't listen. That's the way God has listened. The woman will say, I think, I am smelling it. What are you smelling? And sometimes that intuition helps. So, you will be able to say, this man is annoyed. Something is wrong. What happened in the office? What is this thing? Until you get him to talk. And he leaves his jet. Then he knows you care for him. But on the other side, sometimes you agree to disagree. But how you manage the agree to disagree. One of the rules we had in my house is we will not sleep over the fight. We will fight and settle it that night. 1 or 2 times that we slept over it, by the next morning it was a mountain. I have thought of all sorts of things. I've carried that fight beyond where we started from. He has thought of us. Before you could come together, it took a while. You get what I'm saying? So, being intuitive, managing that environment, and being considerate.
Okay, Ma, you mentioned that your mom was your biggest role model. So this part of the world tends to push the narrative that you can't be a career woman and a great mom. Apparently, one has to suffer. So what would you say your challenges were, and how did you navigate both paths?
Let me take a step back. My mom was a career woman, and she was a good mom. My husband, his mom was very, very industrious. And no child of hers should not be educated and hardworking. So, first of all, like begets like. When you are looking for your partner, you look for partners that within you, you know that you have synergy. I didn't go for a partner that could not encourage me as a person. You will know during your courtship. So that's number one lesson. 2, life is tougher for women, in spite of the encouragement. My husband was very encouraging in my career. He was also busy. When you marry somebody who wants to encourage you, he too has to run double hard so that he will remain what? The man. And not say this is the woman that is the man. So he was busy, I was busy. The point I'm trying to make is, for me, juggling all aspects, career woman, your family, I say that there are 4 things that are important to you in life.
Yes, ma'am.
Your God, that's your religion, very important. Your family, your work, and your friends, people you move with. At different stages of your life, one becomes more prominent than the other. You just have to look at how you balance it. And when it comes to family, you just have to adapt to. As I was growing up in my career, when I have to go and pick my children, at some point, one of them was schooling in Igutemeta. We're living on the island. School time, I have to go and pick. I did for work. I carry my computer. I continue to work on the road. I leave. I continue to work on the road. My work must not suffer. I get to school, pick them, bring them back home, continue work. And life continues. When we were living in Ikeja, and I was working on the island, we would get home around 10, sometimes 9. My boss never used to come in on time. But 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I would carry my work, because I would have been at office by 7. I would carry my things to go. That was the time my boss would give me work and say, I want it first thing in the morning. I will look at him. You think you can deal with me? I will show you. As we're going through the traffic, sometimes 3 hours, I will continue to work. But we have to cook at home for us to eat. I learned how to use timer with my, what do you call it, a gas cooker to cook. So my steward at home would have boiled the pepper, put inside freezer. I would tell him, bring out the pepper at 5 o'clock. Oh yeah, pour it inside the pot. I'm inside traffic. Turn the timer for 10 minutes. Put tomatoes. I'm cooking remotely. Pour this. By the time I get to food not ready. We eat. I still have work to deliver the next morning. I continue to do the work. And next morning, we spend another 2-3 hours on the road. What I haven't finished, I will finish on the road. There's more than enough time. You see how you combine?
Yes.
Because you are a woman, you cannot do certain things. However, the society still discriminates. So when you go, I was working in corporate finance, I was working in treasury. When you go marketing, I saw the way you looked. People will look at you and some will insinuate, some will not take you serious. I used to enjoy it. And I'm saying that to you two ladies. One of the best things that can ever happen to anybody is for people to underestimate you.
Yeah.
So when you do something small, it looks like it's big. So they used to underestimate me. This one is just fine face. small girl. So when you speak and bring out some serious this stuff, the guy will have to work far harder to surpass me. So discrimination, you turned it into your own positive side.
Thank you very much, Ma. Ma, I would like to know, was there a particular time whereby perhaps the society, institutions, or people in position of power tried to define you based on your background and beliefs, and how were you able to redefine that narrative?
First of all, in our days, there were not too many women that were career women. In fact, in banking, I'm known to be one of the few that broke the glass ceiling, if not the first that broke the glass ceiling in reality. And so, but fast forward again, go back. By doing my NYC in Nigerian Acceptances Limited, which was an American institution at that time, where their methodology and approach was very informal and really encouraging you. After my NYC, I went to another institution called, at that time it was called Nigerian International Bank. It's now called Citibank, still an American institution. Before I went to NIB, I went to Chase Merchant Bank, an American institution also. That's where I started my formal banking career. But in Chase, some people that were trained by Citibank to come and start NIB in Nigeria were in Chase. And when they were leaving, because they saw that this lady seems to have, they're hardworking, have the right attitude, they invited me to join them in NIB. And that's how I moved to NIB. All those institutions were institutions that did not discriminate. So I started my career not feeling because you are a woman, you cannot do certain things. However, the society still discriminates. So when you go, I was working in corporate finance, I was working in treasury. When you go marketing, I saw the way you looked. People will look at you and some will insinuate, some will not take you serious. I used to enjoy it. And I'm saying that to you two ladies. One of the best things that can ever happen to anybody is for people to underestimate you. Yeah. So when you do something small, it looks like it's big. So they used to underestimate me. This one is just fine face, small girl. So when you speak and bring out some serious this stuff, the guy will have to work far harder to surpass me. So discrimination, you turned it into your own positive side. That's one side. But even with that, even in university, I had, I'm sure some of you face it, or you've heard about your colleagues. It happens, it's still happening. Where your teacher makes passes at you. Some succumb because that is the reason why they feel they have to pass. Very few ladies refuse. And I didn't think twice before refusing because of my background, my Aguda background. And you know what? It was in the days of fail one, repeat all. Repeat all. I repeated. It didn't kill me. A lot of us believe that if I don't do well today, that's the end of life. But most of the time we have longer years. So it's not how long we have spent, it's what we put into the future. So when I failed that one, I failed also. I recognize why I failed. It was political science. I wasn't serious with it. And I just marginal, maybe like 2 marks below pass mark. And I repeated the whole year. And I said to myself, never again will it happen. I didn't blame the man because I still failed. I failed. I did not succumb because it would still have been in my conscience. But that failure 1 year, if it had to happen to me again, I would do it again. Because it made me far, far more serious than I would ever have been. So, bottom line, in your question, you will be tested in different ways. Whether you are female or whether you are male. But I happen to believe females are more tested than men. But you know what? You see this? We women were the neck. Men are the head. The men, are you hearing? Yeah. You are the head. And by Bible, you are the head.
Yes, sir.
Eh? But have a stiff neck and see whether the head can survive. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
If you make sure that you have a neck that is flexible, that can think of anything, do anything. I've seen people that can turn their neck to the back. They created the flexibility. You will achieve anything. So it doesn't matter what happens to you. It will happen. It is still happening. When you guys start job, some people will discriminate against you, whether you're a boy or a girl. Doesn't matter. You just be sure of yourself. And if you believe in God and you've read your Bible verses, you know that some setback are for what? A higher lift. So you look forward to, and all my setbacks, when I look back, I say, thank God it happens. At that time, it's not easy. I will question, but there's always a future because life continues until you go.
Okay, you had a very, very successful career in banking. You are one of the most, if not the most, accomplished female banker in this country. But for some reasons, you had to switch over to the electricity distribution company. What transitioned that?
I had finished in banking. I had been banking MD for 3 banks. In fact, I had left banking. If you look at my profile, I had left banking and joined the family business. It was the CBN governor at that time, Lamido Sanusi, when they wanted to turn around about 8 banks and they were looking for ex-bankers. That put my name and said, Funke, join. I said they were not serious at that time. I didn't even take it serious. But they still went ahead and put me in Union Bank. And that's how I came back to banking. And after finishing my assignment in banking, I still went back to family business. My husband's company, Video, they were the ones investing in electricity distribution. So I was just using my background, helping them to put things together, including financing, until they now needed MD. And between them, him and his other investors, they said, why can't your wife go and be the MD? That's how I landed in electricity business. But everything happens for a reason. And God's reason is always the one that we all don't know. When I looked at all the things I did in banking, there's none that is not relevant to what I was doing in that electricity business. So, in other words, it was a building block that I never knew. And it made a lot of difference. So, whatever business you find yourself in, is not the business that matters. It's how you apply yourself and the different things you put in place. And life is always a building block. There's something you know before that will help you.
Ma, being a woman with several achievements, What's one truth about success you didn't discover till you had achieved it?
When I was in banking, I had this program, all newcomers, all young newcomers, training program. My people named it Funke School of Banking. 6 months or 1 year. And I always take them for the first and this last this thing. And it is all about personal development. When I joined electricity business, I did the same for new recruits. And what was it about? Personal self-development. And one of the part of it, I say, imagine yourself dead. Stephen Covey's book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Imagine yourself dead. What do you want people to say about you? And we do the role play. All of them laughing. They know each other, saying things. And everything they will say were good things. Nobody will want anybody to say any bad thing. So now, check with yourself whether all those nice things they are saying about you, you are that person. If you are, die now. It's time to die so that that legacy will come. If it isn't, continue to improve. So, if you ask me success, yes, there are many milestones I've achieved. And people will look back and say they are successful. Sometimes I tell people, this is your card business that you are doing. There were 8 of us that got together that created the environment for it. And it was under a company called Value Card. Every time I see people using that card, I feel elated because we were part of it. And you can say so many other things like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So there's no one thing that you will say you are successful. It is the various things you know you contributed to that made a difference in life. And as long as you are alive, you want to continue to contribute to have that success. So I'm still waiting for my one single success that I can say, but there are so many milestones that I would say I've done well in, but it's a continuum.
Looking back at UBA, I believe that was one of Nigeria's most chaotic banking reforms. What advice would you give somebody that happens to be in that kind of situation?
Union Bank built and brought a lot of things out for me. It was my first foray in a seriously political environment, seriously unionized environment. And being close to a 100-year-old institution, so many people were emotional. And then given what the government decided to do about bank failures, so many people didn't believe Union Bank would one of it. So if I were to look at it, among all of them, all the banks at that time, it was one of the toughest. But at the end of, fast forward, at the end of the period, it was the last man standing. It was the only one that did not become merged with another or taken over. We got investors. Part of it was because I listened to the sentiment. Do we really want this bank to disappear? And the brand, we had a very strong bank. So given that, look for investors rather than just erasing 100 years of history and name. But while you were inside there were so many parties that were fighting you. From inside, from outside, some even within government, etc. As long as you are focused on what you are there to do, even at some point, some of them went to meet the president and told the president that the people that want to buy the bank, she's the one that wants to buy it. She's just pretending like somebody is buying, all sorts of stories. which is normal. And the president called the CBN governor. I'm hearing this thing. And the governor says, let her buy this. After she has bought it, but we send EFCC and the others after her when she got the money from them. So the president then said, who is the person? And they mentioned my name. It's Funke, forget it. Continue. How did he know me? When he was governor, the state government had accounts with us in my former bank. And as the MD, of course, you will go around. And he got to know me. And he got to know me. So your past will always speak for you. That's number one. And you don't know where it can become helpful. The moment he could situate who they were talking about, and this is somebody I know this, I better continue. That was how, in the very early stage, people, that is President Goodluck Jonathan, it was very early stage, there were people that who wanted to get you removed because you are a woman and you can't handle it, you can't do this. And of course, they started their plot. But that plot, God used it in which way? To clear the path for you so early that after that, no matter what they say to governments, they don't listen. So Union Bank wasn't tough. When I entered electricity business, that one is national, tough. So that building block in Union Bank helped me in my electricity business. When Union came to fight me, I just pull out all my trump cards from this. We don't know say this woman tough like this. But people will talk good of you only after you have lost. And only there's something to say good about. You just face your own, do it well, never mind all the noise around.
So ma'am, when we look at your childhood based on what we've read and what you've said, you didn't grow up poor. So how do people who don't have these opportunities, who are not exposed to opportunities like this, how do they work towards achieving success? Oh, sorry, you told us that success is not based on what you achieve. So how can they achieve more in life?
It's about focus and perseverance. I mean, I'm sure you read about various people who were dropped out of school and they became quote successful. You've heard about people with poor background who became successful. Background can be helpful if you use it right. But what defines you is what is inside you and your attitude to life. Everything is about attitude, not about where you came from, not about your parents having money or you having money, not about the environment you grew up in. It's about your own attitude that will propel you. If you are brother and sister, you can never be the same path in trajectory. If you are twin self, somebody will veer this way, somebody will veer this way. God has made each one of us unique and unique to be successful. It's our attitude that makes the difference. Let me start with some of the information that I want to disabuse your mind on. That in the olden days, we had curriculums that were fantastic. That's why we're able to make progress. Now the curriculum is not as good. And so, of course, in everything there can be improvements. But you know what? You are luckier than all of us. You know why? There's so much available online. You don't need to go to university to be educated. Free from even top universities that you can read on your own and learn ahead of whatever they are teaching you. You even know more than your teacher. We didn't have that. You are much more privileged to learn so much. The only thing stopping is laziness or not being willing to do it.
Was there a particular time in your career where you had to turn down an offer or a position for the sake of your peace and principles. And how did you know it was the right time to leave? How do you know you made the right call? Yes.
Your value system, finish. Your value system. Integrity. Believe in yourself. Be proud of yourself. Be God-fearing. So even when you are not sure, ask God. When I was young, again, because you come from Saru family, you go to church every Sunday. In fact, all the psalms and everything, till now, the ones I recite of it is because of that very early, small distance. So your children, train them early to be, you will be shocked at what they can incorporate when it comes to value system and church. In early days, though, when I was young, even in secondary school or something, and I still do it till now. You ask God, it's as if you are talking the same way you talk to your father and this. God, if you want me to do this, let this happen. If you don't want me to do this, let this happen. Be patient after you have asked that to see which one happens. And if you truly believe, follow what you have said. Of course, we're human beings. Sometimes, because I already know the answer I want, and it's not the one that God wants, I will force myself into the one I want. And I will be beaten well. But nobody will know. But I know within myself that I didn't listen. So, very often, if your value system is right, you have your integrity, you ask God, you work hard though, it's not God, I want this, and you sit down to be waiting, and you listen, you'll be able to discern which one is right, which one is not, and you move on.
Ma, please, can you take us through Vision 2010? What was it about and what was the purpose?
When I was in Citibank, you see, everywhere you work matters. Everywhere you work, whether it is good, whether it is poor, whether it is lowly, you may be a graduate and you are doing the work of a cleaner. People notice you if you work right and you work hard. So, I was in NIB Citibank. My job is treasury, When you are in treasury, you must know the bank 360 degree if you want to know it. It gives you rights. Treasury and control department give you the right to poke your nose into everything anybody is doing. Because how do you manage their money for them if you don't know what they are doing? So it allows you to learn. So it also gives you visibility. So there were this group of us that we call it round table group. We take ourselves out for lunch, ask questions from other institutions, KPMG, various institutions and everything. Dinner table. I was the youngest among them because I was the treasurer in Citibank or in NIB at that time. And because you are the youngest, you are the one they send on errand. Do this. Even when they don't send it, you volunteer to do it. So when we decided to form Nigerian Economic Summit Group, because I was the only one of the few females in that professional setting and knowledgeable from a good institution, I was naturally eating among senior people, among kings. When it was time for Vision 2010, when those people's names were there, my name was there. And that's how I was part of the process that first time. You get what I'm saying? Positioning. I didn't plan to position, I didn't lobby for it too. I sometimes tell people most of my work, if not all, Maybe it's only the first one that I applied for. All the others were referrals. I never applied. Till now. Even the one that is beneath this school is my husband's company. In fact, my husband said, if you don't go, you get money there. I had to go. So, you get the point. If you do well, people will want to use you. And nobody, even your bosses, will want you to do their job as long as you are not looking for what? The benefit of it. And my normal adage, you get paid in two currencies. What are the two currencies? Experience or cash. You can never use cash to get experience, but your experience can give you cash. So, in life, go for experience, even when you are not paid. It's not easy.
Yes, ma'am.
Walk 2-3 steps above you. Do your boss's job. Let him put his leg on the table. Let him abuse you. Do it. The experience you are gaining, nobody can take it from you. And you'll be surprised who will see it and say, so person is level 1. He's doing the job of level 5. I beg, follow me, I'll give you level 3. What did you get? Cash.
Cash.
For the level of, for the experience. And by doing that, you are not looking for money, but it is just you building yourself up. That's the story of success in life. It's not easy for people to have that type of value, but that's the real story of success in life. Do more extra mile than you can ever get paid on. You will be rewarded.
Ma'am, so could you please give advice to youths and young adults that want to navigate their lives better, navigate their careers, just the things you feel like they should do to be able to reach the point and reach their goals?
Don't assume you have a right from your parents and your parents must do something for you. If they are doing something for you, they are doing it out of love and for their own self, should I call it achievement, that, okay, at least I tried. Don't assume that. Take it, appreciate it, but you must do far more than what they have done for you. How? Okay, you live, there's so many young people, they've left secondary school, university, jobless. When I was in secondary school, every holiday time, I did holiday job. My holiday job, one was in an oil company, one was in an accounting firm. It was useful. Are you getting me? I was gaining experience. Nobody pushed me to go and do it. I chose to do it myself. So choose to build yourself up. That's number 1. The more you try to learn, the more you have opportunities. It's not the university learning, no. I tell you that university, that before we all leave, we're looking forward to, when I leave university, my life is done better. Those ones that have left university that are there, they will say, you just start to. So, university just gives you a platform for you to start having a structured way of thinking. Where you take that to is a different ballgame. So it doesn't matter if you leave tomorrow and there's no job. You know what? Find a job for yourself. Some may be volunteer work. Can I come and help you here? You're gaining experience. You're not being paid for it, but you're keeping yourself busy. The person you are helping will say, let me give you something. Beyond that, somebody will notice you. This person that is so versatile, when you even go for interview, you know this, you know that, you know that. When they look at the others, now this one I want. You get what I'm saying? Create the experience. Let me start with some of the information that I want to disabuse your mind on. That in the olden days, we had curriculums that were fantastic. That's why we're able to make progress. Now the curriculum is not as good. And so, of course, in everything there can be improvements. But you know what? You are luckier than all of us. You know why? There's so much available online. You don't need to go to university to be educated. Free from even top universities that you can read on your own and learn ahead of whatever they are teaching you. Even no more than your teacher. We didn't have that. You are much, much more privileged to learn so much. The only thing stopping is laziness or not being willing to do it. Even with AI, and even with, forget AI, all these international universities, they have free courses online that you can learn so much from. So forget about, but I'm telling you that as you are learning something, in no time it becomes, old knowledge. Life is a process of continuous learning. And in continuous learning is your attitude to that learning. I keep on saying attitude, attitude, attitude. Skills is in one of the books. Skills, knowledge, and attitude. You can gain knowledge by reading, by online, by going to school, all that. You can gain skill from being certain this and even get your certificates. Attitude is is a pyramid. Attitude is the one at the bottom. Is that attitude, when you apply it right to the knowledge and the skill, that creates the exponential growth. Are you getting?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is why if there are 10 of you, maybe one person will distinguish him or herself. And when you look at that person, the person is so versatile that when they interview, that's the person we want. Nobody does it. Everybody wants the same. So that's the first one. Another bit, how to invest. Okay, go online. Learn all the tricks you can learn. Experiment with small money. And you start to do this thing. In our own days, we used to say, our parents would tell you, just go and buy land. Some of us will say, let's just go and buy shares. Some of us will say, go and save. But start something, no matter how small the money is. I still have 2 or 3 savings accounts. I see their passbook. It's still small money I get, I put inside savings. Is creating discipline. And you forget it. You'll be surprised. After some time, it becomes an habit. So that's one thing. Sometimes buying shares, but before you go and buy shares, read well. Some will be good, some will you lose money. Read well, experiment. Life is about experimenting. As we grew up, we invested in friends. He wants to start a company because I believe in him. Oh yeah, me too, I go put my small money there. And then it grows. You get what I'm saying? You experiment. Sometimes this investment is about your guts. Some of you, it might be that, look, you go and buy land in one useless bush. But bush today, 20 years down the road, might be the city center. Sometimes it can be about, and even if it isn't, it has appreciated, you sell it and you take the money and put somewhere else. But it's the discipline of wanting to tie money down for investments, not only for consumption, that creates wealth. So no matter if it's 10 naira you have, 1 naira, you want to put it in somewhere else, you start having that discipline and wealth creation. Does that answer?
Yes,
ma'am. So, well, I hope this interaction has been useful.
Very useful, ma'am. Extremely useful.
And I hope it will help impact something in future with you. And One day I will see you a successful businessman.
Amen.
And you will say to me, Madam, you didn't remember we had these chats. One day I will see you very successful and everything. Maybe even I will be carrying stick and walk into your office. And I will be looking at you, I won't recognize, and you will recognize me. And you, I see you now. Maybe another 20 years now. When you see this my grandchild, let me find job for him. You won't even think. Why? Because of this interaction.
I was born in a small town called Gire, north of Yola. And you know Yola is capital of Adamawa State. My father worked in several places. Actually, when I was born in Gire, my father was in a town called Tongo in the southern part of Adamawa, about 200 kilometers away from where I was born. And when I was 3 months, my mother put me on her back and walked all the 200 kilometers to join my father. So that's how my life started. In my career, which coincided with the crisis of the country, which started by the coup d'etat that occurred on the 15th of January 1966, which became a full-blown war in July 1967. And I was involved as a civil servant worker very intimately with the prosecution of the Civil War and in the formulation of policy and execution for what you may have heard referred to as the 3 R's. The 3 R's means reconciliation of the people of Nigeria. That crisis was precipitated by a series of political crises within the politics of the country, which generated divergent stands and positions, and in some cases, bitterness. And rehabilitation, the Civil War meant that quite a lot of people, millions, in the war-affected zones, that was in what is now called the Southeast, the South-South, and the Delta states. That was where the war was fought. And a lot of destruction occurred. And the rehabilitation meant that the federal government took on the responsibility of rehabilitating the schools, the hospitals, the roads, everything in that place. Now, I became Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Education in February 1971. That meant that we had to rehabilitate all the primary schools, all the secondary schools, all the educational institutions, and including the University of Nigeria at Nsukka. And that was a huge task, plenty of money. Others were like the Ministry of Works. They had to rehabilitate the roads and all the infrastructure. At the federal level, all the roads you now know, from Lagos to Shagamu to Ibadan, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And that road went up to Oyo, to Ilorin, right up to Kano. The road that goes as far as off from Shagamu to Ijebu-Ode, to Ore, to Benin, to Asaba, to Onitsha, including the Onitsha Bridge, right up to Enugu. Port Harcourt, Owerri, Onitsha, Enugu, Okigwe, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, all the way to Maiduguri, more than 1,000 kilometers, 17 airports, These were planned, designed, and executed within a period of about 5 to 7 years. So that was the reconstruction phase. And it was also a phase in which I, as a civil servant, not directly responsible, but closely involved in the rehabilitation and development programs of the entire country. At that time, we had 5 universities in Nigeria, total, which was Lagos, Ibadan, Ife, Nsukka, ABU. But after my time in education, I went on to become Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Industry from August 75 to March 78, when I retired from the public service and became available for private work. And my passion now is a farmer, livestock, cattleman, if you like, a herdsman.
What do you think about the youth of now going into journalism today? Would they be able to do it well as you did it?
I think you should do it better than we were able to do. Because at the time I'm talking about, we didn't have the facilities that you now have. The best facility we had was the telephone. And the way we gathered our news was through the telephone or the telegram or posted materials from interested people. And the telephone that we had, you could spend 2 hours trying to shout your way because the quality was so bad and the lines were so congested. Today you have instant communication with every part of this country. You may not be a journalist, but you may be on holiday at home and something happens in your village. All you need to do is to take a picture on your handset, transmit it with your voice and your data, and it is received instantaneously. We didn't have that kind of facility. We didn't have educated people in enough numbers to transmit all these messages. Today you can get news and information just like this from every corner of the world and from every corner of this country. So we should be able to do better. In my time, we were very few, and we were subjected to very high standards. I'll tell you that if there is a riot in Maiduguri, I, as an editor, I receive the news somehow from somebody who has seen the incident. I cannot use that information. I have to check it with at least 3 other credible sources. And once I got into trouble, we had something, a political riot in Mabogunje. The leader was jailed for 3 months. And we mishandled the story. And the aggrieved party went to court and got convicted and sent to 3 months imprisonment. There was some confusion. And he sued the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. I was the editor. I was away on holiday. I did not handle the story. But when I came back, the man appeal was heard in the court and he was set free. And I was anxious to save the corporation from the consequences of the court case. So I got the news from a very reliable source. I it was broadcast, and my boss called me at midnight, said, "Congratulations. That story was good and it was very timely." I said, "Thank you, sir." And he said, "But how did you get the story?" I told him. "How did you verify it?" I said, "I didn't verify it." He said, "But that is wrong." I said, "I'm sorry." He said, "Okay, we have to investigate it. You have to prepare yourself." And I suggest that you find some way of justifying it. I said, "There is no way I can justify it because I've already told you the truth." Because I suspected if I went and told a lie, they might also say that I'm a liar. But as it happened, the aggrieved person was so happy that he withdrew the case from the court. But at the end of the year, the fact that I did not comply with the rules was reflected in my annual reports. And if you go back to Broadcasting House now and ask for my file, you might find that they have written that in red ink, that I was careless at that point. But that was the standards to which we had to adhere to. I think now, though, the difference between now and then, the pressure on the journalists is high. The competition is large, and they have to survive. And the media is no longer controlled by government. There are many broadcasting stations, and they depend on their output to make their living. So the challenges are different, and the standards cannot be the same. But you now can Google any information you want about anything in this world, and you get it instantly.
Thank you. Sir, what were some of the experiences you had working as the editor of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission?
Broadcasting Corporation. I think it was very exciting. I was largely based in Kaduna as the editor, but I did work in Ikoyi, Lagos here at the headquarters, which broadcast the national news. My duty then, when I was in Kaduna, was to collect news from the northern parts of the country, edit it, and send it to the national broadcast station in Lagos for national news, which occurred then at 7 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at 7 o'clock in the evening, 3 times. Now, to get them news for 7 o'clock, I had to go to office at 4:30 in the morning, prepare it and send it to them. For the afternoon, I have to, and we used to be on night duty. So it virtually was 24 hours job. And in those days, there were no taxis, there were no buses, and you had to walk or have to have a bicycle unless you got senior enough to have a car. And I said the communication was not that good, was not that fast. And I tell you a story. In 1962, the meeting was being held upstairs in the office of the Minister of Finance in Kaduna. And the man who was in charge of census, an Englishman, was downstairs. His office was downstairs. In those days, there were no air conditioners, so all the windows and all the doors were open. So the Englishman was shouting and disrupting the meeting of the minister that was going up on the 3rd floor. So the minister said, look, go and find out what is this commotion about. So they came back and said, it's only David Maffett, the chief census officer, trying to talk to Lagos. So the minister said, please go and tell David If he wants to talk to Lagos, he shouldn't shout at Lagos. He should call them on the telephone. So the man says, that is what he's doing, sir. So that is the kind of situation we had. You could shout all day to try and get a small message. You needed half an hour on the telephone. The conditions are different, but they were challenging. You see, now you can be in the bush anywhere. You can reach anywhere on the telephone. I was a reporter. As editor, I had to accompany the Governor General on his tour of what we now call Northeast, where Boko Haram is. There was only the facility to send telegram from Maiduguri, from Yola, from Bauchi. From Maiduguri to Yola is 300 miles. That's 420 kilometers. If you are in the middle of these two towns, the Governor General is in Mubi, where there are no facilities. You have to travel 200 kilometers either to Yola or to Maiduguri to send a cable and come back. So I had to do this for 1 week and on several occasions. We saw it as an adventure, and for me I liked it, and I think it helped me to become tough in life.
So, considered as a detribalized Nigerian, that's someone who doesn't see people with regards to their ethnicity. You take people for the merits and qualities they possess. How has that mindset helped you throughout your journey in life? And is it something you would advise the youth of society today to adopt?
Well, I don't think I can adequately answer that question. But I tell you what I think helped me to be what I am, for whatever it is worth. I told you I was born in Gire, and my father at that time was working in a town called Tongo, nearly 200 kilometers south of Gire. And at age 3 months, she put me on her back and walked all the way there. I don't know how long it took. It might have taken 1 month. But when I was about 3 or 4 years old, I started learning Arabic and Islamic religion under my mother. But my grandmother thought that my mother was too hard-hearted and was beating me too much. So there was some kind of crisis between my mother, grandmother, and my father was in the middle. So they sent me away to another village, away from my grandmother, who they thought was spoiling me, away from my mother, who they thought was too harsh. And when I went out to play with the other children, I found that I could not understand them, because I was speaking to them in my language and they were speaking to me in their language. But at that time, I didn't know that the world consisted of more than one tribe. I thought that every person in this world was a Fulani person, and we all spoke Fulfulde. This puzzled me, but I thought that the language they were speaking was a superior language to mine. But when I grow up, I'll also learn to speak it. I started to learn to speak it, but the conditions for me were too harsh. And my grandmother just left and came and plucked me. Now, as I grew up, I found that there were so many different little tribes around, and I accepted that. And I learned as a Muslim that there were other religions, what we call in Nigeria pagans. people who worked Shango, people who worked stones and skies and water and whatever. And they all were religions. And when I went to primary school, there were children from different tribal backgrounds. When I went to middle school, it was more confusing. When I went to secondary school in Barewa, there were Yorubas from Kaba and Ilorin, there were thieves, there were Idomas, there was everybody there. And living there for 4 years, working with these people, being a Fulani man stopped being relevant to my life. When I came to Ibadan for 3 years, I had everybody from Nigeria as my classmate, as my friend. Sometime a Christian friend, an Igbo, would take me on his bicycle to the mosque in Ibadan, or I would take them or somebody to the church in another part of Ibadan. So we lived that campus life. We lived this cosmopolitan way of life. And I think in the process, it stopped being relevant to me, and I hope to many others. And that, I think, is why when we developed the policy of introducing the unity schools of the federal government, that is why the idea was developed, that by getting people, young people, at the age of 12, to come and live together, go to the same classroom, go to the same hostel, go and play the same football, go home on holiday. You come from maybe Ekiti, and you come from Oshogbo, but when you go home, you write your friend a letter during the holiday, and that kind of thing. It bonds. So that is why we created the federal government colleges and federal government girls colleges. That is why we introduced federal character in the university. That is why we created the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, and that is why we introduced catchment areas in the universities, polytechnics, and so on. All this was to weld this country together. Whether it is succeeding or not, I'm afraid that it is not achieving the same results that we expected at the time.
The business world is very competitive. We'd like you to tell us what is different about your business and what makes it more successful.
Myself has a very humble beginning, as you knew, without a formal education. God was faithful initially, and I made some capital, to actualize my dreams. It was really rough for us growing up, struggling. At the very early stage of, before I turned 7, my story sounds incredible, way out of this world. But the lesson I would like you to learn from it is that adversity is nothing in a life for a man or a woman, but what we can call a refining fire that burns out impurities in people's life. Job said, when I am tried, I shall come forth like gold, purified. And somewhere in the scripture we read that Jesus Christ learned obedience through the things he suffered. Many times people thought that hardship is only to destroy us. It's not to destroy us. It depends on what you make out of your hardship. You can take a stone people throw at you to be a building material. You can take it on other ways, just the way we react within ourselves that affect us mostly, not the circumstances we go through in life. I recall my mother encouraging me and telling me not to be despaired, telling me that I'm going to go places in life, telling me that I am a likable fellow and that people like me and that people cannot say no to me. I was a child, but I believe my mother with very innocent mind. When you see kids today hawking on the street and you laugh at them and say, these children are being abused. I used to be one of them, because frankly, I started, it will sound incredible to you, in all honesty. But before I turned 7, I started hawking for my mother on the street, and, she will get us early up in the morning. My mother was a devoted Catholic. She wasn't a born-again child of God, but she loved God and worshiped God the best she knew. All her life, her dream was that one of her kids would be a reverend father. So growing up for me was quite experience. We would grow up, get up early in the morning, go to the stream to fetch water, come back home and just drop the water and start running to school. An alternative would be I would get up early in the morning. My mother would make us pray those Catholic rosary. Sometimes you say we're going to pray double of it. It's important that most of the problem we have today with youth of this day actually is not child delinquency. The problem actually is parental delinquency. Many of the parents are delinquent themselves because they don't even know what it takes to raise kids anymore. A child will always follow the footsteps of the parents. My mother developed my prayer life. Today, I'm still a prayer machine. I can pray for 4 hours here non-stop. I learned all of those things as a kid. We knelt down for 2 hours. I would say as a child, it's not something I love. I almost hate God for it. But if you do anything when you are young, it becomes easy for you to adapt. It becomes a habit. And once a habit is formed, you cannot break it easy, good or bad. Everything we do in life is about habit. So my mother taught me the habit of praying for a prayer life. That I prayed and I wanted to get close to God. The hunger of God was developed in my heart from my mother. In life, you can always take stories of people, but when God gives you opportunity that you have experience, your experience will live with you. And I didn't want a second-hand religion. I wanted to prove God by myself. If He exists, I want to know. If you are feeling cold and you are frozen to death, and somebody paint a fire on the wall and asks you to go by the side of the fire, a painted fire cannot warm you up. You need a real fire. If you are feeling cold, you need to stay by real fire, not somebody painting fire for you. But what we see these days are people paint fire for people, and a lot of people believe lies, and people told them more lies, and they believe more lies and make expectation out of it, and they never worked. So if I wake up in the morning to go to grind the beans, I bring it back, my mother will fly akala and spread it in a trim pan, gave a portion for my senior brother and me to go and sell before we go to school. Very early, by 6 o'clock. All this start from 4:30 in the morning. That's when our day wake. I grew up learning, become industrious, learning how to wake up early in the morning, planning my program, organizing myself, knowing what limitations and times I have in life. Very many kids today, their parents do not discipline them anymore, coupled with so many distractions with the phone, with the internet, with YouTube. Some kids will cover themselves in a pillow and stay awake till 4 a.m. Before 6 o'clock. Then that's when sleep come, and they go to school with their eyes red because they wasted their time in the night and they cannot focus and concentrate. But we do all of this by 6, we're already hitting the streets, selling akara. And I go with confidence. That my mother actually discovered my entrepreneurial capability, because many times I would sell full plate of trim pan and go back to stake the second one to sell before my brother finished selling one. By the time we are dropping the plane, we are wearing our cloth, we are on our foot, running to school. So, what is my education life look like? The best I did in a four-corner wall called school is elementary 3. I did primary 1, primary 2, primary 3. I passed, I took a third position in elementary 3. And from class 1 to 3, I never go beyond first or second position. So he asked me to assess myself. I will tell you I have a first-class brain. But by third grade, my mother couldn't cope anymore because he had my senior brother and my other 2 siblings to take care of. So I had to go join my grandparents to live with them while the other 3 kids stay with my mother. Coupled with the fact that they see me as a very industrious boy. So there is a whole lot of responsibility and duties for me to take care of in my grandparents' place. While I was with my grandparents, my mother's junior brother had started business in Lagos at the Oyumbo bus stop in Ebutemeta. So he was struggling also, but he took me down to Lagos here to do apprenticeship for him. This was before I turned 8. This kind of apprenticeship, there's no contractual agreement, there's no thing that is written down or agreed. It's ultimate good faith and you're on your own. So what determines your future is your level of discipline and hard work. If you make mistake, you can be bundled in another motor and send you back to your parents. Nobody owes you anything. So you go to be at your best behavior. For me, you call it apprenticeship, you call it mentorship. And I believe that was the best university I would have ever attended in my life. I used to sleep in a shop at 88 Griffith Street at Oyumbo bus stop there. This year, January, I went to take the picture of the place and also cover it in a video. Just like I was inspired to do that because 3 months after they demolished the place. But I still met the people there. I told them, this is my store. This is where I used to sleep. No fan, no air conditioner, no bathroom, no toilet. We live a life that you can say like very dehumanizing or like this cannot be possible. When I came here at a younger age, my boss, who is my uncle, lived in his uncle's house in Apapa Road. His uncle is living 1 bedroom with his wife and 2 of his kids. So my uncle used to sleep in a passage. So the house couldn't accommodate him. So he can't even bring me there also because he doesn't own a house on his own. So when we finish, only on weekend, that Friday, he takes me down there to do some washing. But on a normal day, because I was too young, before he leave, about 8 in the night, I will get into the store. He will lock up the store. Things that you will not believe that is possible. If there was a fire outburst, I would have been roasted to death until I turned 8 plus 9. So he had confidence that I can lock the shop from inside, so he leaves me there. So that's where I live. Early in the morning, about 5 a.m., I will come out and go fish water in a public bath and bath by the street. Myself and the guy that owned Chisco, he lived across the other street down. Both of us used to bath on the street early in the morning before the day breaks. So by 6 o'clock, I already opened store. And I see young kids, they wear short knicker, white, white up and down and going to school. And some of them look at me and laugh at me. One day, one of them looking like that and say, look at this rat shop. So, because what's a spirit? Nobody taught me this. I got it. So one day he does that. I make like this. Look at him. 5 years today, I'll be better than you. Look at you. So I laughed at him and spoke back to him. I said, 5 years today, I'll be better than you. I never take no for an answer because it's something that I believe about myself. So I did my best. My uncle was very proud of my achievement. My boss saw what I am capable of doing because, like the scripture said, gift will always make a way for itself. Before the age of 12, he sent me to Jos, Plateau State, to manage his branch in Jos. Our store number is number 4/5 Dreamy Street. That's where I stayed in Jos. I did so well in Jos. He opened another branch in Sokoto and transferred me to Sokoto. All of these things happened before I turned 15. While I was in Sokoto working for my uncle, I met another guy called Adolphus doing apprenticeship. My first in contact with anything outside of what I've been taught in my upbringing in a Catholic church was when one day, while I was in Ebutemeta doing my apprenticeship, a guy came to our store. His name is Olu, a mechanic. He came to buy a spare parts. And I asked him, how much does he want me to write? He wanted to know why I asked. I said, some mechanic want us to inflate the price, and they give us a tip. He said, don't you know that was wrong? I said, well, I don't know, but that's what they asked us to do. So Olu started preaching to me. This was the first time I had gospel in my life, something different from all my parents taught me. Then Brother Kumuyi and Reverend Ajiboye was still a lecturer in Unilag. Both of them lecture in Unilag. But on Monday, every Monday evening, Brother Kumuyi have Monday teaching at the Redeemed Church at the dead end of Ebutemeta. That's the original Redeemed Church where I stand. I think Ajiboye also comes there to preach sometime, but none of them has started a church. This is before Deeper Life start. So he took me there. Every morning they have what we call morning devotion. People going to work will come there early in the morning from 5:30, pray 6:30 or 7, they all close, then they go to work. So I went there. Actually, within 2 weeks I started going there. That was when my boss moved me to Jos for the first time. So I won't say it make any impact in me, but I've had something a little different from what I've been taught all my life. Then it was at Sokoto that I keep on observing this young man. I didn't have opportunity to go to school. And then I believe that everywhere I've gone to is a school because I have to make up my mind to learn or not to learn. So I was observing Adolphus, very gentle disposition. He speaks very softly. Those of us doing apprenticeship, sometimes we fight, we quarrel, we are ruffians. But this was a very unique guy. So I went to him and said, Adolphus, can you let me know what makes you different from the rest of us? I admire you as a person, but it's hard for me to be the person you are. He asked me to excuse him. The store where they are, the front side of it is a store. The back side is like the bedroom. There's a door here. So when he moved to the place, he didn't know. I tiptoed after him. And when I looked, I saw him, he knelt down praying. By the time he came out, my respect for him sprung up. I just felt this guy was totally in another different pedestal. I am nowhere close to him. So when he came out, he started to talk to me. And before he said anything to me, he was speaking to the converted. My respect for him was too much. He told me he's a Christian, he met Christ, that it is Jesus that makes the difference in his life. I said, I want this kind of life you have. So he took me to a church, something that looks like a Methodist church. I can't really remember. I just met that Adolphus 4 years ago, and he told me it was Christ, the Answer Church he took me. It wasn't long again, my boss moved me from Sokoto, brought me back to Lagos for a few weeks and sent me to manage his branch at Nnewi in Anambra State. Went back to my regular church and live like every other young boy. And I started going through peer pressure, like many young people do. Before I turned 15, some of my friends introduced me to smoking, so I started smoking. My boss, my uncle never knew I indulged in that. They introduced me to alcohol. I started drinking beer. The first time I drank a bottle of beer, I locked up myself in the so I said, I heard that this thing is intoxicated. Let me make sure whether I can still get my senses by the time I finish. Oh, I felt good. Nothing happened. I took the second bottle. Before you knew it, they introduced me to pornography. I started watching and, have magazine, Playboy magazine, before 15. I was still a Catholic boy. My mother didn't know I have this experience. So, because I said this because many parents see their kids at the age of 14 and thought they are angel. They don't know anything. They just come from heaven. It's that same child that they gave birth to. They don't know how many things that are already attacked their mind. So, while I was doing that, one day I met a guy called Pillip Asiodu, a gospel preacher. But I noticed there's something in me, a deep in me, calling after a deep. There's something in me hungry for God. I live a life I will not say I like, because I feel guilty doing those things. But I find myself being overpowered, doing things I don't want to do. So it was a complex for me. So I went to Ibu. I said, can this Jesus you are talking about help me? Tell me to get out of his shop. I said, why? He said, that I should get out. It's like, it's a gospel you don't think is meaningful, but that hooked me. The next statement he made to me is that you don't give children's food to a dog. So I pestered him. He told me if I'm serious, I should see him on Sunday morning. On Sunday morning, I went to him. He took me to a place called Central Christian Fellowship. That was my first encounter with God. I sat in that church auditorium that fateful morning. The late Reverend Peter Madako came out and started preaching the gospel and was pointing his finger. Every hand I see move were coming directly to me. I just felt somebody must have told him about my life. Everything was enslaving myself. And when he finished, he called for an altar call. I was one of the first that went there and made a commitment to Christ. I was 14 years plus before I turned 15. I knew somebody stepped into my life. If I live 1,000,000 years and I knew something happened. And that revolutionized my thought process. When you have experience, you know you have experience. So it's not somebody telling me. Based on that particular experience, I went back to my box, ransack my box, get those Playboys, pornography, set them on fire, took all the dirty things that I had, have a house cleaning time, and, change myself, and then I started fellowshipping with them. So before 15, we will gather young boys, we fast, we pray, we are on fire for God. I stopped going to my Catholic church, and my mother saw me with the hair form of Christ. Jesus is alive today, I put it. He said, what is that then? I said, well, I just want to identify with my faith. He said, what is your faith? I said, I'm a Christian. He said, what were you before? I said, Mom, I used to follow you to church. She was surprised. He said, you don't tell me you started following these electric church people, because that time Christianity was a taboo. Most religion that was famous in Christianity was Assemblies of God, and very few of them, many Pentecostal church. The famous Pentecostal church that was in Nigeria was Benson Idahosa. Nothing terrific is happening in Lagos. It was just the middle west of Nigeria that Christianity was in vogue. Then there's Riches of Christ in Onitsha, Reverend Mba. And then that was it for me. My mother said, look, Cosmas, you are too young to repent. What are you repenting at the age of 15 years. That this church are retired criminals that goes to here. When you've done things, you are tired. My mother didn't know all the evil that I've done, that the devil was set me up for destruction. I told her, well, I made a commitment to Christ and my life is changed. I am peaceful with myself. What happened? Embracing Christ introduced a new dimension of my life. A clear sense of responsibility came upon me, what I wanted to do with my life. I wasn't 16. I was 14 years plus. I wasn't 15. I wrote down that before I turn 20, I will get married. I wrote down before I turn 22, I will buy my first car. Before I turn 25, I will be a millionaire. I wrote them down and put them at the end of my bed. Every night I look at them and pray over them. That's who I want to be. I bought equipment. I go out by early in the morning for my morning evangelism, early morning cry. We are preaching all over the place, and my popular name become Ituah Jesus, the son of Jesus. That's what people knew me with at Nnewi. Before I turn 15, we will go for camping, fasting and prayer, sometime 2 days, sometime 3 days. On this fateful day, we were camping, fasting for 3 days in a church. I'm an Igbo man, here from Nnewi, and I locked my boss shop to have gone to fast for 3 days. And he came from Lagos and noticed that I've not been in a shop for 3 days. Wow. If you want to know how an Igbo man feels, go and lock his shop. Because for us, shop is a religion. We will go for camping, fasting and prayer, sometime 2 days, sometime 3 days. On this fateful day, we were camping, fasting for 3 days in a church. I'm an Igbo man, here from Nnewi, and I locked my boss shop to have gone to fast for 3 days. And he came from Lagos and noticed that I've not been in a shop for 3 days. Wow. If you want to know how an Igbo man feels, go and lock his shop. Because for us, shop is a religion. You don't play with it. Somebody made a joke and said that an Igbo man was at the point of death, and 3 of his children lock up shop to go and see the man in the hospital. He looked at this, Okonkwo, are you here? He said, yes, with the last breath. Okori, are you here? What about Okafor? He said, oh, yes, that we come to see you. He said, who did you leave the shop for? the man's death is important, but the shop must not close. We worship our shop. An average Igbo man, if we want to get his attention, go and lock up his shop. My boss came. He said for 3 days I'm not in the shop. He sent for me. And I went to see him that evening. I went with my senior brother. He said, have you become a fanatic that now you have to lock shop for 3 days to go and starve yourself to death? So sorry. Who did this to me? He counted 200 naira and gave me and said that he wants me to now go face this madness and do it to my satisfaction. My senior brother was with me. I asked myself, Uncle, what is this for? He said, that is my settlement money, so I can go start my own business. I said, I worked for you for 6.5 years. I never stole from you. Why do you give me 200 naira? You meant I can't pay for a store. I can't buy 1 carton of plug, even I need to hawk it and carry it on my head. It doesn't even cover 1 carton of plug. He said, whatever it was. But I have had enough experience and learned certain things from God's word. My senior brother said, I should leave it, let us go. I looked at him, I said, do you have anyone to give me when we get home? He says, no. I said, I will hold this. I looked at my uncle, eyeball to eyeball. I said, Uncle, I served you well. I served you well. I said, you should be proud of me. I didn't go to nightclub. I went to church. You should be proud of me that I have a clear sense of purpose. You shouldn't punish me for this. He said, well, I lock up his shop. I didn't take his permission. That's it. That's all he can do. I said, what do you want me to do with this? He said, that's all. That's what I tell you. Whatever you want to do with it, you do. I said, Uncle, let me talk to you. I said, God hardened the heart of Pharaoh to show his might in the land of Egypt. You didn't know what you did. You thought this was 200 naira. I said, you gave me 2,000 naira. You didn't count the money well. I said, 5 years from today, if you had what God did out of this, your head will be spinning. I said that eyeball to eyeball. My uncle just died 4 years ago. Before he died, he was on salary with me for at least his last salary and was 100,000 per month before he died. And I trained all his children. So I went home that evening with my senior brother. He didn't have apprenticeship experience like I have, so because my mother supported him to finish elementary 6, but I was already doing apprenticeship, and then my mother has supported him to start business before I finished my apprenticeship. He just learned trade for 6 months. So we team up. He had a better capital than me. But within 3 months, we started differing in ideology. My brother have his own way how things should be done. I have my own way how things should be done. But one thing that broke the camel back was that, according to him, in their Catholic church, they give 10 kobo in offering. And I went to church with 1 naira. And he said that was not acceptable. I said, but you drink beer. I don't drink beer. So my 1 naira offering in church compensate for the beer you drink. He said he's not ready for this agreement. He wants us to part way. So we parted well. He checked the profit we made before the time we started and the capital I brought into the business. The total I got was 317 naira. That was my own capital. So we parted well. And a friend of mine gave me 1/4 of the shop, something like this frame, size of this frame, to be keeping my merchandise for 6 months. And after 6 months, I should look for my own shop. That's where I started, continue with my Christianity, go for my early morning evangelism, rush back to Lagos here, go to Leventis at Ebutemeta, buy spare parts, go back to Anambra, sell it, entering night bus, Awala. One of the trip I went to Bulos at Ikeja and Oregun, Bulos Enterprises. Bulos has received motorcycle crash ban, and many people didn't know they had it. All the money I have could buy only 2 cartons. I bought 2 cartons of crash bar, ran with the night bus, tear off Bulos' name and address, so nobody knew where I got the crash bar. I sold it. In the morning I landed in Newe. People were rushing for it because it was very scarce. By almost 100% profit, I entered the night bus, rushed back to Lagos, went to Bulos. I'm able to buy 4 or 5 cartons. Entered the night bus the following day, went to Newe. We sold them off again with 100% profit, took all the capital, enter night bus, come back to Bulos. I did this within 4 days in a week. And my capital sprung from where it is to about 4,700 naira. Started working hard, but I knew that I couldn't compete at a global level if I'm not properly structured, which is where many traders made mistake. You made money, you have shop under a warehouse and think you have arrived. But I have a different vision. My vision to grow Coscharis as an organization was to build an institution that would be timeless in its relevancy and value. And I knew I do not have all the competency that they require to achieve that. So I followed the pattern for which I was trained by having an apprenticeship. I took some boys for apprenticeship. But when the first of them matured after 5 years, I never took another apprenticeship. Each of the boy I settled, I replaced him with a worker. Because my idea was, let me get people who has gone to school, who had acquired the prerequisite knowledge, who can help me restructure the company to compete in a structured form to bring their expertise into the company so that we can bake a big cake and everybody will have a pile of that cake. And that was how I weeded out the boys under apprenticeship and started hiring people. When these guys came, they brought their expertise. We blended them because the boys that are doing apprenticeship were going and the university graduates are coming into the company. So some of them met some of them in the company. So, and it was a struggling two parallel group. People who went to school, want to be given authority to exhibit what they went to school to. And the boys were feeling, why do you bring in these people that speak only grammar? They cannot add anything to the business. But I knew that if I remain with those people that I was there, I would remain a one-man ranger. Hey, Bishop, what do you want us to do? Everything I ask them to do, they will do it very well. But I cannot detach myself from the business. So bringing people with required competency to come to the business help us to structure the company in a formal way to be able to compete in a structured form where bank can take us serious and lend us money and all of the things. So that was the revolution that happened in Coscharis. My first employee actually was my wife. For those of you who may not know, you hear the name Coscharis. Coscharis is a combination of name of Cosmas and Charity. My wife is Charity, I am Cosmas. And we started building the company, from ground zero. And today, Coscharis, involved in different things, banking, agriculture, agro-allied, automotive, hospital equipment, medical field, privileges. We do a whole lot of things. In 2003, University of Nigeria awarded me with the doctorate degree on business administration. Afebe Balola University awarded me another doctorate degree on business administration. 2010 or 11, Jonathan confined me with the commander of the Order of Niger. When I started, you hear about famous companies like UAC, Leventis Group, Mandelas, and you're just like, how do we climb this mountain? You look like these people, you can never compete them. I told you a story of a bulos that I used to go and buy from. Today, I'm sure by every means, Coscharis is much well-structured and bigger organization than bulos. It's about a vision. It takes three things to survive in life: vision, faith, and courage.
So you forgot to ask one.
No, that's where many young people make mistakes.
Because there are people with vision, but without...
And that's what I'm telling you. If you ask me to tell you my humble experience and I will justify it, funds is less than 20% in the equation of what it takes to be successful. What knowledge is over 50%. That's where many people make mistake. And in business world, will tell you learn in a hard way. Because if you have capital without knowledge, you will lose that capital to gain the knowledge you never had. In a business world terminology, we say you learn in a hard way because you've thrown your capital away. Listen, what makes a man is not what is in a man's pocket, it's what is in a man's head.
Sometimes the pocket actually assists.
Well, I will explain to you, because if you doubt what I'm telling you, experience has shown undisputedly, if you have a boy that did the apprenticeship, that learned the trade and was taught by his boss for 6 years or 7 years, and you give him a capital of 50,000 naira, and get somebody who went to university and have all the vision and give him 1 million naira, what is the correlation between 50,000 and 1 million naira? This is not a story. 3 years, the person with 50,000 naira will overtake the person with 1 million naira. This one has vision that is not proven. This one have intellectual conception. This one have practical experience and goodwill. It's still happening till today. That was the magic. When my boss gave me 200 naira, my brother thought, he went to school, he thought it was useless, I should leave it. My excitement is not the 200 naira. My excitement is the freedom to do with myself what I knew how to do. I've got knowledge. Small money. I can put that knowledge into it and I will create wealth. You don't believe this? There's a man by my side. He went to school, he has been taught, and he bought goods. His shop is filled up. My shop is very scanty, very few items that is there. But he didn't have the knowledge I have. So, selling every items based on their part number in the boxes, but he doesn't know what is the content and what he does. But while I was doing apprenticeship, I did research in an informal way, not the kind you guys did in university. So I could bring this bearing out, bring what is inside, check what other things that it fit. So I'm able to know that front wheel bearing that is in Toyota Hiace can fit in Volkswagen Beetle. These are knowledge. Because the component manufacturers, people who build car, don't build all the components. There are over 3,700 components in automobile. So the man that have idea to build car, consult the component builders, they all agree. So some of the parts are interchangeable. But this person now will put it in his own part number. Another person will put it in. So somebody will come to our store now and said, he goes to this man's shop. He said, I want front wheel bearing for Volkswagen Beetle. Didn't have it. What he has is front wheel bearing Toyota. He said, I didn't have it. He will leave. And the man will come to my shop. I want front wheel bearing Volkswagen Beetle. I said, I have it. He said, where is it? I said, it's 15 naira. The man said, but I want to see. I said, no, if you pay, I give it to you. Just pay. It's 15 naira. And the man will pay. I will run out the shop. His guy is here. I will run from this way, go to the back. I get somebody. I say, go to this guy's shop. Bring me front wheel bearing Toyota. And he will bring it. I will remove the pocket and take the goods with our pocket and give the man. He said, where is the box? I said, are you buying box? Go and fit it. If it doesn't fit, you come back, I give you back your money. That man say he doesn't have it. How much did he sell the front wheel bearing for me? 15 naira. I've sold it 15 naira. If you sold it for 15 naira, it's not making 5 naira profit. I am making 35 naira profit. But he doesn't know I'm selling what he has. I will sell it, give this guy money, return his money to him. He recorded he has sold. That day, I have made more profit than him. It wasn't long. I was making more money than him. As I make money now, I go to buying. I will buy front wheel bearing for Toyota that I know will fit Toyota and Volkswagen. So next time, each time he say he doesn't have, I don't even come and take his own again. I sold my own. And my store was increasing. His own was stayed the way it is. Within 5 years, I catch up with him and he wasn't anywhere. This is a reality. Knowledge is important. If you read the book, the Japanese that wrote the famous book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Kiyosaki, he said, don't work for money, work to learn. Get knowledge of what you want to do. That's where many youth of this day make mistake. Oh, what do you take to business? Oh, if you give me 10 million naira, if you give me 100 million naira, if you give me 1 billion, 3 years time I will pass a rich Dangote. I have knowledge, I know what to do. You will blow the money out the way it not come, the way it would not come. Because you are not basis, you don't have the fundamentals that they require to keep that. So work for knowledge. Let people cheat you, but learn from them. Humble down and get experience. You can throw money away, but your experience nobody will take from you. So I honored my boss. I'm still grateful to him. I respected him for the things he taught me during the apprenticeship. Even if he didn't give me money, I will be able to succeed. So that's the power of knowledge. Many of you got it wrong. And you see these young boys now, because part of the things I learned working for my boss is ability to save, the discipline to conserve money. One time, United States President Roosevelt said, beware of little expenses, for a small hole will sink a ship. I will advise the youth of today not to waste their life. Because when you are not engaged at your youthful age, your lost time that you can never bring back, and they never wait for you. You can make all your arguments, life goes on and unbettered. Make use of each moment of your life. And what do I mean by that? Start early. Hold yourself accountable. Learn discipline. Look for people who will embrace you positively. Leave people who you know. If you have something inside of you, you have a conviction. There are friends you hang around that you have no business hanging around with them, because they are not going to lead you to anywhere, because they are people of just today. They are not visionary people. They are looking for what happened today, momental time. So you make yourself when you are young. When you look for people who can mentor you. One other thing I want to let the kids know is that let people know that they can take your word for it. You may suffer initially. You go through difficulties. But make it your life pattern that when you don't say things you are not willing to do, you don't say things to make people happy. But if you made a commitment, stay true with it, even if it is going to take your life. You are an honorable person. That's what differentiates me from my peers. When the Japanese knew I understand this culture, these people don't go to church, they don't go to mosque. They have no religion. Their religion is business. Their Bible, their Quran and their Bible is letter of credit. They don't know all these things we are talking. But they tell you that they are going to do something. They know what they are saying. And it's a prerequisite for success in life, in business, in anything you do. When people know that your word is your bond, that when you don't say things you do not mean. So this is all about integrity. And I will be a dead man not to honor the obligation when it's due or when I am called upon. That's the power of integrity. If you learn it, if there's nothing you learn from everything I tell you today, don't compromise integrity. And if you want to know truly who you are, watch what you will do if nobody will know. What a man, a woman does not know who he or she is until you see what you can do. If you know it is not going to be discovered, that is truly who you are. Anybody, anything people can know is easy. What is important is God keep you alive. You will always make money. You can lose money, but you will make money. If you lose integrity, you are bankrupt. You don't own nothing. This is where many Nigerians fail.
When I was very young, I was one of those who really admired and became influenced by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, who in 1937 produced a book, Renaissance Africa, in which he was talking about the African again commanding respect in the world. And you know that, again, it's a pity we in Nigeria these days do not think about things which will ennoble and inspire the spirit. If you read some of the writings by an English scholar, Basil Davidson, he said, for instance, that when the Greeks first encountered the blacks, they thought even the blacks had a higher civilization. And you remember that when the Portuguese first came here, they exchanged ambassadors with Benin Empire. And even the Frobenius, the writer, said that, until the 19th century, with the discovery by Macadam, one engineer, Macadam, of how to use bitumen to make permanent surfaces for roads. Roads in Europe, roads in Africa were all laterite. you know. And so when they first came to Benin, they were astounded that the streets in Benin were straighter and wider than those in Lisbon. And Lisbon, the Portuguese had led to the discovery of America for Europe and all that. So, but with the imposition of the Atlantic slave trade, we lost all that respect. You do not enslave an equal. You had to construct a theory of inferiority or subordination. Now, Zeke, having studied in America, participated, saw how the people who had been taking their slaves were now liberated but still suppressed. You can still see that Ku Klux Klan and all that in America, you know. And with people like Marcus Garvey and George Padmore talking about Pan-Africa. He first went to Ghana, where he started a newspaper, and the British nearly jailed him for sedition. Then he came here. He was inspired by this struggle of the blacks there to regain equality and respect. And of course, this coincided with the era of colonialism. After the Berlin Conference, the Europeans shared Africa across tribe, across, didn't care. And so he came preaching. He met the Nigerian youth movement, joined them, and together they started this struggle for independence. And he produced this book, Renaissance Africa, in which, in fact, he was saying that the African they were in the political jingo of those days, must have a kind of risorgimento. This is something from the Italian unification, but a renaissance, a rediscovery. Now, when you bear that in mind, and you come and look at the emerging, and this is the age in which you people are going to play. What are we entering into? We are now entering into century of Asian dominance, because within the next 10 years, China is the largest economy, followed by America, but the number 2 and 3 will be India and Japan. So, and thanks to Trump and all that, they are saying goodbye to the Anglo-Saxon post-Second World War dominance of the world. So we are entering an age of Asian dominance. Fine, that's good. But the important thing is that North and South America are one market. Despite Brexit, Europe has rediscovered its unity. Asia, with 6,000 years of statecraft and diplomacy, I'm sure China is going to reach an accommodation with India and Japan and dominate that. In any case, India and China alone will be 3 billion people. Then you put Japan. Nigeria is the only place where you have a sizable black population with adequate resources to command some global significance. And it's distressing for me to hear people talk about secession and disintegration, because that will only confine you to a millennium of slavery. Because even with Nigeria, let's say by 2050, you could be 400 million people if you don't control birth. But you can't control birth if you don't advance economically. It goes together. By the time you advance economically, none of your children is going to have 8 children, 10 children, because you know what it takes. And if you have rural electricity and the men have pubs they go to till 10 and cinemas to see. By the time they come home, they are going to sleep, isn't it? Not breathing. So that's a different dimension. But until 2050, we are going to. And at present, 70% of Nigerians are under 35. Maybe 40% are within the childbearing age. So the population may continue to grow at 3 to 2.5%. Now, even with all that, the whole of Africa at present is about 1 billion. It may reach 2 billion in a world of 12 billion. Is that the continent you want to atomize? So it doesn't make sense. And there are other reasons, So that was one's inspiration. Now, coming then to the concept of the Civil War, of Nigeria to break up, and that possibility of Nigeria as a vanguard of African Renaissance would never be materialized. So, beyond the ministerial assignments, we took an interest because when the Civil War broke out, the Nigerian army was only 10,000. By the time, at the peak of the Civil War, it was over 200,000. Now the logistics, making sure there was food, equipment, and all that, is a function of management and administration, which, thank God, both Ironsi and Gawan left the civil service intact. They didn't do what happened to the civil service in 75, the decimation and destruction of the public service under Murtala and Obasanjo. So the civil service was able to organize that logistics. But apart from that, the Biafrans, under my friend, and we were friends in King's College, friends in Oxford, Ojukwu, now had quite good propaganda. It had to be countered. So Joda, Aida, and myself often had to go abroad, whether to Europe, to America, to explain. Because as far as the Biafran propaganda was concerned, it was Muslim dervishes against Christians, which wasn't the fact. Two, there was the feeling that after the war, it will be genocide and complete suppression of the Igbo people, which was not the intention. Number of Igbos who lived in the north as civil servants, as traders and all that. Many of them, even Muslim ones, married to Igbos or Yorubas, as you know. So it wasn't a clear-cut case of Muslims versus Christians, Northerners versus Southerners. So we traveled quite a lot and having to explain. And as you know, under de Gaulle, we also had to help to counter the propaganda. But it's not everybody that wants to go the extra mile. But three of us, we were quite willing. When things were escalating and we thought Gawan wasn't quite understanding Ojukwu, Mr. Ida and myself wrote a long letter to Ojukwu telling him that if you have special things you want to see happen, let us do it. We can prepare and talk about it. But that secession should not be on the table, because if it did, there will be war. And if there is war, except there was immediate recognition of Biafra by a great power supporting them, that's the end of it. Two, They didn't even have then the diplomacy or tact to offer the Rivers people and Ogoja people a federal system in Biafra. And you know that Ibibio State Union is the oldest state union in Nigeria, long before Igbo State Union or Igbo Modudua. And Calabar Ogoja Rivers campaign was on before independence. It was acknowledged by Willing. But without that, surely, so once the federal government, and we knew what the federal government was going to do in terms of creation of states, and once you created Calabar Ogoja River, Calabar, Cross River, and Rivers, you're landlocked, you know. And so we tried to explain that war was not an option or a viable option and all that. And then it's true, coincidentally, both Aida himself, myself, and late Oluwasami, when we were together in Oxford, Oluwasami had come from Harvard to do a stint in Oxford. We were all consulting, meeting about Nigeria, a great Nigeria. And in our days in Oxford, we even refused to have the Nigerian Students' Union branch there. We had the West African Students' Union, and so forth and so on. So we're reminding him of all that. And so I had cause to say that when they said, well, Igbos was, I said, I myself was Igbo speaking. But here I am, and I'm on the federal side. You know, this man from Chicago Tribune, in writing his article, said they interviewed my name, you know, an Oxford-educated Nigeria, a former member of the Igbo tribe. So as far as they were concerned, Igbos, Hausas were like Democrats and Republicans. If I could be on the federal side, I must have resigned from it. I'm just showing you the kind of audience, so the gullibility. And I went to St. Louis, you know, and being interviewed, and there was this Monsignor, you know, trying to paint this picture of anti-Christian, that the Nigerian Civil War was anti-Christian. And you know, Nigerian troops had captured Owerri and then were pushed away briefly by the Biafrans. And so, Owerri Cathedral has been under construction like all cathedrals for several decades. So it had all the scaffolding. And they were now projecting this thing in St. Louis. You know where St. Louis is? In the middle of America, you know. When you get to New York, you fly 3 hours before you get there, you know, in Missouri, you know, and saying, well, you know, these Biafrans, they are so Christian. So as soon as they came back to Owerri, they are trying to rebuild the cathedral, destroyed by, you know, that sort of thing. Anyway, those are the more ridiculous parts of things you had to counter. But the more interesting part was painting to serious governments the possibilities of reconciliation after war and the possibilities for Nigeria. Not that it is the duty of a white man to enable a black man to progress. Get it out of your mind. If you progress, they will work with you. If you want to remain in your backwardness, it's better for them. So, but to show that, and if you progress, it is also to their advantage. The exchange between two developed economies is better than the exchange between one developed economy and a backward one. You know, and so we tried to do these things. Now, to some people, this was not good, but to some others, this was excellent. So we were known as Three Musketeers because of that. People in the Supreme Military Council appreciated our efforts, and we would stay with them every evening in a little committee. They will read the situation report, and policy decisions will be taken. Our wives will be wondering whether we'll be killed or kidnapped, We may not come home till 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., but it was worth it because I still myself believe in the dreams of Zik in his Renaissance Africa. We are the only combination of resources and population under blacks which can make a global impact. And it is our duty to preserve this country. And it can be done. Within 20 years of good policies, we can abolish illiteracy. There will be no disadvantaged states. No reason for anybody, therefore, to apply a mechanistic type of federal character and affirmative action to compound mediocrity in critical positions in government. And if we've all gone to the same schools, subject to this global bombardment by media, wear the same clothes, luckily for us, we are only the same color, by and large. 20 years hence, we will be talking ethnicism and tribes. Why must we, because of some inconveniences, personal ones of today, prejudice what could be a glorious future? Before the coup of 75, we had made this plan for compulsory education. But we started with teaching the teachers, getting them ready. Then there was the coup. And they rushed into 76 to start the program. Fine. But unfortunately, they had destroyed the civil service, which had the authority to have insisted that money voted for education will go for education. Because as I'm speaking to you, the people who came to power after Murtala and Obasanjo and co. were captains by the time of the first coup. If we wore the permanent secretary's uniform of the colonial days, our epaulets would show that we were lieutenant generals. It's a pity we abandoned the uniform, because if we had it, I've seen the automatic salutes, which visiting soldiers who came with the International Observer Group, from different countries. As soon as our people saw their epaulets, automatic. And you remember that when Shoinka was doing Konji's harvest and they were filming it, and they had Konji Republic, and they allowed them to have a few cars with flags. You could see our people without knowing what flag is this, So the point I'm making is that many of these people, they came to power, were used. The Gawan, in fact, was the last who knew, because he used to come to the inter-ministerial consultations on things. The others below him were used to taking command from people in uniform. Only Gawan and other people knew how high he rose in the army to go into inter-ministerial consultations on policy. So those below thought, because they took orders from people in uniform, they probably thought the army was self-sufficient in thinking. They had not read Clemenceau, Churchill and co., who even remarked that war was too serious a matter to be left to generals, let alone running a country. But the first two military regimes recognized the role, the possibilities of the civil service. And before them, the older people in the First Republic, they went into politics as successful traders, merchants, lawyers, doctors, retired teachers. Even they knew what the civil service could do. And the greatest tragedy is the destruction of the public service. And we must find a way of bringing it back. Because in those days, a politician says something, you take note of it. By the time they come to power, you already try and work out, because that was your duty, options possible for bringing into effect what they were talking about. And so you go to Honorable Minister, sir, you remember that your brilliant speech in Agege? Brilliant speech. Here are the possibilities. It's very few people who will see good things presented to them and say, no, I will take the bad thing. It's very few people whom you would speak to authoritatively and say, this happened before, this was the result, this happened, and say, I will take the bad one. But you must have an institution with memory, with ability, capable of developing these options. And that is why when we were preparing for independence, and there were the conferences before independence, in 1954, the question arose because they were now going to have regional self-government, regional premiers and all that, saying, what sort of civil service would you have? And the British said, well, from my experience, the best thing is an independent, non-political civil service. They had civil service of cousins of kings and all that sort of rubbish. But when they were challenged in India, with running India, then they developed this idea of independent civil service commissions, certain standards must be met, and so forth and so on. When it worked in India, they now imported it under Lord Trevelyan around 1854 to England, and it has served them well. And they said, it's better to have a civil service, promotions, discipline and all that, an independent public service commission. Not a civil service which will change with change of government. Countries which had gone that way had found it disastrous, and so forth and so on. And our founding fathers, Zik, Sadwana, Awolowo, Eyoita, Aminu Kano, they were the heads of parties, all signed a declaration which led to the creation of Federal Public Service Commission and all that. And where discipline, except a few posts like PAMSECs, judges, all that, reserved. Every other thing was under the Public Service Commission. But the point is that when we now had the public service and all that, there were clear specifications. The educational standard you must have to enter what position. Even in the West, where they became too many, you had, apart from your degree, to do some entrance exam. Civil service entrance exam, to choose the best for the public service. And then, when you entered, there were clear stages, the courses you must undertake, at what programs. The reports you get is on that basis you are then recommended for promotion and assignment. And this is important because this is what I was leading to. It is this sort of well-trained, well-selected civil service that is then able quickly to rehearse options. And I'm very, very sad today. You hear them say government is doing this, doing this, doing that. When you now look for the details, you don't see that things have been carefully worked out, the projects. For instance, National Recovery Plan. I've looked at it. Where are the projects? Where are the policies? Where are the strategies? How do you monitor it? And the people going to do it, have they been adequately trained? Were they selected? These are things we must go back to. We had it, and we can go back to it. When I went back with Obasanjo and Co. 1999, he now wanted to reintroduce order and things in the civil service. He brought Professor Adedeji to do some retraining. We republished the civil service rules, which tell you what you can do and not do. The financial instructions, they are all there. But the point is that if the leadership, government coming down, is not willing to apply sanctions promptly, equally, and without any favoritism, things will never work. 7 out of 10 people, if they think they can get away with something, they will be tempted to do it. So many of these laws are still there. It is a question of getting the leadership to re-insist that they must be followed. You must not appoint people who can't do the job. I'm quite prepared to say we have a position to fill. 10 people, we have 5 positions to fill. 20 people apply. It happens that one state has the first 4 people. We can agree that, okay, take 2 of them, be unkind to 2. But of the people you want to take, each one of them must meet the minimum standard set and be able to perform. What is wrong is you don't take the first 2 or 3 or 4, then you now start like people are now trying to do, because people are not meeting standards. You now want cut-off point to enter university to be depressed in a world which is more competitive. You only punish yourself. Those are the things which we have to address. And when we apply sanctions equally and promptly, people will sit up,
So, sorry to jump in again, but on that note, yes, we acknowledge that the leadership have their role to play, them being our leaders and being in the place of power, but how can the youths or the public play their own part to ensure that this is...
You see, I'm quite sympathetic to anybody under 60 in this country. Many of you are under 60. I have never seen this country in order. Because this coup of 66 happened 51 years ago. Most people under 10, you don't really know what's happening. You see, this is the great pity. What you say has to do with going back and restoring educational standards from primary, secondary, tertiary. When we were in school, elementary, you come to your classroom, you see plaques. Honesty is the best policy. Stitch in time saves 9. And so forth and so on. You walk past it, but you read it. It goes into your subconscious. How many schools these days do you see that? So we must go back again. It's not a one-day's job. And start saying, this will take us nowhere, what we're doing now. We're in fact on the precipice. Those of us who knew how we slid into civil war were really alarmed. So we have to build back our education, and of good quality. God gave all of us some basic IQ. I'm very distressed about what I'm reading. 110, 120. What for? Now, but even before we rebuild from the beginning. The role all of us have to play is to say, well, thank God, we've come where we are. What we are doing now is not sustainable. We must go back to those core values, you know. When we were growing up, mortgage loans were not easily available. So our fathers, when they were building house, they save money, they do the foundation, they build it up. Save some more money, 3 years later, they take it to the decking. Save some more money, it takes them 10, 12 years to complete the house. And then they have a sitting room like this, keep it clean. And you stay in the same position for 10 years, earning your increment, and when you are promoted, everybody knows you deserved it. You didn't cut corners. Now, we too, while we are praying for the divine accident of a great leadership, should also say, look, if we want to compete with the world, which I was painting to you, Asians, Europeans, Americans, we are Africans. You know, if we must be in that world, compete with respect, then even whatever we can do to say that is not good, we should. The more you play as a team, the stronger you are. One of those things too, they used to show you, take one broomstick, you break it, you get a whole broom. It's not easy. Even if you are one of the broom waving people, it's not easy. You know, so we can play a role, but we are hoping that we will persuade a leadership of this country to say enough is enough, you know, and that henceforth this is the way we go. The president locally says change begins with me. Not so. If we started now saying the top public salary, president gross salary and allowances, 35 million. It's still generous. And then you cascade down. Governors, 30, and president of Senate and all that. But increase the salary of the teacher. Give him more prestige. Reconstruct the educational sector. Because without education, nowhere. And it may not be in your question, but when my big regret of 75 is that I had hoped, on the back of the success of the National Youth Corps, to introduce a language policy. And what is this language policy? Designed to promote national integration. Like now, if your parents are the same language, you learn it at home. You don't have to go there. I'm from Asaba, my father and mother. I speak Asaba dialect. I've never lived there. Unfortunately, I didn't start school here. Started in Calabar, so I didn't learn Yoruba. But that's that. Now, where you start school, you learn the language there, whether it's Efik, Igbo, Yoruba, whatever. But and at 10, like now, English is introduced. Very important, international language. But the change I want to see is if you're a northerner in the north there, you must choose one southern language, which the schools must prepare to teach you to read and write up to this thing. The chances are that northern boy will choose Igbo or Yoruba. Not so. Now, if you're in south, you must choose one northern language. The chances are you will choose Hausa, not Igbo, not Igbira, not. The upshot will be like for Swiss people today. When you meet a Swiss person, whether it's German Swiss, Italian Swiss, or French Swiss, they have one or two languages in common, apart from English. Now you project yourself, say 15, 20 years hence, if we're able to introduce it in 2 years' time, the children, of course, I would also insist on compulsory education. So in 20 years, there will be no illiterate Nigeria. Two, any two people meeting who've been to school will have more than one or two Nigerian languages. We would have been bombarded to the same global media, pressures. We're about the same color. We will be talking ethnicism. And what I'm saying is not, you may not know, it's not fantastic. Castro abolished illiteracy in Cuba in 20 years. Now the Cubans, whether you say they were communists or depressed or whatever, best health conditions in that place, no illiterate Cuba. See what they do for sports as a small country, whatever propaganda may be against them. And coming back to Nigeria itself, first Yoruba lawyer, Shakpara Williams, 1875. First Igbo lawyer, 1937. See the gap? But by 1960, we're able shouting that we don't have lawyer. So if you're obliged, you pick up. Rome was not built in a day. Our tragedy is that since the impunity, it must be, of 1975 and the destruction of what used to be order, people want instant, so-called politicians. Is something I must do, not just in my lifetime, but in these 4 years I'm there. Today. You asked me, I was involved in power, oil and all that. I was the founding chairman of NEPA. By 1973, 2 years before I stepped down from NEPA, we got Motu Columbus of Switzerland, Chaumont Engineering of Canada to project Nigeria's power requirements from 75 to 2000. They did. Identified the thermal sites, identified the hydro sites, pipeline systems required and all that. Can you find that report today in so-called Ministry of Mines, Power, whatever they call? No. Why? Did we do anything about it? No. So you must think ahead. And what I would want to recommit themselves to planning. So it's for you to, as you say, you have a role to play, even if you are in a minority amongst your generation.
So, sir, aside from performing our roles and obligations at the citizens level, what opportunities are there for youth in governance? For instance, you became a permanent secretary at a youthful age of 30. Is that even possible in our world, in Nigeria today?
Not quite 30, 31. But the point is that we were at the transitional stage. So we're probably a bit lucky. But despite that, when you go back in history, the achievements of Alexander the Great, it was about 21, 22. So the thing is this, that what I'm advocating, for us to go back to the old procedures. We used to, in my days as PAMSEC, maybe every other week they will be in a Ibadan campus or ABU, discussing with the professors. And we used to go before the exams to the deans and the heads of departments, say, who are your best students? Try it. And when we got there, we talked to them. trying to bring them in. The better your intake, the better the outcome. This is why I'm so sad about, what people are trying to do in the academic sector. So we will get, and in the civil service itself, you went about looking for high flyers, people whom you think had more than average ability. You gave them acting assignments, you challenged them, and they shone. It is that type of continuous management which we must reintroduce. Continuous, people have more technical names now. You have human resources departments, identification of talent, and continuous development, training and retraining. In those days, we went to what you called, forgotten now, but that is what we must go back to. It's not just the youth alone. The people now in charge must discover. For instance, I'm in some consultative meetings because we're in a national crisis. Never minding some people just talking, we're all right and so forth. We're not all right. We're not doing enough to prevent the worst happening. And I've, in for more than 2 or 3 years now, I said, try and find a list, by state, by region, by zone. People between the age of 27 and 65, 50 or 60 per state. People who are really willing to work hard, are idealistic, they are not people who want to become billionaires overnight. And people who realize the meaning of that saying, Rome was not built in a day. Because when you see the rubbish we read these days, somebody saying, I only took 400 million. I only took, of what? You kept the 400. It's but he's saying that because he's saying somebody must have taken more. It is this lack of sanctions, that allows that kind of talk. Or lack of shame too. You are saying you're a thief, but you only took less than somebody else. Before it was not possible for a man belonging to a family to admit to that. So we must create room for talent to show. And you do it by making a conscious effort to be on the continuous search and challenge individuals to perform of their best. Set standards which everybody knows. For this is what we require. And challenge people who meet it to meet it. We must go back to standards, international standards, nothing like African standard. For instance, up till 1972 or so, 5 even, I'm talking about punctuality now, African time. If there was to be a banquet with head of state or something, 2 weeks before then you knew who will come and who will come because you say yes or no. So you know where to position security agents in beautiful tuxedo, if you like, without the rubbish going on. Then suddenly after about 1980, you call me to a place, you go there, head of state is sitting down, then somebody is coming 30 minutes late and is still admitted to the place. And so they now call you, governor will be there by 9:30. You know he won't be there till 11. And that should not happen. I don't allow it. Even my last time in Abuja, when I had to arrange meetings where the head of state would come, I would phone. They said they were asking him to wait. I said no. And we start. You do that twice, people will come on time. So all this decline, we must wake up and say to ourselves, enough is enough. So the real thing really is that first we must agree on minimum standards. We must agree on stages you must pass. We must agree to manage people's career continuously. And then if there is a high flyer or a genius, so be it.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're a presidential aspirant. So what would you have done regarding the youth and Nigeria as a nation?
As I said, the first thing is education. I would have made sure that enough resources were put in to restore education to the international level. The type we had, where we could leave secondary school in Nigeria and go to the best universities. I would improve the status of teachers, pay them more, give them more respect, make sure that the school premises are fine, and build on. Secondary schools, I would. It was Duke of Wellington who said that the Battle of Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Eton. I'll make sure those schools are not only good academically, but we must restore places where they can play. I go to schools now, I weep. Just see a building like this, they say secondary school. Not a place for football, not a place for swimming and all that. So schooling, and then as I said earlier, this exchange program to bring universities back, where the Nigerian universities will number at least amongst the best 100, 200, not where we are 1,000 and below. So that we must do. Then the rest of the program is what I've been saying. Apart from education, infrastructure, power. If we had normal power, many of these things coming from China would not come, because it costs you 8 times generating from your own diesel. And we had that program, which was never followed. I would have insisted on that. And then, in fact, the general, you enter a Nigerian port. Is it welcoming? Go to the airport, they ask you to come to this thing. We talk about tourism, we talk about many things. We must, as a country, become disciplined, orderly, and welcoming, so that the world will say, this is a good place to do business. And I entered as a candidate because I thought they were not discussing issues. And I published my manifesto there. And there is an article I wrote recently about Nigeria in distress, which way forward, which I would send to you, make it available to them. The last 10 pages are what I think any president which wants to move us forward, irrespective of party, must do. Because Nigeria is more important than tribe or party.
So, sir, you still believe in the success of the youth?
Yes, because the youth are the future. I have children and grandchildren. And I don't know, I may wait to see some great-grandchildren. And I believe that God did not create the blacks to be numbered perennially as inferior species. And we must correct it. There was a time we were not. If I had time, I would quote from Horace, writing before Christ about certain things from Africa. So we must go back and reclaim our place in history and restore respect for the black man.
Ma, how do you combine being a lawyer and an housewife?
Well, it can be difficult, but then you just have to prioritize. You must not let your home suffer, because it's very important. Your husband and children must not suffer. Your work too must not suffer. So what I did in my earlier days, when I was practicing I'm still practicing as a lawyer. I gave up many parties to stay at home with my children and my family, especially during the weekends. And I didn't go to all the parties. I just picked a few of the parties so that I could be at home with my family. So you see, it's very important that you have to allot your time judiciously.
Your work must not suffer, but I always put my family first. It's very, very important. The husband and your children, they have to come first. You know, do your best to have a good home, because it is important to have a good home. If you don't have a good home, you cannot do many of these things, because you must have stability in your life. If you don't have stability in your life, well, it will be difficult to achieve so many things. And one other important thing, one has to be God-centered. You must put God first in all you do. Put God first. Work hard and pray hard. And ask God to bless your efforts. And He always does, if you have faith in Him. So that's what I've done all my own life. I work hard and I pray hard. It's very, very important.
Ma, did you influence your children to become lawyers like you?
No, I did not. In fact, my daughter, she said she would never be a lawyer. She studied economics, you know. She studied economics first. Then when she came home and found that the remaining members of the family are lawyers, put on my wig and gown, went to court. Chief Kuye, my husband, Otun Olubadan, the late Otun Olubadan, is a lawyer. So she decided to go to the University of Lagos to study law all by herself. Nobody influenced her. As for our son, he decided he was going to read law. Nobody. It's not good to influence children. I think it's best to let them, they know their talents, but I mean, the parents can help them, you know, to really choose their career somehow. Because you live in the same house, they know what the talents the children have, but it's not good to force a child. You say, you must be a doctor, you must be a lawyer. I don't think it's good. Like some young children that wanted to be singers and artists, and their parents told them no, they would never allow them to be singers and artists, but then they were successful. You know, the children defy the parents and they are successful people. I was reading it in some of the magazines. So you have to encourage your child. As long as what that child is doing is legal, it's not illegal, you should encourage your child to utilize his or her talents. Very, very important. What would make the child happy is what the parents should be after. So we didn't force any of our children to be lawyers, but they are all lawyers. We are all lawyers in our family.
Ma, you're a Christian.
Yes.
And you're involved in some religious activities like some posts. How have you been able to combine your being a Christian, your religious activities with your professional life?
Well, it's, you know the 10 Commandments in Exodus. You have to love God and love your neighbor. I know as a lawyer, they can bring you some cases, maybe criminal cases in which maybe it's a murder case or something like that. And you have to use your professional ability to judge and do handle the case professionally. You understand? But the laws of God, I know all the commandments. Don't steal, don't covet your neighbor, and all these other things. Thou shalt not commit adultery, and all these other things. But the main thing, love God with your whole heart, your whole mind, and your whole soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. That is the whole essence. So when you are handling a case, you have to do it professionally, in accordance with the facts of the case, and your conscience will be at peace. That's what I've done all my life, because I've been about 50 years at the back. Whatever I do, my conscience must be at peace. You know, some people come to me, if they have bad cases, I tell them, look, I think this is a bad case. Some other lawyers may not do so, but if you come to me, you tell me the facts, this case is not good, this case is good. You have to be truthful as a lawyer, professionally. You understand? So you can do your work with the fear of God, as if God is sitting down looking at you. So there is no conflict at all. Because once your conscience is at peace and you feel, how I'm handling this case, I'm not offending against God's commandments, and I'm doing it with the love of my neighbor. So I have not experienced any conflict.
Thank you, Ma. Ma, you were married to, your husband was a Muslim. Now, you being a Christian, how were you able to cope being married to a person from the other religion? And even after his passing, how has it been like?
Well, in my husband's family, you have Christians and Muslims. In fact, my husband's mother was Iya Ajo of Salvation Army in Akwatere, and the father was Baba Ijo of Salvation Army in Akwatere. My husband was a Christian before he converted to the Muslim religion. So he knows the Bible in and out. So, but one thing in marriage, you have love, you have respect for each other, respect for your views. If you have respect, my husband respected my religion and I respected his own religion. You know, when he's fasting, I prepare his meals for him. If we are doing harvest in our church, my husband will follow me to the church harvest. I mean, many of the Catholic priests know my husband. They know him in my parish. They know him, he supports the church. And I support him. You see, we were married for 54 years, and I was his only wife. You know, they say Muslims marry 4 women, but I was his only wife. So you love each other, you have respect for each other, respect for your views. I have respect for his religion, he had respect for my religion. So I don't think, I don't think, not everybody will be able to fit in that, because even during our marriage, some of his friends used to come to the house. Why don't you convert your wife to, why is your wife not a Muslim? After all, you're a Muslim. And I will just smile, I won't say anything, you know. But they don't know. I'm from a strong Catholic church. My grandfather started a Catholic church in Ijebu. On my mother's side, we are strong Catholics. Nobody can change my religion. There's no way I can ever stop being a Christian. It is not possible. I was raised as a Christian. Right, my grandparents were strong Catholics. So it is not possible. So my husband became a Muslim. He was a Christian before. What can I do? There's nothing I can do. In the Catholic religion, marriage is for life. You know, we don't divorce in the Catholic religion. It's a permanent thing. So, you know, it's love, respect. That's what I think kept our marriage. Understanding each other, supporting each other. So we had no problem at all, you know, where religion is concerned. But as I said, not every couple can do it. But it depends on the two people. Some people cannot make it. But we were married for 54 years, you know. So it's the grace of God. He follows me to the church. When we are doing harvest, when they are doing anything, they will invite him, he will come. When he is doing something, when he's fasting, as I say, I prepare his meals. And they are doing wedding. What do they call this wedding? There's a word for the Muslim wedding. Nikai with the wedding. I follow him, you know, his friends when they are doing it. We respect each other. We respect our views, our opinions. And, you know, as a husband, my husband really allowed me to develop myself individually. He was a good man. He encouraged me in everything I did. He encouraged me in everything. He said, look, all your potentialities, you must realize all your potentialities. But many men are not like that. Some men are even jealous of their wives. Even though the wife is bearing their name, you know. They don't want their wife to become anything in society. But my husband encouraged me in everything I do. God rest his soul. He encouraged me in everything that I did. He was a good man, a good husband. So that is it. So I hope you will meet men like that. Men who will respect you and love you and make sure that they want you to develop yourself as an individual and all your potentialities. Use all the talents that God has given you to become a good citizen, help your family, help the society. Because I'm grateful for what he supported me, you know, to be a president of the NBA. He supported me in so many things, my husband, you know. My church activities, I used to attend so many meetings, even the Laity Council. I traveled around, I was president of the Laity Council in Lagos Archdiocese, you know, in the church. I traveled all over Nigeria, and my husband supported me. So many things, even when I was on the Pontifical Council for the Laity in Rome. Sometimes we go to Rome together, you know. I met many of the popes because the Pontifical Council for the Laity in Rome is the highest body for the Laity Council is in Rome. And I don't know how God chose me for that again. As a woman, I was the first woman
to be on the Pontifical Council for the Laity in Rome. I was representing Nigeria because I was president of the Diocesan Laity Council in Lagos. But again, it was God who sent me there. Well, my husband supported me in all these things, even though he was not a practicing Christian. He was a Christian but turned Muslim. He supported me. And that's what it should be. As husbands should support their wives, whatever they do. The wives too should support their husband, 100%, so that they have a fulfilling marriage. It's very important. I've had a fulfilled marriage, and I miss my husband a lot. I miss him after 54 years. I miss him a lot, you know. He used to give me good advice as well. So I hope you girls, you will get good husbands. Or you pray, you get a good wife. You get to that place. You pray. Just say, God, send me my partner. And he will. He will.
In light of everything, so what's your advice for the youths?
For the youths, aim high. Aim for the very best. And wherever you are, try and see whether you can improve that place, you know. Try and see whether you can improve where you are. Let the sky, let nothing be impossible for you to do. You have your, whatever you want to achieve, your plans, whatever you want to achieve in life. Work hard towards that aim and objective. Let nothing stop you from getting there. You work hard, pray hard. Don't forget the prayer. The prayer is very important. Very important for anything. Before I do anything, I always ask God, Father, I want to do this. Do you think this plan is good for me? And you know, God answers you. If you have a deep relationship with God, inside you, He will answer you. Sometimes you may dream. Sometimes you may open the Bible and the Lord will talk to you. You know, but these are growth in spirituality. You have to grow up in spirituality. You understand? And it's only by prayer that you can have a deep relationship with God. I'm a charismatic. I'm not ashamed to say it. In my church, I'm a charismatic. We believe in the power of the Holy Spirit. So every day, we have to pray to the Holy Spirit to empower us and to use His light to let us go in the right direction. I'm a charismatic. So, be God-centered. If you are God-centered and you work hard, nothing will be impossible for you to do. Nothing. You will have your trials. So I don't say you won't have trials. So you have your trials. Like now I'm a widow. It's a trial for me. When my husband is just to very near Olubadan, or to Olubadan, the next post is only Olubadan. And God took him away. But God knows why He took him away. So I have my own trials. But you see, because I've surrendered myself to God now. Surrender yourself to God and let God lead you. And you'll find that He always leads you aright. But for the young lawyers now, I would advise them, a lawyer that has qualified freshly should make sure that he or she attaches herself to one chambers to gain experience, you know, for about 2 or 3 years, so that you learn what the legal profession is all about. There are some lawyers that just immediately they are called to bar, they go and start to practice. I was with lawyer Buck and Co. When I finished in 1967. I stayed there till 1970 before I set up my own practice. He was a West Indian lawyer. So, and I learned the ropes about the legal profession. It's gone. It's no longer in Nigeria. He has retired. And I learned a lot from that chambers for 3 years. I set up my own practice in 1970, and I've been practicing since then. So a young lawyer would make sure that they go to somebody's chambers, learn the ropes of legal profession, and then you start your own. And then you must make sure that you work hard. Prepare your cases for court. And if you are doing commercial practice, make sure you draft all your documents. You are finicky about everything. And you know, make sure that you follow the etiquette of the bar. Truthfulness, very, very important. Hard work, and we have ethics at the bar. Follow those ethics at the bar. And make sure that you do your best for your client. Do your best, your legal best for your client. But hard work never kills anybody. take your vacation every year, your 1 month vacation or whatever it is. I don't play with my holiday. I take my vacation, you know. So all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. So you must work hard and then you relax as well. Very important. But it's hard work that will grant you success. Work hard, pray hard to God to bless all your efforts. If you work hard, pray that God bless my efforts. The little that I've done today, bless it. And you know, God's blessings are very important. If you work hard, but don't be lazy. You must work hard. And then ask God to bless your efforts. And He always does. He always does. That's what I found out in life, you know. God blesses your efforts. Do things for God as well. You understand? Do things for God. If you are in your church, whatever church it is, or you are a Muslim, try and contribute to that church or to the mosque, whatever they do, no matter how little you can contribute. Like in harvest now, pay your money for harvest, you know. You have to give back something to God. Do something for God. Help others, you know. Give alms. All these things are very, very important. I found that it has helped me in life, you know. God has given me good health. I'm never ill. I've never had an operation in my life. I thank God for that. He has given me good health. The only thing I suffer from is colds. You know, and when I have the cold, I know God is saying, Priscilla, my child, slow down. You are walking to us, slow down. And I slow down. But by and large, my health is very good. Very good. And it is God's grace. It is the grace of God. Everything I've become is the grace of God. First female president of Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, first female president of NBA, all the church achievement. I don't want to talk about that one. But I know God blessed all my effort, the little things. Any little thing you do for God, He does not forget. I have to tell you, as an, you know, I mean, at my age, well over 70, the experience that I've gotten from God, He does not forget any little thing you do for Him. He always leads you aright.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. It was nice having you.
Very much. I enjoyed listening to your questions, and I hope it will help some youths to be better children to their parents and good citizens of Nigeria. It's very important. We need the youths to be good citizens, you know, to help Nigeria to develop, because now, economically, Nigeria is down.
Ma, between your time as a lawyer, what qualified you to become the first female president of the Nigerian Bar Association?
Well, let me say that I served my branch, the Lagos branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, when I qualified. I was attending the meetings, monthly meetings. You have to be active, you know, to rise to such a active in your branch, Nigerian Bar Association. And I'm a member of the Lagos branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. I was very active there, attending monthly meetings, doing the assignments, what they assigned to me. Whether it's small or big, I did my best. And I was elected to some posts at the Lagos MBA of the Lagos branch. I think I was their financial secretary. I held some other posts. I was on the executive. I held some other posts. It's a long time now. I can't remember everything. And then they sent me to the national body. It was the Lagos branch of the MBA that sent me to the national body. I was financial secretary, third vice president, second vice president, fourth vice president. You know, I went through the mill. I served. Because you have to serve anywhere you are. You serve. You know, and I wish our senators and House of Reps people, I wish they were serving Nigerians and working for the common good. You serve. And then when people realize that you are hardworking, you know, I contested and won all those positions. First vice president, I contested with 2 men and won the position of the first vice president. And then God made me the first male president of the Nigerian Bar Association in 1992. So you said, what qualifies one? You have to be active at your branch. You have to attend meetings, attend national conferences, and so many other things, and work hard. You know, whatever assignment you are given, you do it. But I think God assigned me to that position. I don't think you can get anything except God allocates it to you and say, look, my child, this is what you are going to be. So I think God wanted to give me that honor. That is why I became the first male president of the Nigerian Bar Association. And it's a very hard job because we have so many branches, so many. And you have to oversee all those branches in Nigeria as the president of the NBA. And then you have to be a watchdog of the society. You know, if anything goes wrong in the society or the human rights of people are being trampled upon, you have to speak out against any bad thing that the government may do, you know, like not obeying court orders and various other things like that. We praise them too when they do good things. But look at what is happening in the country now. The government is not obeying all the court orders. And I think they should. It's the rule of law we are following in this country. They ought to obey court orders. Because we don't want a banana country. We don't want a banana country where law and order will break down. So the government must show the good example by obeying court orders and promoting the rule of law in this country. They are not doing that now.
Ma, being the first female president of the General Secretary of Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, we heard that your experience was not an easygoing thing. Can you share with us?
Well, you know, in some situations, the men don't want a woman to be the president or to be head, because the men believe that, well, they are the head of the family. Yes, they are the head of the family. But I was on the board of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce for years. And I became their president. I became president for about 4 years. But it was a bit, I didn't become president when I should have been president. You understand? Because there had never been a woman who was president of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. And maybe the men didn't want a woman. Some men, not all, did not want a woman to be president of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. So, but by the grace of God, I became the president. So whatever whatever you want in life, I think you have to persevere at it. You'll have odds, you'll have problems and trials, but you have to persevere at whatever you are doing. And as I said, if you pray at one time or the other, you know, like one archbishop, I'm a Catholic, he says some prayers, God answers them jet speed, and others, tortoise, slow. So you pray, but I know that God answers all prayers. So I became the president. It was the will of God. Though it wasn't at the time I should have been. If it was a man, that man should have been president at least years before me.
Ma, many young people believe that to go very high in the legal profession, you have to belong to a secret court. Now, how true is that in your own view?
I don't think it's true. Me, I'm a Catholic. The Pope honored me in 1981, St. John Paul II. I don't mix my religion with cultism or with anything. 100% worship of God is what I do. I don't believe that you have to. I'm a life bencher as well. You know, I'm a life bencher, and that is the highest you can reach. I'm a life bencher. So, look, if you have deep faith in God and a personal relationship with Him, deep personal relationship with God, and that's what you children should strive for. You know, the Bible says, we are in the world, but we are not of the world. So, all young people must strive to make sure they are in the world, but they are not of the world. You must make sure that you have a deep relationship with God. And that's what I've tried to do all my life. But my parents brought me up with my mother. I remembered, you must go to Mass. You must go to church every Sunday. Even during the week, go to Mass, because we are Catholics. So, and I've tried to bring up my children like that. You know, if you have a personal, deep relationship with God, you pray every day. You know, God, when you please God, you take an inch, God will give you a mile. That is the sort of God. He's so generous, kind, and compassionate. If you strive to obey His commandments and to please Him, you will find that whatever you want in life, He will give you. I don't say you will not have obstacles, so, like the one I told you about the presidency of the Nigerian Chamber of Commerce and even the Bar Association, because when I wanted to go for a second term, well, you see, the government wanted somebody else. They didn't want me. They said, she's a human rights person, you know, she will continue to be a watchdog of the society and really follow all the aims and objectives of the Nigerian Bar Association. So the government wanted somebody else. When we were doing our national conference and having the elections in Port Harcourt in 1992. So anyway, things didn't go well. The election was stopped abruptly. So, and the military really disorganized the Nigerian Bar Association, the military. They said we were too strong, we were too powerful. Kuye is there. And the only person I fear is God. I don't fear any human being. So once my conscience is clear, I'm at peace with myself. So that's why I'm saying, look, if you have a deep relationship with God, all your trials and problems, God will help you to overcome them if you have faith in God. So you don't have to belong to a cult. I'm not a cult person. I'm a church person. And I'm active in so many things in the church. I'm a member of the Confraternity of Christian Mothers, you know. And the Confraternity of Christian Mothers, you have to bring up your children to be God-fearing. That is our main objective, to make sure that our children become God-fearing people. Then you help your church, you help the society by praying for your husband, children, and whatever the bishop, whatever they ask the society to do, we do it. God made me to start the confraternity in the Lagos Archdiocese and also at the national level. You know, for the past 35 years, we have been working on that. They had a parish, at the parish level, we had the Confraternity of Christian Mothers. But then, I think the Blessed Virgin Mary wanted the one of the diocese and the national, so that we can do more for the church. And the Lord chose me to do it, and we have done it, and it's very successful to the glory of God. So you see, if you are with God, a lot of things will be possible for you by prayers and fasting. So you don't have to be a cult person, and it's not good. I don't belong to any cult too, except the cult of God and the Catholic Church.
In this system right now, we feel that you have to steal so much to cover so much. And the youth think they favor the rich when they steal. What can you say about that?
Well, all these cases of stealing that is being reported in the newspapers, and of course there are some court cases, I think it's rather unfortunate that it's mostly the elite that are stealing, politicians that are stealing. I think it is wrong. It is very, very wrong. And some of them, they do plea bargain, and they will give part of the money, and then the case ends that way. But then there are delays in the court system, adjournments of cases and things like that. But in the end, I think justice will be done. You know, all these people that are stealing, I mean, look at the Koyi, where they got, is it $40 million or $45 million? All these things are happening, but I think it is very, very bad that these things are happening. Because many of the cases are in court, but government is losing many of the cases. I don't know why. Whether the Ministry of Justice is not sending good advocates to prosecute those cases, I would not know as a lawyer. I think government is doing its best. They send a case to court. They are not there when the cases are to be conducted. They are not there. It's for the judges to see and for the lawyers to see that they present their cases properly, the prosecution. The prosecution should present the cases well in court so that they win their cases. But you see, if they don't present their cases well, they are going to lose. Because they have been losing so many. EFCC has been losing so many cases. So, they should make sure they brush up the lawyers and prepare the cases, get the documents, get the witnesses ready. I think it was last week in one case, the witness was not in court. I think it was the second time or so. So if you are going to accuse somebody of something, You must put your house in order. Your documents must be in order. Your witnesses must be ready, so that you don't keep on having adjournments. It's the rich who steal so much money. The poor people will have no money to steal. I don't think they have money to steal, you know. So the rich people who are stealing, the cases are being taken to court. How can you be stealing the money that belongs to all Nigerians? You know, it's wrong. The money that should be used for a common good, for development of infrastructure, for building hospitals and schools and things like that, for paying pensioners, because it's so endemic. It is a terrible thing, corruption.
Ma, few people get justice in this country. What can you say about the justice system in this country right now?
Well, our courts dispense justice, and we have excellent judges in the magistrate court, in the high court, in the court of appeal, and in the Supreme Court. Though there may be a few bad eggs, but I believe, I'm talking from experience, I believe that our judges dispense justice in accordance with the Constitution and their oath of office. They do. You know, there may be a few bad eggs because the society itself is corrupt. And some of it has to rub off on everybody, on all aspects of the society. But I believe that by and large, we do get justice in our judiciary, because if you go to the magistrate court and the magistrate gives you judgment that you are not pleased with, you appeal. Your appeal will go to the high court. If the high court judge gives you a judgment that displeases you, you lodge an appeal. It will go to the court of appeal. And if you are not happy at the court of appeal, you go to the Supreme Court. So you see, the system, there is justice. I believe that the judges are dispensing justice in accordance with the facts before them, in accordance with their oath of office, in accordance with the Constitution and the laws, the prevailing laws.
Of all the cases you had, which one was the most challenging, and how did you succeed?
How can I remember that one now? I've handled so many cases, but I think one, because it has to do with human rights. This lady from Bendel State, she lost her husband, had 4 children, and then the family wanted to take away everything she had, including the house, the shares of the company, because the husband was a businessman. So she came to me and I went to court, you know, and I won my case. They couldn't take the shares from her. They couldn't take anything. You know, in Edo State, they have a system where even women are irrelevant. It is the boy. So they tried to take everything away from this woman, but I won the case. They couldn't take her shares. They couldn't take anything. And then the people wanted to go to the court of appeal, but till today they never went. So that gave me joy, that at least this widow and her children, she would have something to raise her children, you know, to look after her children. And then there are companies that have incorporated, and many of them are big companies now, and that makes me happy.
Ma'am, Nigerian youths have this belief that if you're not rich and connected, you can't go far in life. How true is this? Like, considering the fact that you grew up in a wealthy family and you're successful.
I don't think, I would not buy that idea that you have to be well connected, though it may help. It may help. But I think if you have the intelligence, you know, you get your degree and you work hard. I know now there are a lot of graduates that are unemployed. That is, there's a high degree of unemployment in Nigeria at the present moment. But what I would have asked those graduates to do is to pull together. They can pull together, establish something, form cooperatives, get loan from the banks. And even government is trying to do a lot now for new graduates. I think there are some banks that are helping them. But what you have said, now that, I mean, if you have good relatives, of course they will help you. They will help you, but it doesn't mean to say that a graduate, somebody who is hardworking, intelligent, will not get on in life. It is just not possible. Because you see, those talents will shine. They will shine, they will come out, and then they will recognize the person. So you don't have to have a godfather to succeed in life. I didn't have a godfather. God is my godfather. That's all I can say. God is my godfather. So, but the graduates now, the government said that they can go into agriculture and they are willing to give them loan because there are so many young people roaming the streets. So they should pull together and establish something. Like there's somebody who just finished as a youth corper. You know, he just decided to register a business name and start a cleaning service company. You don't have to wait. Before, in the olden days, it was easy. A graduate will come from London. Your car is waiting for you. Your job is waiting for you. Yes, you are a senior civil service, a senior person. Immediately you get a job. But now, I think our universities are turning out so many people. So it's not easy. You have unemployment. But then the fresh graduates should pull themselves together and establish something. And there are so many things they can establish, even agriculture. Even look at people who are picking all these polythene water sachets and things like that, and making money from it. There's so many things they can do. And it's the brain one uses. You have to use the brain. So as I say, a new graduate who uses his or her brain will be able to do something and make money.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, have you ever lost a court case?
Yes. You cannot win all the cases.
So how did you feel and how did you recover?
Well, I appealed because there's a system. You lose a case, maybe in the High Court, you can lodge an appeal to the Court of Appeal. If you are still not satisfied, you go to the Supreme Court. You can't win all the cases all the time. It's not possible. I won so many, but I lost others too. So that's what you do. You appeal. When you lose a case, you appeal. I hope that the higher court will sift the facts and maybe you win your appeal.
Of all disciplines to major in, why did you pick geography?
Frankly, I don't know the answer. It was as if geography picked me. I would say that in my class 3, when we started to study the planetary system, somehow it was a revelation how the Earth functions. And from that point on, a lot of things global became easy for me to understand. And the ocean currents, the wind system, the movement of the sun, the rotation of the earth, human usage of the land, what we will now call environmental impact of human beings, all those became relatively easy for me to handle, that even at that, in class 3, I was just 14, 15, I was having to teach my seniors to help them understand what seemed to me so obvious. So by the time I had to choose what subjects to, in those days we didn't do JAM. We really did an entrance exam of 6 subjects, as if you're doing school SAT again. So I had to choose subjects which I was sure about. I must say at one stage, I was tempted to think I would go into medicine. But that was because in secondary school those days, we didn't have real science education very strong. My school didn't have a good science laboratory. So at the end of class 3, we were always asked, do you want to go to the Latin class or the science? Now, the more, I will say brilliant students usually opt for Latin. And so I was in the Latin class, but we now insisted that although we couldn't do science, at least we could do biology. even though we didn't have laboratory. And so many of us in that class, one of my classmates being late Chief Bolanle, okay, we were all in the Latin class, but we were allowed to do biology, not with experiment actually physically done, but reading it in the book. And so what was always interesting was that even though we didn't do the practical as such, we always came first, second in the exam as against those who did the science. So it was that made me think I could do physics and chemistry like that, but they were not that type of subject. And so when I had to do the entrance exam, I could have done, I did biology as one of my 6 subjects, but I dare not put my chemistry or physics because they were very rudimentary. So I went back to those subjects I was sure. But from that point on, as I said, in the school, from class 4, I think I was winning all the prizes in geography. When I got to University College, I was also winning the prizes in geography. When I got to University College London, I was also winning the prizes in geography. So I can't explain why. The only thing I would say is that, you know, we all have different talents. And some people can think in 3 dimensions. Okay, but some can't. You know, invariably when you're doing things like contour, you know what we call contour? How to produce a map showing hills and valleys and so on. Now, some people can't read it. Some can read it. Okay, I think I have a special grip in the sense that I can always think of things as if they were on the face of the earth.
Sir, what would you say was your turning point, your breaking point, a moment you'll never forget that led you to be the man you are today?
I would like to say it could be just that you're lucky you were given an opportunity, not what I said, and you grasp it with both hands. You see, when I tell my history, I could show that for the last 50 years, from 1961, there was no year I wasn't serving government, not as a lecturer, that they come to me and say, help us. Okay, and you might say, therefore, the turning point was 1961, when the chief statistician of Western Nigeria came and said, you're going to help us prepare for the census. And from 1961 to 2011, there was no single year I wasn't being asked to do something out of my normal job for one government or the other. In 1966, we had the military coup, and out of the blues, I was asked to see the governor, the military governor of the West, Adekunle Fajuyi. And I went to see him, and I was surprised. He was telling me, look, there's been a lot of problem with the forest reserve of the Western region. And he wants to constitute a government, a committee, to look into the problem. Because before he came, the political government at that time was giving license to people to gain their support, and they were cutting into the forest in areas they shouldn't have gone to. And so he asked me, and when they gave me the terms of reference, it was not only to look into this, but then to advise government what to do. Okay, So we started that investigation, and in the process of advising government what to do, it became clear that for the forest we have in this part of the country, we're not using it. The colonial government was happy to cut our trees and take it away, or take them away. But we can't take that attitude. So my committee started looking at what should we do about making the forest more useful for our own development. My secretary was the deputy conservator of forest. And as we went into this whole thing, that to do so, these forest reserves were already there. They were government owned. They didn't have to buy it. But they were allowing it to be occupied only by the tropical hardwoods. And those need a lot of acres. And yet, if we could bring in some exotic trees, like teak, like melina, we could grow trees that we could use to make paper, to make boards, to do all sorts of things, plywood. And we were doing all of this, calculating what this would mean in our report. When people ask me to advise them, my job is to give them the best advice I can think of. It's not to anticipate whether they will accept the advice or not. If they accept it, good. But I would have discharged my function. So if you ask me, from that first, even the census, and I could talk about that, it was to make sure that whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might. And I can complete that story, because what then happened when we submitted our report, in the meantime, Adekunle Fajuyi, as the military governor, had been killed. The governor that followed him was Adebayo, Major, he was brigadier then. And he constituted his government. By the time we submitted our report, there was he hadn't appointed his ministers. But once the report came, some months after, he appointed his minister. And the minister he sent to the Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources was again the late Chief Bola Ige. Now, without reference to me, Bola Ige found our report the only challenging and innovative thing in that ministry. And he carried out every one of our recommendations. All I'm trying to say is that if you take the view that any job anybody gives you, you do it to the best of your ability, you'll be surprised how many of them come to be accepted and respected. And I can tell that's the story of my life. That is why over 50 years, I could talk about what I did in the census, what I did in Kainji, what I did with forestry, what I did with the Federal Capital Territory, what I did. I mean, it could go on. But in each case, the underlying principle is that you must give of your best.
As a geographer,
yes,
what would be your solution to the erection of unplanned structures in Nigeria?
Well, I was trying to say we had this problem of the relationship between government and the people. Part of that relationship is still overlain by a colonial attitude of civil servants and the people. And therefore, the type of interaction that requires explanation of why we must have a planned situation somehow gets missing. And so what you get is demolition. Whereas in fact, if you've told us why you need to put a road through here, that if we don't do it, our refuse cannot be collected. If we have fire, they can't come in there. A lot of things can't happen. You will get the people themselves, what we will call participatory governance, making it easy to plan. Now, but remember, a lot of our problems still derives from the corruption that makes people want to exercise power in situations where what they needed was counseling. What do I mean? That you ask a person to be a town planner, you now go to register something. Somebody is hitting your file, somebody is doing, they just make life so difficult that your reaction is to ignore government. And there is a lot of ignoring government. In the reason why the question you ask is there, that instead of making it easy for all of us to do what government wants us to do, the tendency is for government to make it so hard that we will rather default. Okay, we'll have to change that. The military period, of course, made that a little more difficult. But as we get back into civilian governance, we will start appreciating that the whole purpose of government is the improvement of the living condition of the people.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Sir,
Yeah.
as a planner,
Yeah.
can you kindly tell us, is Nigeria well planned by your generation, like other advanced countries, for us to inherit?
Look at this part of the country, the western part. We had always, our grandfather, have always tended to live in what we call urban settlement, compact and large. Now, depending on the circumstance those places grew up, they had plants or they had no plants. If you went to Ijebu-Ode or Ife or Ilesha, you will see what we call a rectilinear pattern of roads. If you came to Ibadan or Abeokuta, it's all higgledy-piggledy because they developed under war conditions. But since then, we've trained planners, but they seem more concerned with layouts, new layouts, than with the old city. It's only now we haven't government talking about urban renewal. Remember, in Nigeria, we've had like 11 years of civilian rule. We had 6 years before, between 1960 and 1966. We had 4 of Shagari, and we've only started since 1999. So there's still a lot to be done, and the expectation is that as your generation read about planning, as you go abroad and see how other places develop, you would come back and plan. That's why I was involved in the planning of Abuja. It's meant to show you what a planned city can be like. But there are still many things we're not doing right in Abuja. But you saw Lagos, part of it is planned, part is not planned, depending on where you are. So, but it's one thing I would hope your generation would pay a lot more attention to.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Who are your role models?
You know, the question of role model are really things that are very important in the critical period of between 15 and maybe 30. At that time, our role model were people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Why? Because they were holding out to us how a patriotic person can live his life disciplined, self-disciplined, honest, with integrity, hard work, and so on. And so a lot of us in those days, if you saw my picture at a young man of 20, we would put on our cap. We would, okay, at that time, you know, now we wear agbada with glee. But at that time, it was regarded as native. Only rural people wear agbada and so on. We all had to dress like the colonial chap. Okay, but the Awolowo people broke that and said, agbada, that's our own, and we can have three-piece suit of a buba shokoto, and we would all go that way. We would abhor alcohol, again, because we know people in his generation, they are leaders. Because really role models means you trying to put yourself like a leader. And that meant any leader worth being a role model must fulfill, if you like, I would say 4 basic things. He must have integrity, you know. That means he's honest, he's truthful, okay. He must be diligent. He must work hard, okay. And he must have a modest lifestyle. When we were in school, our principal used to tell us something like, okay, I don't know whether you all speak Yoruba, but we went to, and he will say, Tete jaye, ko ma ba jekwe. Ma tete jaye, ko ba le jekwe. Do you know what that means? Okay. Don't try to enjoy life too early, because then it won't last. So all these young men trying to make money too early, you know, what would you do with money as a young man?
Comparing the youth of today
Yes.
to your youthful life,
Yes.
when you were a youth,
Yes.
what is the difference that you spot? And do you believe in the youth of today? Do you believe they can perform?
Oh, I always believe in the youth. Why? Because if you don't, you're just wasting your time. There would always be the youth. I'll tell you a story. There was some time ago when people were saying, the youth of today, it's the end of the world. Can they do anything? Okay, and then somebody brought out a quotation from the 5th century BC, when somebody was saying exactly that can we leave the world in the hands of the youth? Of course. Who else would we leave it in their hands? The only thing is, you see, 2 things. Their world is changing. I mean, between when I was a student and today, you just think of the cascade of innovations, of technical development, even all these cameras. Okay, you may be too young, but there was a time all we were doing was typing. Okay, we were posting letters. Then it came, we could fax letters. Then we could email letters. Then we could say SMS. And we could do, but that's your generation. Okay. So in a sense, you're more skilled in certain areas than we are. The one thing one tells the youth is that what we call the eternal verities don't change. What are the verities? Means truth. Now listen to this. I remember this from my Bible. It's in the pastor will. You can go and check it. Philippians chapter 4, maybe 5 and 6, where Paul was telling them. Listen to what he says. Whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any praise, if there be any virtue, think on. Now, that was 2,000 years ago, and yet it's still true today. Whatever is true, and all we've been talking is be truthful. Whatever is honest, all we've been saying is be honest. Whatever is just. Okay, those things don't change. But the social context in which they have to operate those things change. And it's that process of change that the youth come in. And when you say you don't believe in the youth, you were a young man once, and the world ended up in your hand as an old man. Are you going to take the world to your grave, or are you going to hand it over to some other generation? But as I said, those guiding principles don't change. That's why we call them eternal verities. Why? Because if you don't, you're just wasting your time. There would always be the youth. I'll tell you a story. There was some time ago when people were saying, the youth of today, it's the end of the world. Can they do anything? Okay, and then somebody brought out a quotation from the 5th century BC, when somebody was saying exactly that can we leave the world in the hands of the youth? Of course. Who else would we leave it in their hands? The only thing is, you see, two things. Their world is changing. I mean, between when I was a student and today, you just think of the cascade of innovations, of technical development, even all these cameras. Okay. And I can remind, okay, you may be too young, but there was a time all we were doing was typing. Okay. We were posting letters. Then it came, we could fax letters. Then we could email letters. Then we could say SMS. And we could do, but that's your generation. Okay. So in a sense, you're more skilled in certain areas than we are. The one thing one tells the youth is that what we call the eternal verities don't change. What are the verities? Means truth. Those things don't change. But the social context in which they have to operate those things change. And it's that process of change that the youth come in. And when you say you don't believe in the youth, you were a young man once, and the world ended up in your hand as an old man. Are you going to take the world to your grave, or are you going to hand it over to some other generation? But as I said, those guiding principles don't change. That's why we call them eternal verities.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Sir,
Yeah.
as a planner,
Yeah.
can you kindly tell us, is Nigeria well planned by your generation like other advanced countries for us to inherit?
Look at this part of the country, the western part. We had always, our grandfather, have always tended to live in what we call urban settlement, compact and large. Now, depending on the circumstance those places grew up, they had plants or they had no plants. If you went to Ijebu-Ode or Ife or Ilesha, you will see what we call a rectilinear pattern of roads. If you came to Ibadan or Abeokuta, it's all hickledy-pickledy because they developed under war conditions. But since then, we've trained planners, but they seem more concerned with layout, new layout, than with the old city. It's only now we haven't government talking about urban renewal. And you see them knocking down houses and trying to put some order into our cities. But we will have to get there. Only remember, in Nigeria, we've had like 11 years of civilian rule. We had 6 years before, between 1960 and 1966. We had 4 of Shagari, and we've only started since 1999. So there's still a lot to be done, and the expectation is that as your generation read about planning, as you go abroad and see how other places develop, you would come back and plan. That's why I was involved in the planning of Abuja. It's meant to show you what a planned city can be like, but there are still many things we're not doing right in Abuja. But you saw Lagos, part of it is planned, part is not planned, depending on where you are. So, but it's one thing I would hope your generation would pay a lot more attention to.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Who are your role models?
The question of role model are really things that are very important in the critical period of between 15 and maybe 30. At that time, our role model were people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Why? Because they were holding out to us how a patriotic person can live his life disciplined, self-disciplined, honest, with integrity, hard work, and so on. And so a lot of us in those days, if you saw my picture at a young man of 20, we would put on our cap. We would, at that time, now we wear agbada with glee. But at that time, it was regarded as native. Only rural people wear agbada and so on. We all had to dress like the colonial chap. Okay, but the Awolowo people broke that and said, agbada, that's our own, and we can have three-piece suit of a buba shokoto, and we would all go that way. We would abhor alcohol, again, because we know people in his generation, they are leaders. Because really role models means you trying to put yourself like a leader. And that meant any leader worth being a role model must fulfill, if you like, I would say 4 basic things. He must have integrity, you know. That means he's honest, he's truthful, okay. He must be diligent. He must work hard, okay. And he must have a modest lifestyle. When we were in school, our principal used to tell us something like, okay, I don't know whether you all speak Yoruba, but we went, and he will say, Tete jaye, ko ma ba jekwe. Ma tete jaye, ko ba le jekwe. Do you know what that means? Okay. Don't try to enjoy life too early, because then it won't last. So all these young men trying to make money too early, you know, what would you do with money as a young man? Okay, first, that's when you don't fool around with women. That will kill you. When you have cars you shouldn't have, okay, you would have friends you don't need. And in the process, you can kill yourself. The Yorubas again will say things like, ayo, long payo. You know, when you are busy, you have things to work hard on, it can't kill you. In fact, it can only make you stronger. It's when you have nothing to do and you have money that you're likely to do a stupid thing and kill yourself. Let me tell you the story. There is an old friend of ours who came to see us when we were bellyaching about all these people stealing money from government. And he says, you know, their greatest menace is not the government, it's their family. A person who doesn't have more money than making a place like this suddenly gets into billions. The first person he deals with is his mother. This is a woman living in the rural area. Now you've stolen money, you have it in millions, you now call an architect. Can you help me design a small house of 8 rooms for my mother? Small house of... Okay. What's the most expensive floor thing? You say it's the money in his brain. Oh, they say, of course, we could put marble there. He says, that's the only thing my mother will have. So they put marble. You move in Mama from her rural into a small house of 8 bedroom with marble floor. So you take Mama there, and Mama says, oh, nice, my son, and so I say, Mama, but you see, this floor is not like your something. No? He says, you think I'm blind? Okay. And Mama was living there, sleeps, knock her head, Mama is gone. Okay. That's the first casualty of... Okay. Then he takes his children and he destroys them one by one, because the young boy who used to do well in school ended up passing to the university. Already in his room he had a small TV and so on. So the father says, yes, I know you can do it. Yeah, You go there and show them you are my son. So he calls his henchman and says, now what can we give this young man who's done so well? He's been admitted to UI. He says, well, we can give him a small car. He says, my son, yes. Let's give him a baby Benz. I mean, you are still a baby, aren't you? He's a baby. Now that's a car even his professors don't ride. Okay, so they give him a baby Benz. He gets there. What about pocket money? We'll give him 5,000. Okay, so he goes to the university, and of course, immediately he starts having friends he doesn't need. They want to use his car to go to party, to go to this, to bring girls, and he starts fooling around with girls and so on. And then, as often happens, it gets boring. So he brings something, cocaine. And before you know it, that boy is a drug addict. God is a God of retribution, except that we don't see when he punishes those who have punished their nation. But there is no doubt that they do pay for it in more ways than we can imagine. So, what's the lesson? The Yorubas will say, Shebo Timo.
So, what leadership values did you inherit that you think that our generation of now does not possess?
I wouldn't use the word your generation doesn't, because the leadership values are always there, you know? And those of you who would be successful leaders will still have to show that. You have to be disciplined, okay? You have to be consultative. Otherwise, they'll throw you out after sometimes you're dictatorial, okay? You have to be appreciative of people's strengths and weaknesses. As I said, you have to lead by example. And those issues that are examples have to do with integrity. If you are a leader and you start stealing our money, we'll discover you and we'll throw you out. If you are a leader and you told us one lie, we will find out one day and we'll say you are a liar, you know. So some of those things don't change, you know. And I have no doubt, you know, your generation, sometimes when people talk about they're not allowing young men to be in power, that's getting it wrong. The Chinese are a very wise lot, but you won't see them rushing to put a 30-year-old where the distraction and, you know, not because he wants to be distracted, but he's still a young man. Okay, and there are things that could make him fall or falter. So when people are rushing to be leaders, even to be governors, too early, they'll be governors, and where you should stay, you reach it at 35, and you still have 65 years to go. So it's something you gradually learn, and because those values, again, you are tested. And I have no doubt there are as many people, percentage-wise, in your generation who have leadership capabilities as in any generation. Unless we want to deceive ourselves and say we gave birth to morons.
Thank you, sir. What wishes do you have for the youths?
In this age and time. One of the things I would wish for the youth is that they're a lot more tolerant of each other, because this country is more complex than people tend to appreciate. And as the way all these modern gadgets come, we have to interact a lot more. And it's so tempting to become extremist. So tolerance is one virtue I pray for. But more than that, at the individual level, I would hope you would be more innovative. In fact, show the genius of the Nigerian, which we haven't been able to show because we show it in the negative way. It was always a reaction against. But when we try to channel our innovative capabilities in the right direction, I think we could make this country one of the greatest in the world. And I believe the youth can do that. I believe also that they can become a lot more patriotic than they have been. And patriotism is, not just loving your country, which is almost an abstract thing, but loving your people, wanting to do things to the community to help everybody be better than they were, and the country to be a better place than you met it. That's still our challenge. It was the challenge of every generation, that you leave Nigeria a better place than you met it. And that you can do irrespective of where you are. It's my hope that we will gradually diminish the importance of politics in our life. It's got people on the wrong, all because it's an easy way to steal. That's a fact. And be rich overnight. But not by hard work, not by exercising the brain, but by just being voluble. Now we need everybody, irrespective of where he finds himself, as a teacher, as a scientist, as a worker, to give his best so that the country can be a much better place. That doesn't mean we won't have politicians, but I can assure you this phase of politics will go. You can see the way the oil price is dropping. That type of politics, when you steal and we don't with impunity, would stop. Because if we were paying tax and the government depends on the tax we pay, you can't steal it. We will deal with you. It's because it's coming from a resource which we have no control over. We don't know how much of it is pumped any day. You can go on stealing, but the world itself is bent on stopping the dominance of hydrocarbon. So we would have leaders, we would have youths who would understand that a nation lives, tries to become important by its own innovative capabilities. And that for me would be what I would pray, that the youths of Nigeria would see that their God-given talent needs to be exercised. It's not Europe alone that can invent things. We can do a lot more of that here. And that will be my prayer for the youth, that they would also leave a coming generation which would have character. I always remind people that's the reason when we graduate students, we say we found them, what do we say? that we found them able both in character and learning. And character is always the most important.
But can you go back to the very beginning? Tell us how this Professor Bolanle, where did it start from?
Well, it started off from the very beginning. I was born in a place called Ilesha. The first 9 years of my life at a place called Holy Trinity School, Omofe. So we had to move to Ibadan. And I went to St. James's School, Okebola, here in Ibadan. And I was in St. James's School for quite a while until I did the entrance exam to my secondary school. My secondary school is called CMS Girls School in Broad Street in Lagos. You want to know that it's the oldest girls' school in Nigeria. It was started in 1865. CMS Grammar School was started in 1855, but CMS Girls School was started in 1965. It was meant to be at par with the boys' schools. It was only after that that you had a Methodist Boys' High School, and of course schools like King's College came much later. Anyhow, after some time, I got into that school in 1946. It was going there was my first experience of going to Lagos. It was quite exciting. I'd never been to Lagos before then. And my school moved to Ibadan. And we moved to the school that is now known as St. Anne's School. St. Anne's School is in Molete, for those of you who might know Ibadan. And it was, it inherited an older school known as Kudeti School, Kudeti Girls' School. And Kudeti Girls' School is about the oldest girls' school in Ibadan. You might have heard of the Hendras. The Hendras were the people who brought Christianity to Ibadan. And his wife, Anna Hendra, started that school, first at Kudeti, and later moved it to Molete. And we inherited that school. My school inherited that school, and I was in that school until I passed out in 1951. Some of us went abroad. I went to a public school in Cambridge, a past school for girls. It was also there's this past school for boys, but I went to the girls' school. It was a day school, but I stayed with a couple who had a Scottish couple who had lived in Ibadan before. He was working in more plantation, and she was a lawyer, but she was teaching in our school. So I stayed with them, and they had a daughter going to the same school. So we used to go together. I had two wonderful professors. I read modern history and medieval history. And the two professors were Oxford people. For some reason, I got on quite well with them. And this we should all learn, I was very involved with their activities there. You know, we had the Students' Union, the Students' Representative Council, and you could stand for election. And you would go and stand for election, and you would stand on the rostrum, and you would give your brief, what are you going to do, and so on, and people will ask you questions and heckle you and so on. And so I really enjoyed myself there. And the lecturers were also very nice. They allowed you to ask them questions at all times. It's a small community, and you walk across the lawn talking to your professor and so on. But these two professors were Oxford people. And one of them was actually a fellow of All Souls. And the most distinguished thing you can be in Oxford is to be a fellow of All Souls. It's only very few people who are fellows of All Souls. And when I started talking to them that I wanted to do this and that, they said, look, why don't you go to Oxford? And they gave me a reference to Oxford. And I went for the interview in Oxford. And when I got there, I was interviewed by the history don in my college, Somerville College. It's the oldest female college in Oxford. And that I wanted to do African history. And she was shocked. And she said there was nothing like African history, that they only know about European history and American history and English history, that Africans don't have a history. And I said, look, we do have a history. You must realize that this was still before Nigeria became independent. Ghana had just become independent before I left St. Andrews. And I said, look, we do have a history. And fortunately for me, I don't know whether you've heard of Professor Kenneth Dike. He was the first African Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan. He had just written a book on the Niger Delta and talked about the Africans there. And also, not long after, there was Professor S.O. Biobaku, who had also written another book called Egba and Their Neighbors. So I told him that, in fact, my people have also written about themselves. But she wasn't convinced. She said, they cannot admit me, that if I wanted to do European history or some other history, they would take me, but not for that. So, and I knew I had another option. I could have gone to London, where they are already doing African history, so I walked out. But the following day, the principal of the college then called me and said, they have decided to admit me to the college. So I was surprised. He said, yes, you will be surprised that we are not convinced that there is African history. But you say you are going to do African history. Now you have to convince us that there is African history by doing African history. And said, that is why we've decided to admit you into the college. So that was how I got into the college. And I started. It was not easy initially because my scholarship, which I got from the western region of Nigeria, it didn't extend to postgraduate. So, but the principal was a very nice person. He said, look, don't worry, because I had to be going to London almost every day to look at the records in London. That's where you can get records on Nigeria and the colonies. They organized a bursary for me to be going to London. And said, well, if you can feed yourself, we'll be all right until you can extend your scholarship. Eventually, I did. And it was great fun. My supervisor in Oxford was a woman called Marjorie Perham. I don't know whether you've heard of Marjorie Perham. Marjorie Perham was the one who wrote the biography of Lord Lugard. And you know, it's through them that Nigeria got its name, that title, Nigeria. Yeah. She was my supervisor. She was a tall, impressive woman. She was a consultant to the colonial office, and we used to have the excitement of a number of the people, like Tom Mboya. Have you ever heard of Tom Mboya? Tom Mboya was one of the first prime ministers of Kenya. Tafada Balewa himself used to come there. Zikwe used to come there. And in fact, Miss Perham wrote the foreword to Awolowo's first book, Path to Nigerian Freedom. Miss Perham wrote it. So she was a well-known person. It was quite exciting being with her. And she took me just like a daughter. And after some time, it was necessary for me to come home to do field work. So I came back home in 50. Anyhow, I came back home to do field work, I think in 57 or 50. And I stayed at the University of Ibadan to look at the records in the archives. You know, in the University of Ibadan, there's the National Archives. Yes, and to look at the records there. And then I did a lot of field work going around Ibadan, and also many of the towns in southwestern Nigeria, because I studied Ibadan in the 19th century, and Ibadan in the 19th century was the premier town in southwestern Nigeria. It had what one could call an empire, spreading over virtually the rest of southwestern Nigeria. So I had to go there, and the Ibadan had the system of ajele. You know, the ajele is like what would you call an ajele? A representative of an imperial power. You know, in a town or that is under the imperial power. The imperial power would send somebody to supervise that town, to represent it on that town, and give reports back. And so Ibadan had an ajele in a large number of the towns in southwestern Nigeria in those days. I came back to Oxford, wrote it up to a certain extent, discussed with my supervisor, and then if you spent 2 years in Oxford for a PhD, that means you spend 6 terms, and after 6 terms, you don't have to be in residence. You can come and go. And I thought, well, I would like to go back. Anyhow, there was a vacancy at the University of Ibadan. They advertised for the position of lecturer in history, and I applied for it, and I was appointed. It was, at that time, the University of Ibadan was still under the University of London. It was a college of the University of London. So the interview was actually done in London. I'm sure about 10 people interviewed us. I wasn't the only one being interviewed. There was only one woman on the panel. Dr. DK, Professor DK was also on the panel. It was quite rigorous, but I think I was lucky that the woman on the panel was quite excited that there was a woman being interviewed, and if the other interviewers decided to become difficult, she would come to my rescue quickly. Anyhow, the long and short of it was that I was given a job in the University of Ibadan. So I started work in the University of Ibadan on the day that Nigeria became independent, 1960. But a day or two later, the secretary to the Department of History then came and said, look, they're expecting you in that department that you should start. So I started working in the Department of History. It was quite an experience because one, I was the first Nigerian woman to be appointed there, to the University of Ibadan. So it was quite, everybody was watching whether this woman would make it or not. But my department, the history department, was extremely excited. They were very nice, and they took it as a challenge that this woman will not fail. I'd done some African history, but not enough. But they made sure that I did more. And the students themselves were curious to know whether this woman can deliver or not. When I first came, I decided that since I was living on the campus, I didn't need a car. You know, and in those days, as soon as you got appointed, you got a car and all sorts. And I said I didn't need a car. I was just walking from Faculty of Arts to one of these halls. And the students used to walk along with me. And a number of them used to ask me questions. And I knew they were just trying to find out whether I had it or I didn't have it, or how I got to become a lecturer in Ibadan. Anyhow, I started working there. And I was there. I got married. My husband too was teaching in the physics department. My husband was a physicist. He was an old student of UI, but he did his PhD in Cambridge and then came back. And not long after, we got married at the chapel, UI chapel here. And he was the medical students hall in UCH, and we lived there for some time before we moved to the main campus here. But he was a very restless person. He felt that he wasn't challenged enough by Ibadan. So he decided to go to Lagos. And he was appointed to the physics department in Lagos. And I was now left in Ibadan. But I felt that it was not on, you know, to have my husband in Lagos and I in Ibadan. We already had, I think, 2 children by then, 2 boys. So I then moved on to Lagos too. I became a member of staff of the School for African and Oriental Studies there. But as I said, my husband was a very restless person. After some time, he decided he wanted to go back to Ibadan. So he came back to Ibadan. He was back to the physics department where he became professor of physics. And of course, I had to follow. I came back to Ibadan. So I hope you girls understand what I'm saying, the trials of a woman. So I came back to Ibadan, and I didn't go back to the history department. I went to the Institute of African Studies, and I became a research fellow there. And I was there all the time until I became professor there. And at one point, director of the institute. In between, I was invited by the Oyo State government when Jembewo was the governor to be a commissioner. So I was a commissioner in the Ministry of Education for some time. And then from there, I was moved to the Ministry of Industries and Trade. And from there, I went back to the university. And I kept on working in the university for quite a while. I think that's much more like my life. At one point, in the meantime, you might have heard of MacArthur Foundation. Have you heard of MacArthur Foundation? No. Yeah, obviously, you haven't been to you should go around the University of Ibadan and you see so many buildings given to the university by MacArthur Foundation. MacArthur Foundation is an American foundation. It's founded by 2 people, a man and his wife. And they were working to a large extent amongst the black people in America. They were based in Chicago, but then they decided they wanted to expand and go outside. So they chose Nigeria, India, Mexico, and Brazil as the new places they would like to go to. And they decided to come to Nigeria, and they asked if I would be their coordinator here. So I worked for MacArthur Foundation for some time, the very beginning. And then I went back again to UI. I was about to retire. And for some reason, I was invited to be chairman of the teaching hospital at the University of Ilorin. I was there for some time, then I came back again. And after some time, I was asked to be chairman of the University of Nsukka, University of Nigeria Nsukka, the chairman of their council. So I was their chairman for some time. And after that, I thought I should come back home and relax. So I've been a housewife and a grandmother and all that since then. You see, you cannot understand a country, you cannot understand yourself unless you know what your past has been like. You can't, so, and that is history. Colonial past, for instance, how you were treated under the British administration. That will give you a challenge. Do you want to continue like that, or do you want to do better? Well, starting out from the very beginning, I was born in a place called Indonesia. The first 8-9 years of my life at a place called Holy Trinity School of Ope. So we had to move to Ibadan when I went to St. James's School in 1951. Some of us went abroad. I went to a public school in Cambridge, a past school for girls. I had 2 wonderful professors. I read modern history and medieval history. And the 2 professors were Oxford people. For some reason, I got on quite well with them. And this you should all learn, I was very involved with their activities there. You know, we had the Students' Union, the Students' Representative Council, and you could stand for election. And you would go and stand for election, and you would stand on the rostrum, and you would give your brief, what are you going to do, and so on, and people will ask you questions and heckle you and so on. And so I really enjoyed myself there. And the lecturers were also very nice. They allowed you to ask them questions at all times. It's a small community, and you walk across the lawn talking to your professor and so on. And they gave me a reference to Oxford. And I went for the interview in Oxford. And when I got there, I was interviewed by the history don in my college, Somerville College. It's the oldest female college in Oxford. And that I wanted to do African history. And she was shocked. And she said there was nothing like African history, that they only know about European history and American history and English history, that Africans don't have a history. So I told him that, in fact, my people have also written about themselves. But she wasn't convinced. She said, they cannot admit me, that if I wanted to do European history or some other history, they would take me, but not for that. So, and I knew I had another option. I could have gone to London, where they are already doing African history, so I walked out. But the following day, the principal of the college then called me and said, they have decided to admit me to the college. So I was surprised. He said, yes, you will be surprised that we are not convinced that there is African history. But you say you are going to do African history. Now you have to convince us that there is African history by doing African history. And said, that is why we've decided to admit you into the college. It was great fun. My supervisor in Oxford was a woman called Marjorie Perham. I don't know whether you've heard of Marjorie Perham. Marjorie Perham was the one who wrote the biography of Lord Lugard. And you know, it's through them that Nigeria got its name, that title, Nigeria. She was my supervisor. She was a tall, impressive woman. She was a consultant to the colonial office, and we used to have the excitement of a number of the people, like Tom Mboya. Have you ever heard of Tom Mboya? Tom Mboya was one of the first prime ministers of Kenya. Tafada Balewa himself used to come there. Ezekwesilli used to come there. And in fact, Miss Perham wrote the foreword to Awolowo's first book, Path to Nigerian Freedom. Miss Perham wrote it. So she was a well-known person. It was quite exciting being with her. I came back home to do field work, I think in 57 or 50. And I stayed at the University of Ibadan. I started work in the University of Ibadan on the day that Nigeria became independent, 1960. But a day or two later, the secretary to the Department of History then came and said, look, they're expecting you in that department that you should start. So I started working in the Department of History. It was quite an experience because one, I was the first Nigerian woman to be appointed there, to be appointed to the University of Ibadan. So it was quite, everybody was watching whether this woman would make it or not. But my department, the history department, was extremely excited. They were very nice, and they took it as a challenge that this woman will not fail. I'd done some African history, but not enough. But they made sure that I did more. And the students themselves were curious to know whether this woman can deliver or not. I got married. My husband too was teaching in the physics department, but he was a very restless person. He felt that he wasn't challenged enough by Ibadan. So he decided to go to Lagos, and he was appointed to the physics department in Lagos. I felt that it was not on, you know, to have my husband in Lagos and I in Ibadan. We already had, I think, 2 children by then, 2 boys. So I then moved on to Lagos too. I became a member of staff of the School for African and Oriental Studies there. But as I said, my husband was a very restless person. After some time, he decided he wanted to go back to Ibadan. So he came back to Ibadan. He was back to the physics department where he became professor of physics. And of course, I had to follow. I came back to Ibadan. So I hope you girls understand what I'm saying, the trials of a woman. So I came back to Ibadan, and I didn't go back to the history department. I went to the Institute of African Studies, and I became a research fellow there. And I was there all the time until I became professor there. And at one point, director of the institute.
Okay, we want you to tell us the role history plays in improving a society.
You see, you cannot understand a country, you cannot understand yourself unless you know what your past has been like. You can't, and that is history. It's only when you know what you had done in the past. It's only when you know about your colonial past, for instance, how you were treated under the British administration, that they will give you a challenge. Do you want to continue like that, or do you want to do better? I mean, because I don't think we have been falling back and looking back at our history. Our history should be a challenge, that if we've been able to achieve this in the past, there's no reason why we should not be able to achieve it in the future and in the present. But people are not even conscious of it. If they are conscious of it, they wouldn't now be talking about indigenization as if it's a big deal. This is something that has been done before. And you know, when you are an academic, you are adding to the store of knowledge. That means that you are doing research. To add to the store of knowledge, nobody, even if we are talking about Ibadan, I can't say that I have all the information about Ibadan. Somebody might decide to come and work on some part of Ibadan and add more information to it. So that the job of an academic is to continue to research. And not only research, you don't just keep the knowledge to yourself. You must write. You must write papers and publish papers so that your colleagues can understand, can read it, can agree with you or disagree with you, and you are adding to the store of knowledge as a lecturer, because your promotion depends on the number of papers that you have published. If you haven't published papers, nobody is going to look at you. And if it's to the level of a professorship, for instance, your papers will be sent out to your peers in other universities and institutions. They will look at your papers and they will agree that, oh yes, she's done enough work or he's not done enough work. That's the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, you're the first female lecturer in the University of Ibadan.
Yes.
I'm sure that there were so many people watching to see what you would do. So were you like really, really strict with students? I mean, when we were grading, because they're like, oh, this is the first female, she will be so nice with us and all.
Because I had been in a place, in institutions where my lecturers had been nice and friendly, I tried to adopt that same sort of approach to my students. And we used to chat together and they would ask me questions and so on. But much later, one of them, who is, in fact, she's just retired as a professor, was saying it that I was a very strict lecturer, that they would, whenever they were expecting an A or something, I would only end up by giving them B+. But I thought I was very generous to them. So that's it.
Thank you, Ma. Ma, how were you able to combine the roles of being a mother, a wife, a lecturer, and a role model to men without one clashing in or the other?
It's pretty tough. You know, I've told you about the fact that my husband decided to go to Lagos. I had to follow him. He decided to come back from Lagos to Ibadan. I had to follow him to keep the home. Right? Yes. And also, I had 2 sons, and I thought they needed their father as well as their mother. But it was easy then. But now you couldn't do that. You have to make some sacrifice as a woman. There's no way. You have to, if you really care for your children, you know, because they need the motherly care. They need the motherly care. I can tell you, I had to go to, when I was in Lagos, I had to come to Ibadan to do some field work. I left my children with a friend. When I got back, the teacher in our staff school called me and said, your son is not doing well. He's not doing well. I was shocked. So I went to the class and the teacher showed me he hasn't been doing this, hasn't been doing his homework and so on. For almost 2 weeks, I had to be sitting in front of that class to write down everything that the boy had not done. The boy should be nameless. So you cannot. you have to give up something. But it may not be as bad as that, you know. If you also have to think in terms of your home and your husband and have some understanding of him and let him know the nature of your job and the demands of your job. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the demands of my job were easy. I didn't have to be in the office from, is it 8 to 10 or whatever. All I have to, the most important thing is that I come, I give my lectures at the right time, and I write my papers and publish them. And if there are departmental meetings, I go to them. But they are few and far between. So the demands for an academic person are not as great as, say, somebody who has a straightforward job in an office. As for the history of the times, I feel that if we introduce history back into school, people will understand what history is all about. It's not just about the past. It's how you can learn from the past for the future and for the present. You know, the mistakes you had made in the past, you will understand, so you avoid those mistakes in the present. So that is what history is about. The youth, you are having a good time, but take it easy, and the world is yours, but it's a world of challenge. And if it fails, it will be your own generation that has failed, and that will be recorded in history. So you do have a challenge, and I hope that you will pick up that challenge and do what is right, and also listen to the words of the older people. They're not all that foolish. Sometimes they could be very intelligent, you know. And please don't let the media take control of you, because I know that the media has taken control of quite a number of people, the way they dress, the way they behave, the way they address other people. They are not, but we have a culture of our own, of which we should be proud. And the way we have a culture of addressing the older people, concern for the older people, even respect for one another, so that you grow up together to accommodate one another and to understand one another. I think we should not look at what it's on the radio, on the television or whatever, because I know a lot of that is happening now, but it's not good enough. And even in the way of dressing, in the way of speaking, in the way of behavior. I mean, I go to the market or I go to the shop. If I'm buying something from the cashier or paying the cashier money, if the cashier gives me money with the left hand, I tell her, look, use your right hand. I'm not going to take anything from you with the left. That is not our own culture. Our culture is that you should respect each other and hand over with the right hand, not with the left hand. And the issue of respect for one another, for yourselves, even for the younger people too. If you are going to correct them, do so with a lot of patience and explain to them why you are saying they should do this. Don't just be a boss, just telling them, I say you must do this because I'm older than you or that.